The violent wind origin had an incomparable sharpness and was unstoppable. The sound of the sky tearing apart made one shudder. The world changed and filled the aura of the wind. This angry voice is the Beast Lord. It's the Beast Lord. It's here to save us. Ha ha ha, that's great. This human kid is starting a massacre here. Such a huge commotion has finally alarmed the Beast Lord. Damn, this human kid is too f-king arrogant. However, if Lord Beast Lord makes a move, everything will be settled. Our breeze plains can also return to its former calm. The wild monsters that had been killed on the grassland fled with their heads in their hands and could not resist at all. Hearing the loud roar, all the wild monsters were instantly excited, their hearts burning with hope. This was because the existence of the wind venom snake Beast Lord was like their sky. He was incomparably powerful and was admired. Therefore, these wild monsters were so confident. The frustration and despair of being killed just now slowly dissipated in their hearts, replaced by passion and hatred. They naturally had endless hatred for Zhou Han. However, this was the world. The strong preyed on the weak. The weak were the greatest sinners. In order to obtain a huge number of resources and pity, such benevolence would not appear on Zhou Han. He had no psychological burden killing these foreign races at all. It was impossible to become stronger without the support of huge resources. Therefore, this was destined to be a bloody and difficult path. I'm in luck. There's a big boss. More good things will drop like this. Zhou Han felt the storm that filled the sky and temporarily stopped his attacks. His divine sense spread out and immediately investigated information about the wind venom snake Beast Lord. Zhou Han smiled. He had probably triggered it with 10 times his luck to have such an effect. The reason why it was called a big boss was mainly because this wind venom snake Beast Lord had a downgrade Dharma treasure fragment. If this dropped, it would have an 80 times increase in rewards. This also meant that Zhou Han could directly obtain 80 times the number of downgrade Dharma treasure fragments. Therefore, the benefits could be said to be very generous. That was why he was so happy. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was not in a hurry. Instead, he stayed where he was and slowly waited for the wind venom snake Beast Lord to arrive. This was because this wind venom snake Beast Lord mainly cultivated the wind attribute. Therefore, speed was his advantage and did not make Zhou Han wait long. The wind venom snake Beast Lord's huge body was getting closer and closer. Baka, where did this human kid come from? You don't even know this rule? This breeze plain is my territory. How dare you offend my realm? The wind venom snake Beast Lord shouted imposingly. As he spoke, his lantern-like eyes kept sweeping across Zhou Han, feeling his aura. After all, to be able to become an overlord, he still had to be cautious. He did not let his guard down just because Zhou Han was young and unfamiliar. Oh, so it's your territory. It's developing well. Zhou Han said indifferently. It's good that you know. Get lost. Be careful in the future. It's not an existence you can easily provoke. The wind venom snake Beast Lord looked a little smug. It thought that Zhou Han had admitted defeat and immediately issued an eviction order. Lord, are we going to let this human kid off so easily? This punishment is too easy on him. I don't think. The few personal guards beside the wind venom snake Beast Lord were a little anxious. Clearly, they could not accept such peace. This concerned the dignity of the beast sovereign. If he did not punish him severely, he would be laughed at by the other factions. Moreover, the way the wind venom snake Beast Lord dealt with it was clearly very different from its previous style. Was this still the ruthless and cold Lord Beast they knew? All right, don't say anything else. The wind venom snake Beast Lord immediately reached out to interrupt the guard's discussion and said firmly, how could he not want to kill Zhou Han here? After all, the other party was causing trouble in his territory. This behavior was too much of a slap in the face. However, through the investigation just now, the wind venom snake Beast Lord could not see through Zhou Han. Its intuition told it that Zhou Han was not to be trifled with. Therefore, without absolute confidence, he could only resort to this method of expulsion. This was because once a conflict broke out, even if he defeated it, it would not be too easy. This was the decision made by the wind venom snake Beast Lord after deep thought. You're giving the order to leave so soon. It's fine if you want me to leave. Hand me the downgrade Dharma treasure fragment. I can consider letting you off. Zhou Han did not waste any time and went straight to the point. This was because, in his opinion, the wind venom snake beast lord's greatest value was the fragment of that Dharma treasure. Because he was worried that it would not drop after killing it, to be safe, Zhou Han chose to ask for it forcefully. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time on this. Perhaps he had killed the wind venom snake beast lord before it could appear. Why would he wait until now? Oh my god, what did this kid say? He actually forcefully asked for a Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragment. How dare he? Ha ha ha. Does this guy know who he's talking to? This is the wind venom snake beast lord. There are definitely less than 5 people in this great desolate divine domain who dare to speak to the wind venom snake beast lord like this. As Zhou Han finished speaking, the wild monsters present instantly fell silent. Yes, they were surprised by Zhou Han's words. This was because this was the first time they had seen such arrogance, especially in front of the wind venom snake beast lord. Therefore, they were extremely stunned, thinking that they had heard wrongly. After a short silence, the entire venue roared with laughter and endless mockery. This kid looks so unfamiliar. This should be his first time in the great desolate divine domain. Otherwise, why would he be so ignorant? That's right. Just because he has some strength, he started to be arrogant. I admit that this kid is quite strong. Unfortunately, he just has to be impudent in front of the wind venom snake beast lord. This will be his greatest tragedy. Damn, he killed so many of us just now. This time, he has to pay with his life to repay this hatred. He's too effing tactless. Lord Beast has already been merciful and let him off, but he still dares to spout such arrogant words. He's courting death. The eyes of the foreign race wild monsters present flickered with hatred, anger, and mockery. This was because, in their hearts, the wind venom snake beast lord was an invincible existence. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a mere human kid? The wind venom snake beast lord in the void was also stunned for 3 microseconds. This was the first time in tens of millions of years that someone had forced an item in front of him. Ha ha ha, what did you say, kid? I hope I only heard wrongly. But if you want to die, I can reluctantly help you. The wind venom snake beast lord was not angry. Instead, it smiled disdainfully. However, endless coldness and killing intent could be seen in this smile. The wind venom snake beast lord originally did not want to fight Zhou Han. However, the premise of all of this was that Zhou Han could be sensible and get lost obediently. Unfortunately, this outcome did not happen. The current situation was that the other party was pointing at his nose and provoking him. Not to mention the wind venom snake beast lord. Even ordinary people could not tolerate such humiliation. If he did not use lightning methods, he, the wind venom snake beast lord, would lose his dignity and become a joke. My time is precious. I don't want to repeat it. You have 3 seconds to consider. Otherwise, die. Zhou Han placed his hands behind his back and was expressionless. There was no room for negotiation. Some people were not so easy to submit to, so it was useless no matter how much time they were given. How arrogant. How arrogant. I wanted to make peace. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The wind venom snake beast lord's face was extremely ashen. His eyes narrowed and erupted with a rich coldness. There was no room for reconciliation now. There was only a battle. Let me tell you, I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble. I want you to know that provoking me will be the worst decision in your life. When the wind venom snake beast lord was furious, his aura kept rising, as if it was about to explode. 2 intertwined forces spewed out. Yin-yang heaven-defying technique. You can rest in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind venom snake beast lord's body split into 2, and 2 figures, one white and one black, appeared. Extreme wind elements kept lingering. The wind dragon soared and swept for 10,000 miles. Under his control, endless wind blades attacked Zhou Han. Lord Beast Lord's famous ultimate skill is really pleasing to the eye. It's incomparably fierce. The white figure on the left keeps releasing storms to interfere and slow down on a large scale. The black figure on the right is in charge of dealing crazy damage. With these 2 combined, the human boy will definitely lose. A guard brought by the wind venom snake beast lord crossed his arms and watched the battle leisurely, not forgetting to explain proudly. Of course, Lord Beast Lord's strength is unquestionable. His advancement is lightning fast, and he has even more shocking power. You ignorant kid, you don't know your place. The guard smiled, their smiles very relaxed. This was because he had absolute confidence in the strength of the wind venom snake beast lord. After all, as personal guards, their relationship was definitely not ordinary. They knew many secrets of the wind venom snake beast lord better than others. It was precisely because he knew more that his admiration for the wind venom snake beast lord became stronger. Huh? How dare you embarrass yourself with such insignificant skills? You disappoint me. Zhou Han shook his head slightly. The wind venom snake beast lord in front of him was simply too weak. He had thought that the other party would be able to do something after obtaining a downgrade Dharma treasure fragment. Unfortunately, it was still trash. Sword split the heavens. Zhou Han counted with his sword fingers easily. However, the sword aura that was stimulated looked extremely calm, but it contained an incomparably majestic sword intent. How could the wind venom snake beast lord, who had not even reached the realm lord realm, resist? Do you want to laugh my teeth off with such a trace of sword aura? Your strength is nothing much. To think I was a little worried just now. He saw the move sword split the heavens whistling over at an unhappy speed. The wind venom snake beast lord heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid of Zhou Han. He was just pretending to be fierce just now. After all, the wind venom snake beast lord could not see through Zhou Han at all. It only took a few seconds for an expert to decide the outcome of a battle, so the wind venom snake beast lord was not absolutely confident. However, now that it saw Zhou Han attack, it immediately felt relieved. It felt that its advantage was in its hands. This time, it was safe. Haha, that's it. He was probably shocked by the beast lord's aura and changed his move. That's right. No matter how arrogant he was just now, this kid's outcome will be as miserable next. I'm the beast lord. I specialize in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. All the foreign race wild monsters present had been paying close attention to the battle scene. At this moment, they felt that the outcome was decided and began to cheer in advance. They were overjoyed. There was a thrill of revenge. Instead, this cheer was quickly drowned out by the explosive roar of the sword. This sword aura is actually... Oh no. As the energy of the sword aura completely erupted, the wind venom snake beast lord's face was as pale as paper. Then they heard rising and falling screams. Your strength. The wind venom snake beast lord panted heavily, fist-sized sweat flowing on its forehead. As soon as they fought, it instantly felt the huge difference in strength. If Zhou Han was an ocean, it was a drop of seawater. If Zhou Han was a high mountain, it was only a mountain rock. After experiencing Zhou Han's vast strength, the wind venom snake beast lord had never felt so weak, like an ant. Damn, what happened? Why did the beast lord's black figure disappear? There seems to be something wrong with its expression. The foreign race wild monsters had yet to react and only now realized the situation. Zhou Han was too fast. The moment the sword aura erupted, it only took a microsecond. The outcome of the battle had been decided. It was a complete crush. Defeated? Did the beast lord lose? That's impossible. It's an invincible existence in our hearts. How could it lose to a human kid? I don't accept it. That's right. The beast lord has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. How can it be defeated so easily? All the foreign race wild monsters' presence eyes flickered with disbelief. At this moment, their emotions were very complicated. Fear, confusion, helplessness, shock, and other emotions intertwined. Although they were trying their best not to end up like this, they saw the defeated and lonely expression of the wind venom snake beast lord in the sky clearly. What this meant was self-evident. However, they could not accept such an outcome. This was because their lives were no longer up to them. What the wind venom snake beast lord said next completely shattered the last hope in their hearts. Senior, I was wrong. I failed to recognize you. Didn't you want a downgrade Dharma treasure fragment? Under the huge difference in strength, the wind venom snake beast lord quickly recognized the reality and said in fear. As he spoke, he opened his inventory. Here, I'll give it to you. I'll give you all these huge resources. Please, Senior, let me go. Spare my life. At this moment, the wind venom snake beast lord was prostrating in the air, trembling, begging Zhou Han for mercy. He took out all his resources just to save his life. The wind venom snake beast lord was very regretful. If it had known that Zhou Han had such majestic strength, it would have admitted defeat at that time. There wouldn't have been such a follow-up. Unfortunately, it did not have a powerful appraisal and could not see through Zhou Han's true strength at all. Now you know how to beg for mercy? It's too late. The opportunity was given to you, but you didn't cherish it. Zhou Han turned around, not wanting to look at the wind venom snake beast lord. He said coldly without any emotion. As he turned around, another sword aura spewed out and headed straight for the wind venom snake beast lord. Because the wind venom snake beast lord had used the yin-yang heaven-defying technique, just now, it had 2 lives. This life was a little different from resurrection and immunity to death. Therefore, some powerful special effects did not take effect immediately, preventing the wind venom snake beast lord from being instantly killed on the spot. However, in the face of absolute power, not to mention 2 lives, even 20,000 lives were in vain. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the wind venom snake beast lord. Special effect. Heavenly fate enhancement detected. The reward you obtain will automatically increase by 80 times. You have obtained 1,680 trillion experience points, 80 Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments, 400 sovereign-grade Dharma treasures, and sovereign-grade special items. A Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragment really dropped. Needless to say, 10 times the luck must have worked again. When he heard the notification, Zhou Han immediately opened the combat interface and checked. Seeing the Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragment, the smile in his eyes could no longer be hidden. He was extremely gratified. Although this 10 times luck could not be seen or touched, it had been playing a role invisibly, making Zhou Han very satisfied. Boss, leave the remaining wild monsters to us. Rest first. The ashen illusory beast hurriedly said tactfully when it saw that this fragment was not simple. Yes, I'll give you guys some practice. I'll count the spoils of war first. Zhou Han smiled and nodded. Now that his 3 pets had already grasped the powerful Dao technique, their combat strength was very extraordinary. Coupled with a powerful set, it was not difficult to deal with these wild monsters. Yes, sir. We'll clean up the mess as quickly as possible. Primordial Chaos Golden Rock King said confidently. Without the threat of the wind venom snake beast lord, he could directly harvest them next. Zhou Han became stronger and stronger. They also wanted to urgently prove their value. Otherwise, they would not be able to keep up with Zhou Han. He was destined to be eliminated. This was also the reason why the 3 pets cultivated so hard to not fall behind. Coupled with their original talent, with Zhou Han providing endless resources, under hard cultivation, he could also obtain good achievements. Seeing 3 rays of light fly out, immediately after, he heard the tragic neighs of the foreign race wild monsters. Without the protection of the wind venom snake beast lord, their strength was too weak and they were destined to become someone else's resources. Zhou Han did not pay attention to the battle because such small fights could not interest him at all. After all, the level was different now. The targets he asked for to challenge had also increased correspondingly. I wonder what kind of power these 80 Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments can provide. As he chuckled, the violent wind elements in Zhou Han's hands surged, and an extreme suction force instantly spread, sucking all the items that dropped from the corpse of the wind venom snake beast lord 1,000 meters away. Of course, at the same time, Zhou Han's gaze quickly locked onto the Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragment. Although it was just a fragment, the powerful energy fluctuations all revealed a majestic aura. It's not a fragment of the unyielding demon blade. It's a random fragment? When Zhou Han activated the appraisal, the results surprised him. This was because he had investigated the Dharma treasure fragment on the wind venom snake beast lord in advance. It was called the unyielding demon blade. Therefore, he naturally thought that after the fragments that dropped were enhanced by 80 times the reward, there would be 80 fragments of the unyielding demon blade. However, that was not the outcome. Random fragment. Type, special item. Description, this fragment is random. As long as it's in the category of a Dao-grade Dharma treasure, there's a certain chance of opening it. However, the stronger the Dao-grade Dharma treasure, the lower the probability of opening it. Effect, the probability of opening a sovereign-grade Dharma treasure fragment is 99%. The probability of opening a Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragment is 1%. Description, By activating the power in your body and covering the Dharma treasure fragment, you can activate the fragment with your sword. From then on, you will know what fragment you opened. Prompt: a one-time item that will disappear automatically after activation. This process is irreversible. In that case, I guess I made a profit? After all, in that case, I have a chance of obtaining the creation jade disk fragment. Zhou Han carefully looked at the relevant attribute description of the random fragment and quickly had his own analysis. Even though the probability of obtaining a sovereign-grade fragment was as high as 99%, this meant that it was very likely that he could not even protect a Dao-grade fragment. However, as long as there was a chance of obtaining the fragment of the creation jade disk, Zhou Han felt that these prices were worth it. Moreover, there was something else. This unyielding demon blade was only the lowest grade Dao-grade Dharma treasure. Even if 80 fragments could inherit the power of many unyielding demon blades, it was very limited. Thinking of this, Zhou Han smiled. This unknown feeling was like opening a mystery box. It was exciting enough. Logically speaking, this fragment can also be enhanced. I wonder how many enhancement points it will consume. Zhou Han muttered to himself. After all, he was indeed a little tight on points now. He had tried to enhance the creation jade disk fragment previously, but the supreme enhancement points required were an incomparably terrifying astronomical figure, far beyond his imagination. It made Zhou Han dispel this thought. After all, as the strongest Dao-grade Dharma treasure in the universe, it was completely understandable that it had special characteristics. Therefore, Zhou Han was also worried that this would happen when enhancing random fragments. In that case, it would affect his future progress a lot. He was still hoping that these 80 random fragments could obtain some fragments of the creation jade disk. In this way, Zhou Han's strength would also increase rapidly. After all, the previous 3 fragments of the creation jade disk provided 1 in a million of the power of the creation jade disk. He really felt how majestic and grand it was. That power shocked him greatly and caused a deep phenomenon. Moreover, Zhou Han could perfectly use that trace of power of the creation jade disk and feel unprecedented power. That feeling was naturally very enjoyable. Therefore, if he was lucky and obtained a few more creation jade disk fragments, he would simply take off. After all, I'm a man with 10 times the luck now. Therefore, I'm a little more confident in obtaining the creation jade disk fragment from these random fragments. Zhou Han rubbed these random fragments with his hand and smiled to himself. That was why he was so confident. This was because 10 times luck could be so willful. In a daze, Zhou Han seemed to see a large number of fragments of the creation jade disk waving at him. System: how many supreme enhancement points does it take to enhance a random fragment to the upper limit? Without thinking too much, Zhou Han immediately asked in his heart, wanting to confirm the exact number. System prompt: enhance the random fragment to the limit. It requires 12.6 billion supreme enhancement points. Please understand, 12.6 billion? Hearing the electronic voice in his mind, Zhou Han frowned slightly. Although this is not a lot, the problem now is that there are a total of 80 fragments. If I want to enhance them all to the limit, I need more than 100 billion supreme enhancement points. Thinking of this, Zhou Han smiled bitterly. He was still too poor now. He did not have 5.1 billion enhancement points to enhance all of them. Then I can only enhance a few first. Let's wait and see, Zhou Han said regretfully. At this moment, his excited mood had also calmed down. Fortunately, this great desolate divine domain was a new map. The restriction that he could not obtain supreme enhancement points by killing wild monsters was also lifted. When Zhou Han first entered, he asked the system. He had a limit of 500 billion enhancement points. After exceeding this number, just like in the extreme ice divine domain, it could not be obtained by killing monsters. Enhance the 8 random fragments first, Zhou Han said, and stored the remaining 72 fragments in his spatial inventory. System prompt: your enhancement order has been received. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Congratulations on successfully enhancing the random fragments to the maximum. The relevant attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. White light kept surging past, blooming with a dazzling light. The 8 fragments in his hand were dazzling. Clearly, after enhancement, it became even more different. Zhou Han looked over, and all the data appeared. It was obvious. Random fragment, plus 45. Type, special item. Description, this fragment is random. As long as it's in the category of a downgrade Dharma treasure, there's a certain chance of opening it. However, the stronger the downgrade Dharma treasure, the lower the probability of opening it. Effect, the probability of opening a sovereign-grade Dharma treasure fragment is 50%. The probability of opening a downgrade Dharma treasure fragment is 50%. Special effect, self-selection fragment. For every 20 times this fragment is activated, you will have a chance to choose a fragment. That is, you can specify the fragment you want among the many fragments. Description, by activating the power in your body and covering the Dharma treasure fragment, you can activate the fragment with your sword. From then on, you will know what fragment you opened. Prompt, a one-time item that will disappear automatically after activation. This process is irreversible. Damn, choose a fragment. I can choose any fragment I want. When he saw the special effects column, Zhou Han's pupils could not help but constrict. He was also stunned and in disbelief that such a special effect would be displayed. This was simply too awesome. There was a guaranteed option. This meant that even if luck was bad, he only needed to open it 20 times to obtain that guaranteed reward, which is to choose the creation jade disc fragment. It was simply as if it was free. 80 random fragments could be activated 4 to 20 times. In that case, I can obtain at least 4 creation jade disc fragments. This happiness came too suddenly. If the wind venom snake beast lord is still alive, I really have to thank it in person. If not for it, I wouldn't have dropped 80 random fragments. Zhou Han grinned. He could no longer hide his satisfaction. After all, the joy in his heart after obtaining such a generous reward was indescribable. One had to know that he had only obtained the next 3 creation jade disc fragments so far. However, at this moment, he was about to obtain 4, slightly more than these 3. In that case, there was no need to say anything about combat strength. He would take another step forward. At this moment, Zhou Han could not wait to circulate the power in his body and cover the 8 enhanced random fragments. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A buzzing sound emitted from the fragment, accompanied by colorful lights that kept spewing. The scene was amazing and pleasing to the eye. It's done. Let me see. Sensing that the random fragments had been completely activated, Zhou Han rubbed his hands excitedly and hurriedly checked. Great, that's great. A creation jade disc fragment dropped. Among the 8 fragments, the one in the middle erupted with blazing energy fluctuations. Zhou Han was all too familiar with this. What else could it be but a fragment of the jade of creation? After all, his body was already perfectly compatible with the power of the creation jade disc. Therefore, it was normal for him to be very sharp and familiar with this aura. Congratulations, Master, for collecting another fragment. You're really too powerful. What countless universe big shots can't do was easily done by you. The heaven-opening axe said in shock and joy. In some aspects, his master had completely surpassed those cosmic big shots, or even crushed them. Of course, if he was not wrong, the key was his master's talent. At this moment, the heaven-opening axe had even more confidence in Zhou Han. His master would definitely grow to the level of a universal powerhouse in the future. It was just a matter of time. Haha, not bad. This is a good start. I've just entered the great desolate divine domain, and I've already benefited so much. I'm looking forward to the rest of the trip even more. Zhou Han smiled and said happily. After all, he had obtained a creation jade disc fragment without using the minimum reward of 20 times. That meant that there was still a fragment of the jade of creation in the next 12 times. Therefore, it was reasonable for Zhou Han to be so happy. My master is awesome. A mere godfiend continent can no longer stop you. The entire universe is your stage. Universal powerhouses, just wait for the new king to descend. Koizumi was also extremely excited. He knew what obtaining more fragments of the creation jade disc meant. It represented endless power. The collection of every fragment would increase terrifying combat strength. This was because this creation jade disc was the strongest Dharma treasure in the universe. Therefore, collecting the fragments of the creation jade disc was the fastest way to become a top expert. Only a few years had passed since Zhou Han experienced difficulty defeating a wisp of the dragon spring sword light in the dustless sword spring, but now, He already had such terrifying strength and dared to challenge the dignity of a true God-grade expert. Koizumi sighed. His master was really too powerful. His abnormal advancement speed was simply unprecedented and unheard of. There's nothing wrong with that. I have to brag about it. This is because even a powerful universal powerhouse doesn't have a good way to collect the fragments of the creation jade disk. However, our master can do it. Can you believe it? The heaven-opening axe said in admiration. It, who was once arrogant, was convinced by the wonders Zhou Han displayed again and again. Therefore, during the process of interacting, its mentality had long changed. Other than respect, its attitude towards Zhou Han was also a little afraid. Yes, it's awesome. What's the universal powerhouse? Sooner or later, he'll be replaced by my master. Koizumi was quite smug and shouted matter-of-factly. All right, keep a low profile. If the universal powerhouses hear this, won't they kill me? Zhou Han said angrily. He was not arrogant because of this. He had a very clear understanding of his strength. He only thought of the true God grade back then. One had to know that above this was an eternal true God. He could not deal with it alone at this level. Moreover, there was the top existence, the primordial Holy Emperor. Needless to say, those universe powerhouses were definitely at the realm of the primordial Saint Emperor. Zhou Han did not know how strong it was, but he knew that it was very easy for such an existence to crush him with a finger. Therefore, the more he knew about the universe, the more reverence he would have. In the vast universe, keeping a low profile was the main theme. There was always someone better. No one knew what kind of change would happen in the next second. Of course, reverence was normal. However, this awe was not fear. Zhou Han had no need to be afraid. Not to mention that these universal powerhouses were countless light years away. Most importantly, he had absolute confidence in himself. If he was given time, he, Zhou Han, could also defeat a universal powerhouse. He could replace it. This was the heart of the strong. They were not afraid of challenges. System prompt. A new creation jade disk fragment has been detected. Do you want to fuse it with the previous 3? Fusion. The notification interrupted Zhou Han's thoughts, and he quickly replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the new fragment in his hand turned into a rainbow light and gathered in the previous 3 fragments. At this moment, an even more majestic aura erupted. Like an ocean sweeping crazily or stars colliding, an incomparable explosive energy fluctuation completely swept through the shattered void. The wave of destructive light lasted for a long time, trembling and rising. System prompt. Congratulations, this creation jade disk fragment has been successfully fused. You will obtain 1 in 600,000 of the power of the creation jade disk. This power has automatically fused into your limbs and bones. Please feel the exact situation yourself. The explosive sound wave finally dissipated, and the system notification echoed in Zhou Han's mind. It's stronger than before. It already has 1 in 700,000. What a pleasant power. Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly circulated this power in his body a few times. He could feel that it was even more majestic than before. This happy feeling made him linger. Unknowingly, he had circulated for more than 30 cycles. After all, that feeling was too wonderful. On the surface, it went from 1 in a million to 1 in 600,000. This increase did not seem to be great. However, the slight increase in the power of the creation jade disk was a huge leap for Zhou Han. The violent power in his body told him extremely clearly that his combat strength had taken a new step. To be honest, I only need 1 strike to kill a 16-star primordial power, true God-grade expert. Zhou Han said domineeringly with a smile in his eyes, his expression filled with absolute confidence. This was because he did have the strength to do it now. This was only a conservative estimate. After all, he was a low-key person and could not be too sure. At the true God grade, every time he controlled 1 more star of primordial power, his strength would be greatly suppressed. Moreover, there would also be a huge difference in the same realm. Therefore, Zhou Han did not dare to say that he could definitely defeat a 17-star true God expert. After tidying up the fragments of the creation jade disk, Zhou Han began to check the remaining 7 fragments. Although they could not compare to the creation jade disk fragment, there were still downgrade fragments among them. If it could be used rationally, it would more or less increase his combat strength. This was because other than the creation jade disc fragment that could be fused, the other Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments could also be fused. Zhou Han had long known this. However, he had been focused on the creation jade disc previously, so he ignored the other fragments. Zhou Han immediately activated appraisal. He clearly detected all the attributes of the 7 fragments. 3 of them were Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments. The remaining 4 were sovereign-grade Dharma treasure fragments. Zhou Han naturally ignored the sovereign-grade Dharma treasure fragment. With this quality, he could have as many as he wanted in his spatial inventory. The 3 Dao-grade fragments were the Great Void Divine Armor, the Star Sea Demon Saber, and the Endless Star Tree. The 3 fragments were all different. They were all different Dao-grade Dharma treasures. Thinking of this, Zhou Han tidied up all the Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments on him. Other than the 4 fragments of the creation jade disc, the Great Void Divine Armor had 2 fragments. Then, the Star Sea Demon Saber, the Endless Star Tree, the Human Sovereign Seal, the Divine Scales, and the Illusion Tower were all fragments. Looks like it's impossible to temporarily fuse it now. I can only wait until the remaining 72 random fragments are all enhanced before activating them. This way, some identical fragments will definitely appear. At that time, I can fuse like the creation jade disc fragment. Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. He was also looking forward to this. Even if the probability of obtaining a Dao-grade fragment was only 50%, he could also obtain 36 Dao-grade fragments. As long as there were more than 3 of the same type, he could fuse them. Although the power displayed like this could not reach the peak state of a Dao-grade Dharma treasure, it was still very easy to surpass an ordinary sovereign-grade Dharma treasure. This was also why Zhou Han was so happy. This was because it would not be long before he could use the power of more Dao-grade Dharma treasures. His combat strength would definitely increase greatly. Thinking about this wonderful outcome, moreover, there were some slightly weaker Dao-grade Dharma treasures, such as the Great Void Divine Armor. He only needed 9 fragments to fuse into a complete Dharma treasure. The fragments required for other Dharma treasures to fuse into a complete Dharma treasure were different. Through asking the system, Zhou Han clearly learned that the more fragments it required to fuse a complete Dao-grade Dharma treasure. That meant that this Dharma treasure was stronger at the Dao grade. Looks like the Great Void Divine Armor is the lowest grade Dao grade. Zhou Han guessed in his heart. This was the result of obtaining these Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments during this period of time and appraising them. As for whether this was the case, the sample he had obtained was still too small. He could only make a rough comparison. Who cares? At the very least, it's Dao grade. It's not something a sovereign grade can compare to, Zhou Han said with a smile. He was not disappointed by this. Instead, they were quite eager to collect more fragments of the Great Void Divine Armor. Moreover, he still had the only SSS rank talent in the universe, Infinite Enhancement. As long as it was enhanced enough, it was difficult not to take off. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Han was extremely confident. Master, what is this item? I feel the beast blood in my body boiling unconsciously. It contains the power of incomparable desire. After the ashen illusory beast finished clearing all the wild monsters on the breeze plains, it had just returned to report when its gaze was attracted by a crystal flickering with a thin blood-red luster. At this moment, although it was talking to Zhou Han, it stared at these crystals and kept swallowing. Oh, these crystals. After Zhou Han put all the Dao-grade fragments into his spatial inventory, he heard the ashen illusory beast's words and followed its gaze. In Zhou Han's vision, 80 head-sized crystals appeared. Blood light was mottled, and a powerful force was constantly surging. Just now, his attention had been on the random fragments. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to these crystals. There's indeed something strange. Don't be anxious. I'll take a look first, Zhou Han said calmly. He was not stingy with giving these things to the ashen illusory beast. However, before consuming it, he had to appraise the specific attributes. Firstly, he had to understand the specific effect, and secondly, he had to consider the safety of his pets. What if there were huge side effects after consuming it? Wouldn't that harm them? Yes, master. We'll listen to your arrangements. Little Bone nodded excitedly. Clearly, not only were these crystals attractive to the ashen illusory beast, but it was no exception. If I'm not wrong, this should be the crystal core of a divine beast. Little Rock suppressed his excitement and said, "The crystal core of a divine beast. Looks like this wind venom snake beast lord is indeed not simple. It has the bloodline of a divine beast." The ashen illusory beast was a little shocked. Hearing Little Rock's words, it was even more excited. Once it consumed the divine beast crystal core, it was self-evident how powerful the effect would be on their beast race. Zhou Han nodded slightly and did not say anything. He directly activated appraisal and began to check. Beast Lord Crystal Core. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Special Material. Description, it is a crystal purified by the energy in the bodies of the beasts, containing their lifetime comprehension and power. Only powerful beasts with the bloodline of a divine beast are qualified to condense a crystal core. This item is the most perfect energy for the beasts. It can be absorbed 100% and obtain a huge enhancement effect. However, it is precisely because of the preciousness of this material that the drop rate is terrifyingly low. Effect. After using the Beast Lord Crystal Core, be it Realm or Comprehension, you will step onto a new level. You will instantly advance to the peak of the star grade. Description. Due to the origin limitation of this material, the target can only be the beasts. If other races consume it, not only will they not be able to enjoy the buff effect, but they will also suffer a serious backlash. Please understand. Prompt. This material is a one-time consumable. After using it, it will automatically disappear. Not bad, not bad. This thing is called the Beast Lord Crystal Core. It's simply tailor-made for the three of you. Glancing at the attribute panel, Zhou Han said with a smile. No matter how difficult an item was to drop, it was nothing with the enhancement of 10 times luck. He couldn't help but silently like it again. Master, is it really the crystal core of a divine beast? What's it for? Tell us quickly. Hearing this, Little Bone was extremely pleasantly surprised and hurriedly urged excitedly. Although they had all heard of divine beast crystal cores, this was the first time they had seen them with their own eyes. As for the exact effect and use, he did not know anything. Little Rock and Little Ashen also looked over eagerly. After consuming it, you will advance to the peak of the star grade. It's only an inch away from the primordial realm. Zhou Han did not hide it and directly explained the effect of the Beast Lord Crystal Core. As soon as these words were spoken, it brought great shock. It stunned the Little Rock and the other two beasts, making them wonder if they had heard wrongly. Damn, peak star grade. This is too awesome. I know. As long as I follow your footsteps, Master, I will one day advance to the primordial realm. But I never expected this day to come so quickly. It caught me off guard. I'm only half a step away from the primordial realm. This is too f-king easy. The ashen illusory beast shouted excitedly. This happiness came too suddenly. As expected, following Zhou Han was so awesome. It was once just a weakling at the pseudo-sovereign realm. However, in these few short years, his combat strength had soared crazily. If he consumed the Beast Lord Crystal Core, he could touch the primordial realm. It was all so unbelievable. In the end, he had a good master. It was difficult for him not to take off. Oh my god, I really didn't expect this Beast Lord Crystal Core to have such terrifying energy. It's really magical. Little Rock was still immersed in shock and was already fantasizing about becoming a primordial realm expert. Master, there are 80 crystal cores. Then Little Bone kept swallowing. The intention of these words was already very obvious. Didn't he want to consume this crystal core immediately? No. Zhou Han rejected it directly. Master, we'll definitely work harder. After becoming stronger, I promise to make a greater contribution to repay your kindness. The ashen illusory beast was a little anxious and hurriedly expressed its stance. That's right, Master. Please, didn't we perform well enough? We'll definitely work harder in the future. Little Bone and Little Rock also begged. What are you thinking? Of course, I'll give these to you, but not now. Zhou Han did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was he such a petty person? Master, you mean? Do you still want to enhance it? Little Rock was delighted and asked tentatively. After following Zhou Han for so long, they were still very clear about his habits and style of doing things. After knowing that Zhou Han always habitually enhanced items after obtaining them, this had already formed a conditioned reflex. Of course, wouldn't it be a waste of materials to consume it directly without enhancement? Zhou Han said. Phew. With your words, Master, we're relieved. You're really the best master. Not only did you give it to us, but you also helped enhance it. I'm really touched. The ashen illusory beast hurriedly bragged. It knew that after enhancing it, it would bring a greater improvement. In that case, the effect of the Beast Lord Crystal Core might increase another level. Look at you. Are you satisfied with just a peak star? As my pet, I have to broaden my horizons. I have to start at the primordial realm no matter what. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to bring the three of you along when I travel the universe in the future? Zhou Han said angrily. Without enhancement, consuming the Beast Lord Crystal Core could advance to the peak of the Stargrade. Then, once enhanced, he could definitely advance to the primordial realm. Zhou Han was very confident in this. After all, infinite enhancement never disappointed him. Primordial realm? We can directly advance to the primordial realm? Little Rock could not sit still anymore. The words primordial realm kept echoing in his ears. This was because this level was simply too powerful. After watching Zhou Han fight the primordial realm expert, they had a clearer understanding of the powerful strength of the primordial realm. In the past, he had thought countless times how good it would be if he had such powerful strength. However, this unattainable realm seemed to be about to be realized. Damn, I'll just take off. I won't explain. The three pets were pleasantly surprised. They cried and laughed, constantly venting their excitement. However, don't be happy too early. I don't have enough enhancement points on me now. Next, if you want to advance, farm monsters for me, Zhou Han said with a smile. All right, master. Let's start hunting now. Woohoo, let's kill. Soon, I'll become a primordial expert. Master, which area are we heading to? Give the order quickly. The ashen illusory beast and the others said impatiently. After all, this concerned obtaining incomparably powerful strength. Let's go. The location has been confirmed. Southeast, 38,560,000 miles. Zhou Han closed his eyes and released his divine sense, quickly sensing a fertile wild monster resource point. Be it in quantity or quality, the wild monsters there were even worse than the wind plane they were in. Okay, I'll lead the charge. Little Rock spread its golden wings and took the lead, flying towards the marked location. Zhou Han put all the spoils of war into his bag, and the group began to hunt again. An hour after he left, a majestic figure appeared in the sky above the breeze plains. It was the desolate Heaven King who was chasing after him. However, due to the distance, Zhou Han had long left when the desolate Heaven King rushed over. Zhou Han, you're quite fast. However, it's worth it to spend more aura-locking talismans for you. After all, the moment you entered the great desolate divine domain, you were already mine. The desolate Heaven King looked down at the breeze plains with the gaze of a hawk and quickly searched. Then, after confirming that Zhou Han was not here, a faint smile appeared on his face, confident and calm. The desolate Heaven King was determined to obtain Zhou Han. Thinking of this, he took out a 5-colored talisman from his inventory. Mysterious energy fluctuations flickered on it. It was the aura-locking talisman. It was an incomparably precious special item that could lock onto the target's aura from afar. It was extremely effective in tracking. After all, the desolate Heaven King did not have Zhou Han's starry sky perception. Therefore, once he was far away, he could only use other auxiliary methods to track him. You can even kill the wind venom snake beast lord. You do have some skills. No wonder you could escape from the extreme ice divine domain. Seeing the huge corpse of the wind venom snake beast lord lying on the wind plane, the desolate Heaven King was not too surprised. After all, to the powerful desolate Heaven King, whether it was the wind venom snake beast lord or the extreme ice tyrant, he wouldn't take them seriously. However, if he knew that the extreme ice tyrant was killed by Zhou Han, moreover, a true god-grade expert had also been killed, would the desolate Heaven King would still be as calm as now. Hee, I've found you. You can't escape. Then enjoy the last time of your life. Seeing the feedback on the aura-locking talisman, the desolate Heaven King's lips curled up slightly as he chased after Zhou Han. He enjoyed the process of chasing his prey. Zhou Han arrived at his destination. It was a hilly area with low mountains and strange rocks rising and falling. Layers of mountains curled and circled. It extended millions of miles and looked spectacular. Rich spiritual energy settled on the mountain peak like a thick fog. Even a violent wind could not blow it away. It was not difficult to guess that there were many rare natural treasures. Seeing this scene, Zhou Han was very satisfied. The richer the resources on this hill, the happier he was. This was because these resources would soon belong to him. After checking the relevant map, Zhou Han learned that this place was called Fertility Hill. A large number of mutated beasts lived here, forming a super-large ecological environment. The density of wild monsters was very good. Master, let's start moving now. Other than the cloud-devouring dragon condor on those huge trees, leave the rest to us. The ashen illusory beast took the initiative excitedly and could not hold back anymore. After all, as long as he killed wild monsters, he could also obtain supreme enhancement points. With the enhancement points, he could enhance the Beast Lord Crystal Core. However, although they were anxious, they did not dare to take matters into their own hands. After Zhou Han finished observing, they finally requested to kill him. Yes, with your current strength, it's indeed a little difficult for you to deal with these cloud-devouring dragon condors. Leave it to me. Zhou Han nodded slightly and instantly detected the attribute data of the cloud-devouring dragon condor. Their combat strength was infinitely close to the primordial realm. Moreover, there was more than a cloud-devouring dragon condor on those huge trees. There were a total of 15. If they joined forces and attacked, they would definitely have powerful lethality. Yes, Master. Kill them for the sake of obtaining more enhancement points. Hearing Zhou Han's order, Little Rock, Little Bone, and Little Ashen rushed out almost at the same time. A powerful aura enveloped the Fertility Hill. For a moment, violent energy fluctuations erupted. They had never been so enthusiastic. Enemy attack. Someone is causing trouble on the hill. Gather all your strength and prepare to deal with the enemy. At this moment, a cloud-swallowing dragon condor on the huge tree hissed and quickly gathered its companions. This was because all its attention was on Zhou Han. He could feel extreme pressure surging over. This was the first time it had felt so much pressure that it could not breathe. When did such an expert come to the great desolate divine domain? What power is this? I can't see through it at all. Could it be a super expert from the universe? The other cloud-swallowing dragon condors on the tree were also pale, and their bodies actually trembled unconsciously. Clearly, the pressure that Zhou Han subconsciously released was also a fatal blow to them. That was why he was so shocked. No, he doesn't have the special aura of a cosmic star on him. Looks like a local expert. The oldest cloud-devouring dragon condor said in a low voice, denying its previous guess. What? How is that possible? Can a local expert have such powerful combat strength? Unbelievable words kept coming. They prided themselves as the top experts of the Godfiend continent. Even if there was someone stronger than them, they would not be ridiculously strong. However, the moment they faced Zhou Han, they knew that they were wrong, very wrong. The difference in strength was not just a little bit, but a dimensional reduction attack. It happened quickly. At this moment, Zhou Han's sharp sword aura had already flown over. This was because these cloud-devouring dragon condors did not have Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments like the Wind Venom Snake Beast Lord. Therefore, in Zhou Han's opinion, this was worthless. He did not waste any time and naturally insta-killed them. PFFF. 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 The sound of sword aura piercing through the body sounded in the air one after another. Even though the cloud-devouring dragon condor was the overlord of the air, unfortunately, in front of Zhou Han, they were defenseless at all. Whether it was the attack range or the intensity, it was absolutely crushing. Then the final outcome was already decided. The light in the eyes of the 15 cloud-devouring dragon condors slowly dimmed, mixed with countless shock and disbelief. The kill was so fast that he could not even scream for the last time. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the cloud-devouring dragon condor. Detected that the enhancement state of the Heavenly Fate enhancement has been successfully triggered. You will receive an 80 times reward enhancement. You have obtained 360 billion experience points, 400 sovereign golden runes, and 16 million supreme enhancement points. Dharma treasure dropped. At the same time as he killed it, the combat interface immediately displayed the relevant reward information. Zhou Han quickly tidied up. After killing 15 cloud-devouring dragon condors, he obtained a total of 2,800 sovereign golden runes. There were a total of 1,360 sovereign-grade Dharma treasures. There were a total of 1,840 sovereign-grade equipment. There were a total of 960 sovereign-grade pills. Then, there were too many other pseudo-sovereign-grade ones. Because the quality was too inferior, Zhou Han naturally did not have the time to slowly count. That would be simply a waste of time. There was no need. Anyway, it was just synthesized materials. Then, he obtained more than 200 million supreme enhancement points, which was still relatively small. Fortunately, the limit Zhou Han obtained was 500 billion. As long as he kept killing wild monsters, it was still very easy to reach this number. Now, Little Rock and the other two were constantly killing other wild monsters. Although the supreme enhancement points obtained were not as high as the cloud-devouring dragon condor, there were many of these wild monsters. Overall, the benefits naturally far exceeded killing 15 cloud-devouring dragon condors. It's so easy to nurture pets. Other than some things that can't be settled and need me to do it myself, I can rest assured and leave everything to others. Seeing that the three pets were incomparably brave and charging wantonly on the battlefield, Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. After all, farming monsters was a relatively boring thing. With his capable assistant sharing such a workload, he naturally felt much more relaxed. All three pets would grow up quickly and become outstanding helpers. It was mainly because their strength had soared during this period of time. If he had had powerful combat strength earlier, Zhou Han would not have worked so hard to farm monsters himself. Fortunately, the appearance of the Beast Lord's crystal core gave him great hope. At that time, the three primordial realm pets would bring greater help. There were still many wild monsters in Fertility Hill. It was very difficult to kill them all in a short period of time. Zhou Han did not stay idle. He summoned his shadow clone and began to pack his spoils of war. Begin to move. Select the sovereign grade and special items separately. Ignore the other quality. Looking at the tens of thousands of clones in front of him, Zhou Han gave his order. This was because, for the time being, these things could enter his eyes. The other trash quality was definitely not worthy. Sovereign grade could still play a considerable role at the moment. Then there were the special items. The quality of these items might not be high, but some could unleash some strange effects. That was why Zhou Han emphasized this. Okay, boss, we understand. Brothers, let's move. Tens of thousands of shadow clones surged into the battlefield. Some participated in the battle, some packed their spoils of war, and some helped find hidden wild monsters. Coupled, it increased the efficiency of killing monsters. After Zhou Han was free, he entered the Epiphany space and comprehended the Sword Tao. The more times he entered the Epiphany space, the more he could sense the powerful power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light. That majestic power was not inferior to the power of the Creation Jade Disc. This was Zhou Han's personal experience. This was also the main reason why he had insisted on entering the Epiphany space. If I have the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light and the Creation Jade Disc at the same time, then I'll definitely be stronger. I can challenge stronger opponents above my level. Zhou Han thought excitedly, his face filled with endless anticipation. These advantages were something no one else could have. Therefore, he had to seize this opportunity well. He had to constantly become stronger in the shortest time possible. Only then would he be more confident in challenging those universal powerhouses. System prompt. The Epiphany space is about to close. In 5 seconds, you will be automatically teleported out. Please understand. Half an hour of comprehension made Zhou Han want more. However, as his comprehension deepened, he benefited greatly every time and gained a new understanding. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained 1 in 300,000 of the energy of the Source Enlightening Sword Light. It has automatically fused into your body. As usual, Zhou Han woke up from his cross-legged state. However, the second notification in his mind refreshed him and he looked overjoyed. I've finally obtained the energy of the Source Enlightening Sword Light. After holding on for a few years, it's finally effective. It's not easy. Zhou Han sighed and felt that it was a little unreal. The first time he entered the Epiphany space, he felt the mystery of the Source Enlightening Sword Light. That mysterious power shocked him greatly. Therefore, from that moment on, Zhou Han decided in his heart that he would work hard to control that power in the future. Finally, after a few years, along the way, every time the Epiphany space cooled down, he would enter in time. At this moment today, the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light could finally be used by him. Therefore, when he thought about it, he really sighed. Zhou Han opened his eyes and saw that his entire body was flickering with a nine-colored halo. Waves of light rippled, and a mysterious and ancient aura subconsciously emitted. It made his aura extremely transcendent. It seemed to be perfectly compatible with the world and had a very unique temperament. Of course, other than the change in temperament, more importantly, it was the increase in combat strength. A sharp force quickly flowed through Zhou Han's meridians, incomparably violent. As the name suggested, the source in lightning sword light was definitely related to the sword Dao. Therefore, it was reasonable for this power to have the sharpness and invincible characteristics of the sword Dao. Hiss! Zhou Han also gasped in pain. A huge pain kept spreading throughout his entire body. At this moment, he could be said to be in pain and joy. An ordinary body can't withstand the impact of this power at all. I would probably have shattered long ago, Zhou Han said gratefully. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced 19 times and reached an extremely strong level. If he had enhanced it less than once, he might be in trouble now. This was the uniqueness of the source in lightning sword light. The energy of the creation jade disc was also extremely majestic. However, it was different from the source in lightning sword light. If the trace of energy in the creation jade disc was a vast sea, then the energy of the source in lightning sword light was hundreds of millions of streams. Therefore, it was precisely because of this characteristic that the pain was so unbearable. At this moment, it confirmed Zhou Han's philosophy again. The strength of the body was true strength. If his physical strength did not meet the standard, the energy of this source in lightning sword light and the creation jade disc might not be his. It was because he had an extremely strong body that he could fuse this energy into his body and use it for himself. The violent energy impact lasted for more than an hour before finally stopping. They were completely fused by Zhou Han's meridians. He also heaved a sigh of relief. The entire compatibility process was dangerous. I wonder how powerful my sword aura is now. Thinking of this, Zhou Han was a little curious. With a thought, a trace of sword aura condensed on his fingertip. Even the sword aura has turned 9 colors. My sword Dao seems to have changed. However, I can't say where it has changed. Zhou Han looked at the sword aura condensed on his fingertip and muttered to himself in confusion. This was a very mysterious feeling. Previously, he had controlled the chaos sword aura, which was mainly constructed from black, white, and gray. Let's see how powerful it is. Zhou Han knew that the 9-colored sword aura was definitely not fancy. However, he would only know how strong it was after a little testing. Seeing the mountain range that extended 1,000,000 miles in front of him, Zhou Han smiled and flicked the 9-colored sword aura. The goal was obvious. He wanted to use the mountain range in front of him as an experiment. Boom! The explosion instantly sounded. At this moment, not even a microsecond had passed. The sword aura had already struck the huge mountain range. In an instant, the majestic mountain range disappeared, leaving dust floating in that space. Cough, cough, cough. Damn, what happened? Why did the group of mountain-piercing fire leopards in front of me suddenly disappear? The ashen illusory beast quickly waved away the dust, looking a little confused and stunned. Under a microsecond, even it did not know what caused it. Yes, me too. Not to mention the disappearance of the wild monsters. Look, the entire mountain range has disappeared. Little Bone reminded, its expression flickering with great fear. To be able to do this, his strength was too exaggerated. Since neither of us is injured by this shock wave. So, Master caused this scene? Little Rock said in surprise. The three of them looked at Zhou Han in unison. That was the only explanation. That's right. You don't have to be nervous. I'm just testing the power of the source in lightning sword light a little. Seeing the terrified expressions of Little Rock and the others, Zhou Han explained and comforted them. After all, the power caused by this 9-colored sword aura was indeed a little exaggerated. Even Zhou Han was deeply shocked, not to mention the ashen illusory beast and the other two. This was because this sword aura erupted with powerful power and was very close to them. If not for the fact that they were considered friendly units, they would probably have been annihilated by the wind along with the huge mountain range. Damn, this is the power of the source in lightning sword light. That's ridiculous. Even compared to the power of the creation jade disc, I don't feel at a disadvantage. Little Bone's eyes flickered with disbelief. During this period of time, it must have heard the rumors of the creation jade disc. Moreover, it had seen Zhou Han use the power more than once. Therefore, there was no doubt about the power of the creation jade disc. However, it was unbelievable that the source enlightening sword light also displayed such power. Yes, I didn't expect that either. How strong will the source enlightening sword light be? It really gave me a huge surprise. Zhou Han smiled and nodded. The scene of instantly destroying a mountain range millions of miles away was still vivid in his mind. Other than shock, he felt extremely comfortable. This was because the current him had two powerful forces in his body at the same time. Therefore, Zhou Han had more confidence to challenge a super expert. As expected of my master, miracles are still being created by you. A casual sword aura has caused such spectacular destructive power. I can't imagine if it's a full power attack. The ashen illusory beast bragged excitedly, feeling extremely happy that Zhou Han had become stronger. It should be very reasonable to beat a 20-star true god expert. Little Rock said with a smile. You're too conservative. In my estimation, he has to fight a 25-star true god expert head-on. The ashen illusory beast bragged. All right, don't brag too much. There will be a huge difference in strength between true god-grade experts with every additional star of primordial power. How can it be so easy to cross so many levels in one go? You'll naturally understand after you advance to the primordial realm. Zhou Han smiled and shook his head, rejecting their words. However, he was still confident. At the moment, if he used his full strength, it was indeed not difficult to deal with a 20-star true god expert. However, Zhou Han was not confident enough to face a 25-star expert. The first characteristic of the 9-colored sword aura is that it's fast. It far exceeds the previous chaos sword aura. Then, after a few experiments, Zhou Han finally concluded the characteristics of the 9-colored sword aura. The second point is that it has super powerful destructive power and can decompose the target into the initial elements. This is also why the huge mountain range turned into countless dust. Zhou Han quickly analyzed in his mind and was also very happy about this. Decomposing into the initial element was too lethal. No matter how tough a substance was, it was difficult to resist the corrosion of this sword aura. Therefore, I have to continue to persist in the future. Fight to control more of the power of the source enlightening sword light. In that case, it's difficult not to increase my strength. Zhou Han muttered to himself firmly with a satisfied smile. The source enlightening sword light and the creation jade disc could both increase his strength drastically. Although the source enlightening sword light was slightly weaker, the way to obtain it was relatively simple. This was because the origin sword light had always existed in the space of epiphany. As long as he kept entering, he could obtain its energy and accumulate it. Therefore, in comparison, it was more difficult to obtain the fragments of the creation jade disc. These two enhancement methods are very good. What I have to do is advance at the same time. Both powerful forces will be under my control. Zhou Han smiled heroically, his blood boiling and filled with endless fighting spirit. Only then could he catch up to those universal powerhouses in the fastest time. It was imperative to control his fate. Master, you're the best. In just one move, all the wild monsters in this rich hill were insta-killed by you. Little Bone said in admiration. Sai, this is much more efficient than us. The spoils of war have been packed. With the efforts of the ashen illusory beast and the other shadow clones, a huge mountain piled up in front of Zhou Han. They were all resources he had obtained. Zhou Han was not surprised. Firstly, the density of wild monsters in this rich hill was extraordinary. Then, after the reward enhancement of 80 times, it was very reasonable to have such huge resources. Hearing this, Zhou Han looked up. As expected, according to his previous instructions, the shadow clones collected sovereign-grade items and special items alone. In that case, begin fusion. With such a huge number, Zhou Han's storage space could not contain it. He could fuse them and turn trash into treasures. As he spoke, he received Zhou Han's order. The relevant cultivation technique of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome automatically circulated in his body. It circulated very quickly, covering hundreds of cycles in a second. A dense aura kept flying out and enveloped the many spoils of war in front of him. System prompt. You have activated the cultivation technique, Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. The equipment fusion skill has been activated. The Dharma Treasure fusion skill has been. The few skills contained in the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome began to fuse crazily. Master, can we consume the Beast Lord Crystal Core now? The ashen illusory beast could not suppress the excitement in its heart. It rubbed its large claws and asked expectantly. Of course, I obtained a large number of supreme enhancement points this time. I'll enhance them now, Zhou Han said with a smile. He did not know the exact number. However, he had just received the notification that the upper limit of 500 billion supreme enhancement points had been maxed out. Therefore, with so many enhancement points, Zhou Han could do many things. Okay, thank you so much, Master. You're really the best master. Little Rock and the others were also extremely excited when they heard this. At the thought that he was about to advance to the primordial realm, his excited heart and trembling hands felt so unreal. Zhou Han did not say anything else. He directly took out 3 Beast Lord Crystal Cores from his spatial inventory and chanted Enhancement in his heart. System prompt. You have activated talent, Infinite Enhancement. Congratulations, the Beast Lord Crystal Core has been successfully enhanced to the limit. The new attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. Zhou Han took a look. The 3 Beast Lord Crystal Cores erupted with a strong light shadow, and a violent aura spread out. It could be vaguely seen that after enhancement, it had an incomparably magical effect. He had only consumed more than 30 billion enhancement points in total. The now rich Zhou Han did not take this seriously. As long as his 3 pets advanced to the primordial realm, it was worth spending these enhancement points. This was because the stronger they were, the more help they would definitely be to Zhou Han. There were many things that he could not do alone. Therefore, he had to have capable helpers. Once he advanced to the primordial realm, Zhou Han believed that the 3 of them would bear greater responsibility and contribute more. Without thinking too much, Zhou Han looked up at the virtual interface. All the attributes of the enhanced Beast Lord Crystal Core appeared in front of him. Beast Lord Crystal Core, plus 135. Grade, Sovereign Grade. Type, Special Material. Description, it is a crystal purified by the energy in the bodies of the beasts, containing their lifetime comprehension and power. Only powerful beasts with the bloodline of a divine beast are qualified to condense a crystal core. This item is the most perfect energy for the beasts. It can be absorbed 100% and obtain a huge enhancement effect. However, it is precisely because of the preciousness of this material that the drop rate is terrifyingly low. Special effect, Beast God Blessing. The extremely weak divine beast power hidden in the crystal core has been successfully stimulated by an unknown power. After consuming it, you will obtain the comprehension of the starry sky divine beast, and your realm will instantly increase to the 5-star primordial realm. Description, due to the origin limitation of this material, the target can only be the beasts. If other races consume it, not only will they not be able to enjoy the buff effect, but they will also suffer a serious backlash. Please understand. Prompt. This material is a one-time consumable. After using it, it will automatically disappear. How is it, Master? How are the effects after enhancement? Can we really become primordial experts? Seeing the constantly flickering white light, the ashen illusory beast and the other 2 hurriedly leaned over. They knew very well that this was a scene only after every enhancement. Therefore, at this moment, he asked very urgently, wanting to know what kind of changes would happen after enhancement. This was because the enhanced special effects were all randomly generated. Although there was a high chance of advancing to the primordial realm, it was not 100%. If something happened, it would be really unbearable. That would be a huge loss. You can rest assured. I'll announce now that you're all experts of the primordial world. Not only that, but it can also directly raise you to a 5-star realm lord. Zhou Han did not hide it and directly announced the result. Let's take off. That's awesome, Master. You're really awesome. I have to say that this enhancement effect is too awesome. I originally only wanted to be a 1-star realm lord, but this is directly 5-star. Hearing this, the 3 of them were crying to vent their excitement. After taking the Beast Lord Crystal Core from Zhou Han, they wolfed it down. Perhaps because of the uniqueness of the starry beast god's power, after consuming the ashen illusory beast, they did not feel any pain. There was no violent energy spewing. The entire advancement process was especially calm. Ha ha ha. Is this the primordial power? The 5 stars in my body are flickering. They should represent the power of a 5-star. Little Rock was the first to successfully advance. Primordial power condensed on its golden wings, and it kept playing with it. It was both happy and excited. I've also become a primordial realm expert. I'll definitely be able to contribute more to Master in the future. Little Bone and Little Ashen followed closely behind. They had completely absorbed the primordial power and become 5-star realm lords. With such strength, he could completely do whatever he wanted in the Godfiend continent. No one was their match at all. Unfortunately, it can only be consumed by the beasts. Zhou Han shook his head regretfully. He also had thoughts about the primordial realm. However, there were clear restrictions to the Beast Lord Crystal Core, so Zhou Han could only give up. He did not dare to forcefully absorb it. No one knew the consequences of the unknown risks. Zhou Han was still very rational about this. After all, this was the power of the Star Beast God. It was definitely a giant in the universe. Otherwise, he would not have directly raised the target to a 5-star realm lord after completely activating it. Infinite power played its greatest role. However, if the materials themselves were very special, the changes brought by enhancement were also extremely limited. Therefore, Zhou Han would definitely not court death by fighting head-on with the power of the Starry Sky Divine Beast. Fortunately, although Zhou Han had not advanced to the primordial realm, no one dared to underestimate his powerful strength. To put it bluntly, he could easily crush 3 5-star realm lords with a fingernail. Seeing that his 3 pets were still adapting to the primordial power, Zhou Han did not disturb them. After all, he suddenly controlled an incomparably powerful force. There had to be a process of adaptation. Next, it's time to activate the remaining 72 random fragments. I wonder what kind of surprise is waiting for me. Zhou Han thought excitedly. With enough supreme enhancement points, he could do whatever he wanted. It was precisely because of the randomness that anticipation was maxed out. I'll directly enhance it with 1 key. Zhou Han took out all the random fragments. System prompt. Your enhancement request has been received. Congratulations, enhancement successful. Countless white lights kept shining past. Zhou Han mobilized the energy in his body and covered the random fragments, quickly activating them. You have activated a random fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained a Dao-grade Dharma treasure. Wishful Golden Dragon Saber fragment. You have activated a random fragment. Unfortunately, you have obtained a Sovereign Grade Dharma treasure. River Crossing Dragon Pearl fragment. You have activated a random fragment. Unfortunately, you have obtained a Sovereign Grade Dharma treasure. 5 Elements Treasure Mirror fragment. You have activated a random fragment. Unfortunately, you have obtained a Sovereign Grade Dharma treasure. Ancestral Phoenix Shield fragment. You have activated a random fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained a Dao-grade Dharma treasure. Great Void Divine Armor fragment. On the interface, the information about the benefits obtained was played. Zhou Han had long paid attention and quickly counted. There were 20 Sovereign Grade fragments. There were actually 52 Dao-grade fragments. Needless to say, there was originally only a 50% chance. Now that there was such a huge difference between the Sovereign Grade and the Dao Grade, it must be 10 times luck that played a key role again. System prompt. You have activated a total of 80 random fragments and obtained 4 chances to choose your own fragments. Please choose. Zhou Han was delighted. At this moment, an interface appeared in front of him. It recorded the name of the Dharma treasure fragment. Through his thoughts, he could make a choice. Zhou Han naturally searched immediately, wanting to confirm if he could choose the Creation Jade Disc fragment. After flipping through a few pages, he finally found the name of the Creation Jade Disc in a corner. That's great. I can really choose. Zhou Han's eyes flickered with great surprise as he hurriedly made a decision. All 4 fragments. Choose the Creation Jade Disc. System prompt. Your choice has been received. For fragments will be automatically sent to your spatial inventory. Please understand. Very good. Among these 52 Dao-grade fragments, there are 2 Creation Jade Disc fragments. In that case, I have 10. This is a huge surprise. Even the usually calm Zhou Han was extremely excited at this moment. He did not know how powerful 10 Creation Jade Disc fragments could be, but it was definitely very terrifying. System prompt. 6 creation jade disc fragments have been detected. They have not fused. Do you want to fuse them immediately? Fuse. Zhou Han immediately agreed. This was because only by fusing could he unleash his strongest strength. This way, he could obtain more power from the creation jade disc. As soon as Zhou Han finished speaking, 6 fragments of the creation jade disc floated into the air. Like dazzling stars, they shone brightly and bloomed with a huge light. Under the pull of the mysterious power, they slowly approached. They kept colliding, erupting with endless power, causing the sky to collapse and the sun and moon to lose their light. The power of destruction swept crazily. The commotion this time is a little unusual. It should be because of the 6 fragments. Zhou Han had been watching quietly from the side. He guessed. He had seen such a scene before. However, there were not so many fragments previously, so the commotion caused could not be compared to now. Thinking of this, Zhou Han hurriedly activated his divine sense to the greatest extent and probed the depths of the universe. After all, there were a total of 10 creation jade disc fragments fused. It was hard to guarantee that such a commotion would not attract the experts in the universe. Therefore, Zhou Han activated his divine sense to investigate clearly that something would definitely happen. If there was an extremely powerful existence nearby, he could also stop the fusion of the creation jade disc fragment immediately. This was because he was the owner of the fragment now. He could do this. At this moment, within a tenth of a light year, Zhou Han's divine sense was like radar as it quickly scanned. After 5 minutes of scanning, he was finally relieved. Within this range, there were countless true God-grade experts. Zhou Han did not feel much threat. In his perception, many auras were approaching him. It was very likely that the other party had also sensed the aura of the creation jade disc. Whether it was coming to join in the fun or wanting to take it for himself, Zhou Han expressed that he was very welcome. After all, he was very short of the primordial spirit crystal and the sovereign golden rune. Not to mention that there was a certain chance of dropping the primordial spirit crystal after killing a true God-grade expert. The number of sovereign golden runes that dropped far exceeded the wild monsters in the great desolate divine domain. Therefore, thinking of this, Zhou Han smiled coldly. The universe was just so cold and heartless. The weak were destined to become someone else's resources. Advanced hunters often appeared in the form of prey. Zhou Han was in this state now. If he wanted to hunt more cosmic experts, he could only act as bait. The benefits would be more generous. What a powerful force. What is this? At this moment, on the way, the desolate Heaven King also felt the energy fluctuation of the creation jade disc. Unfortunately, his knowledge was still too shallow. He only knew that this power was extraordinary, but he did not know what kind of supreme treasure it was. It's actually coming from Zhou Han. Could he have obtained another opportunity? The desolate Heaven King kept guessing in his heart. It was precisely because he had seen Zhou Han's heaven-defying talent that he had such a guess. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. All of this is mine soon. Only I, the desolate Heaven King, am qualified to occupy everything. Thinking of this, the desolate Heaven King's heart burned and his blood boiled. Because he had never felt such power, once this power was used by him, he would definitely soar into the sky and dominate the world. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully fused all 10 creation jade disc fragments. You have obtained 1 in 100,000 of the power of the creation jade disc. Great, that's great. It went from 1 in 600,000 to 1 in 100,000. This is really a considerable improvement. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han was a little excited. This was because the increase in numbers brought about a leap in strength. Sensing the rumbling power in his body, Zhou Han smiled happily. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel to see how all his attributes had increased. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 356, 96.22%. Health, 400.5 trillion. Attack, 186.53 billion. Defense, 196.03 billion. Soul Power, 175.16 billion. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, God Fiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul Artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Sword Emperor Ring, Heavenly Fate Bracelet, Flame Emperor Necklace. Support Equipment, Demon Emperor earrings, Big Dipper set, Heavenly Wolf set. Equipment, Heavenly Saint battle robe, Yang Di wrist guard, Battle Sovereign belt, White Emperor leg guard. Universe set, Star River set. Dharma treasure, Primordial Heaven suppressing seal, Creation jade disc fragment, Heavenly Martial golden armor, Heaven defying bead, Ancestral phoenix shield, Heaven opening axe, Honorable soul banner, 5 elements treasure mirror, Cloud sky blood dragon spear, Grand supreme array, mirror demon book, Cold sea blood lust bead. Cultivation technique, Grand primordium heavenly tome, Tao seeding immortal technique, ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan scripture, beginner version of the beginningless scripture, extreme, divine sword technique, proud heaven ice emperor technique, Grand primordium ancient scroll, blood emperor heaven splitting record, Grand soul Tao, fire Qilin sword technique, eternal sword body. Gem, killing gem, immortal gem, scorching sun gem, splitting gem, bloodthirsty gem, persistent hit gem. Guild buff, HP increased by 2 billion, attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, starry sky mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Clarity Sword Heart plus 19, open and see the details. Constitution, Glazed Golden Body plus 19, open and see the details. After seeing the data on the interface, it did not disappoint Zhou Han, especially his HP, which had already exceeded 400 billion. It was terrifying. Such HP had already exceeded a 25-star true God-grade expert. Therefore, in battle, it could increase the tolerance of mistakes. Even if he was attacked first, he would not be killed by the other party's combo. This was the advantage of having high health points. Next, I have to collect more fragments of the Creation Jade disc. Although the speed at which my strength increases is very fast, this is far from enough. I want it faster. Zhou Han clenched his fists and thought to himself. After all, he was determined to reach the peak, so he must be even stricter with himself. He would not lose his confidence just because he had obtained a small achievement. This was not the mentality of a strong person. Zhou Han, long time no see. Ever since we met in the chaotic mystic world, I've been thinking about you. How have you been? Just as Zhou Han was feeling the joy of his strength increasing, a voice came from 3,000 meters away. From the words, it sounded like a greeting from an old friend. However, it was obvious that this tone contained many emotions. There was extreme hatred, hidden joy, playful mockery, and so on. Desolate Heaven King. Zhou Han smiled. He was quite familiar with this voice. This was because he had previously encountered the Desolate Heaven King's clone. The two voices were the same. Just now, when Zhou Han released his divine sense into the depths of the universe, he naturally noticed the Desolate Heaven King flying over. However, the current him was no longer the Zhou Han of the past. At that time, it was extremely strenuous to fight the Desolate Heaven King's clone. It was in danger, and he almost died on the spot. However, now, Zhou Han could even kill a true divine-grade expert. A mere Desolate Heaven King was nothing. It was simply too weak to interest him at all. Looks like he's really in the great Desolate Divine Domain. He should be walking into a trap. I'll play with you first. Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. On the other hand, the Desolate Heaven King's words arrived before he arrived. He kept saying ruthless words to show his dominance. He had no idea about the current threat. Zhou Han, I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. You were lucky to escape from the extreme ice tyrant, but the great Desolate Divine Domain is my territory. You won't be able to escape today. The Desolate Heaven King threw his head back and laughed, looking extremely comfortable. This was because soon, Zhou Han's heaven-defying talent would be his. Therefore, one could imagine how happy he was. Yes, since I can't run, I won't run. I'll wait for you to attack, Zhou Han said extremely calmly, a playful smile flashing across his eyes. Ha, you're quite sensible. Do you know that struggling is useless? Are you surrendering? The Desolate Heaven King looked a little smug. As expected, his power was too powerful, directly suppressing Zhou Han. That's fine. When I possess you, I'll try my best to reduce your pain. The Desolate Heaven King was very satisfied with this. If Zhou Han's awareness of resistance was too strong, even if he possessed his body, there would be a lot of exclusion. Therefore, the current situation was what the desolate Heaven King wanted to see the most. You're quite confident. You're sure you can defeat me? At this moment, Zhou Han really could not stand it anymore. This guy was simply too confident. He really thought Zhou Han was afraid of him. Zhou Han only found it interesting and was teasing the desolate Heaven King, but the other party took it seriously. What did you say? The desolate Heaven King frowned slightly. He originally thought that this would be the outcome, but he never expected the other party to be convinced. Why? Do you really want to fight me? I wanted you to die without pain, but you were unwilling. In that case, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. You're not convinced, right? I'll beat you until you're convinced. The smile on the desolate Heaven King's face gradually turned cold, and his indifferent voice was filled with threat. Just you wait. You're too weak. You have to line up. I'll deal with you after I deal with this group of cosmic experts. Zhou Han said casually. Under his divine sense, a group of experts attracted by the power of the creation jade disk in the universe would descend soon. There was no lack of true God-grade experts. There were a total of 36 people in this batch. Of course, this was only because they planned to attack. There were still at least a few hundred people watching from afar. Zhou Han was not surprised. He was currently in East Zone 9. In an area more than 300,000 light-years in diameter, there were as many experts as the clouds. A few hundred experts were just the tip of the iceberg. It was nothing. A powerhouse in the universe. Hearing this, the desolate Heaven King was stunned before snorting. The great desolate divine domain is my territory. I didn't even sense it. Where did you get the news? You want to use this to delay the battle? I suggest you find a better excuse. The desolate Heaven King clearly did not take Zhou Han's words seriously. Even with his powerful strength, he did not sense the aura of a cosmic expert. Could it be that Zhou Han's divine sense was stronger than his? That was obviously impossible. However, just as the desolate Heaven King finished speaking, he heard a few piercing sounds as they rushed over. His aura was imposing, and his voice was like lightning. His might was awe-inspiring, and an unbearable pressure enveloped him. What? A cosmic expert has really descended. How did you know? The desolate Heaven King was extremely terrified, his eyes flickering with disbelief. However, there was more panic. With so many cosmic experts descending here, they probably did not come with good intentions. Good people would not come. He, who could call the shots in the great desolate divine domain, was like an ant in front of a cosmic expert. Therefore, how could the desolate Heaven King not be nervous? The other party could crush him with a finger. His fate was completely in the hands of others. The aura of the creation jade disk disappeared here. Kid, did you see anything unusual nearby? The middle-aged bald expert in golden armor in the sky locked his gaze on Zhou Han and interrogated him sternly. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll destroy this planet in one go. Another red-robed, old man threatened. It was obvious that he cultivated the fire attribute. Otherwise, his temper would not be so fiery. I understand. I just saw that his surroundings are constantly flickering with rainbow light and spewing huge energy fluctuations. It must be what you're looking for. Without waiting for Zhou Han to say anything, the desolate Heaven King hurriedly knelt on the ground and said loudly. He explained everything in detail, filled with the desire to live. The desolate Heaven King was pointing at Zhou Han. Because he was afraid of these cosmic experts, he wanted to use this to obtain their good impression. This way, not only would his life not be in danger, but he might also be able to obtain some benefits from these cosmic experts. That was why the desolate Heaven King had done such a thing. Is what he said true? The energy fluctuation of the creation jade disk came from you? The bald expert, Blood Sun Luo, locked onto Zhou Han with a hawk-like gaze and asked, That's right. That's what you want, right? It's all with me. Zhou Han's expression was very calm. He had probably stimulated a trace of the power of the creation jade disk and surged out. The purpose of doing so was simple. That was to attract more primordial realm experts over. Zhou Han definitely wanted to come to Boundless University. Many experts were still watching the battle from afar, very cautious. As expected, as Zhou Han revealed the power of the creation jade disk, they could sense it even more clearly at a relatively close distance. The trace of doubt in his heart disappeared. More experts would attack. Seeing this, Zhou Han was very happy. As expected, it's the aura of the creation jade disk. Hurry up and hand over the fragment. This is not energy that a weak chicken like you can control. The red-robed old man, Yin Luotian, roared excitedly, looking very anxious. Endless greed erupted in his eyes. This was because the creation jade disc, as the strongest Dharma treasure in the universe, had such extreme temptation. It was an existence that countless experts yearned for. Ha ha ha, this is mine. Give it to me. Other than Yin Luotian and Blood Sun Luo, another 5 true God-grade experts surged into the territory. After all, there were only so many fragments. If he did not take the initiative, he would have no chance at all. Not only true divine-grade experts, but even those realm lord-grade experts were also tempted. Although he knew that his strength was not enough to fight a true god, the desire and throbbing in his heart were like an instinctive reaction that was difficult to restrain. After all, he still had the mentality of getting lucky. If he could successfully fish in troubled waters, as long as he obtained the fragment of the creation jade disc, his combat strength would definitely instantly increase, and he would take off on the spot. It was precisely because everyone had such thoughts that it was normal for so many realm lord-grade experts to be present. Since we're going to snatch it, let's see who's stronger. It belongs to whoever is powerful. Blood Sun Luo smiled proudly. It was obvious that he had great confidence in his strength that he said such words. As he finished speaking, an incomparably bloody light erupted from his body. 9 blood-colored flood dragons wrapped around him. They were the first to attack Zhou Han. This move is the 9 flood dragons swallows the heavens. So your Blood Sun Luo? The thundercloud venerable looked at the constantly rolling flood dragons in the sky, his tone filled with surprise. Ha ha ha, not bad. You still have some eyesight. You recognize me. So get lost now. I'll take all of this creation jade disc fragment for myself. Blood Sun Luo said domineeringly when he saw that someone knew his reputation. The thundercloud venerable's expression was a little ugly. In front of so many experts, he could not stand being berated by Blood Sun Luo. However, in the end, he swallowed his anger and did not dare to speak. After all, this Blood Sun Luo controlled the 23-star primordial power. As for himself, he only controlled 20-star. There was a difference of 3 stars. No matter how much he could fight above his level, it could not make up for such a huge combat strength difference. Therefore, admitting defeat was the best choice now. I've long heard that Blood Sun Luo is arrogant and ruthless. Now that I've seen it today, it's indeed majestic. Just this aura alone gives off a huge pressure that's difficult to resist. That's right. I didn't expect to meet him. It's a little difficult to snatch the fragment of the creation jade disc this time. Damn, I can't accept this. Am I going to give up just like that? The expressions of the surrounding experts changed, and they looked disappointed and regretful. After all, their combat strength was on a completely different level from Blood Sun Luo. Therefore, there was nothing he could do about this situation. They could only stay there anxiously, but they did not dare to move. They watched helplessly as Blood Sun Luo kept approaching Zhou Han. If nothing went wrong, the creation jade disc fragment would be in his bag. However, if nothing went wrong, there would definitely be an accident. Ha ha ha, a bunch of cowards. No one dares to compete with me. Soon, my combat strength will increase to a higher level. Blood Sun Luo stared fixedly at the fragment of the creation jade disc. It was overjoyed and bloomed with a huge smile. Are you that confident? Did you ask my opinion? Zhou Han's cold voice sounded with a hint of teasing and anger. He directly ignored the powerful pressure of Blood Sun Luo. After all, these guys began to discuss the ownership of the creation jade disc in front of him. At the same time that it made Zhou Han laugh, he was a little unhappy. They really did not take him seriously. What a joke. These people were about to die and still didn't know it. Since Zhou Han had attracted them, there was definitely no reason to let it go. He had to leave no one alive. This was because these were all extremely abundant resources. As long as he killed them, the primordial spirit crystal and the sovereign golden rune would drop. Oh, you have an opinion. Blood Sun Luo chuckled, his eyes filled with mockery. He did not take Zhou Han seriously. But you're too weak to talk to me at all. Die. With a furious roar, the 9 flood dragons on Blood Sun Luo spat out waves of blood, wanting to insta-kill Zhou Han. That's it. Is that all you've got? As Zhou Han chatted and laughed, he circulated 1 in 100,000 of the power of the creation jade disc in his body. Feel your true power. As Zhou Han pointed with his right hand, a 9-colored sword aura spewed out. This seemingly ordinary attack was actually extraordinary. It fused the power of the creation jade disc and the power of the source enlightening sword light. With the enhancement of the two extreme powers, it had an even more invincible destructive power. You didn't. Blood Sanluo was about to say that this move was useless to him. However, he realized that it was extremely difficult to say the last word. His body also became extremely heavy at this moment. He wanted to struggle, but a few microseconds weren't left for him. Under the special decomposition of the source enlightening sword light, Blood Sanluo's body turned into the most primitive elements that fluttered in the wind. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the true God-grade expert, Blood Sanluo. Special effect. Heavenly Fate Enhancement has been successfully triggered. Your reward will automatically increase by 80 times. You have obtained 80 primordial spirit crystals, 2,400 sovereign golden runes, and a sovereign-grade Dharma treasure. Hearing the notification of the kill echo in his mind, Zhou Han was delighted. This time, he was very lucky. After killing it, the primordial spirit crystal dropped. This way, after the reward enhancement, he immediately obtained 80 primordial spirit crystals. It was simply wonderful. This feeling was too good. Moreover, he had obtained a lot of sovereign golden runes. In that case, he was one step closer to enhancing his body 30 times. At the thought of it, he was in a very good mood. I almost forgot about the enhanced Heavenly Fate card. With so many enhancement points, it's a waste not to enhance the Heavenly Fate card. Zhou Han slapped his head and instantly remembered this. He had just cleaned up the spoils of war and comprehended the source enlightening sword light. There were also fragments that he had fused earlier. Coupled with the fact that he had encountered another battle, Zhou Han forgot. Hurry up and upgrade the Heavenly Fate card. Enhance it as many times as you can. Thinking of this, Zhou Han immediately chanted in his heart. After all, the special effect of the Heavenly Fate enhancement concerned the multiplier of the reward. The more times he enhanced it, the greater the benefits he would definitely obtain. Therefore, it was very necessary to enhance the Heavenly Fate card, and it could not be delayed. Otherwise, like just now, it was not easy for the primordial spirit crystal to drop. He could have obtained a higher reward enhancement. However, it was only 80 times now. System prompt. Your enhancement instructions have been received. The enhancement will begin now. Please wait. A notification sounded. White light poured into the Heavenly Fate card and underwent a violent change. The mysterious fluctuation rippled crazily. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Congratulations, the Heavenly Fate card has been successfully enhanced to 90 times. The relevant attribute data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. Very good, it's been enhanced to 90 times. In other words, it was enhanced 60 times this time. Zhou Han nodded slightly, extremely satisfied. However, when he saw that his enhancement points were only left with more than 90 billion, his expression turned ugly. The Heavenly Fate card was indeed a downgrade special item. As the number of enhancements continued to increase, the enhancement points consumed became more and more terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhou Han sighed and looked at the virtual interface. Heavenly Fate card plus 90. Grade, downgrade. Type, special item. Description, it's a card carefully created by a master alchemist in the universe after sealing a trace of the power of Heavenly Fate for 100 million years. Having this card represents the fate of the heavens and extraordinary providence. As long as you don't court death, it won't be a problem to become an eternal true god. Fatum, special effect, Heavenly Fate enhancement. Any reward you obtain will receive a 100% increase of 450 times. No location is restricted. All maps will take effect. However, items with unique characteristics will not be able to enjoy this increased reward. Special effect, persistent, a permanent buff. Even if you are killed and revived, you will enjoy the special effect of the Heavenly Fate. It will take effect permanently and cannot be erased. Description, as long as you activate this item, it will take effect immediately. It is a one-time consumable item that will be automatically destroyed after use. Items of the same type cannot be stacked. Fortunately, it can increase the reward by 450 times. These thousands of supreme enhancement points are also used wisely. Seeing the enhanced Heavenly Fate card, Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief. This increase was a little more than he had expected. He was quite satisfied with that. In that case, I've earned less than 370 primordial spirit crystals. I should have enhanced it earlier. Zhou Han slapped his thigh and felt a little regretful. Just as Zhou Han was enhancing the Heavenly Fate card, the surrounding experts finally recovered from their shock. Yes, they were shocked. No one expected Blood Sunluo of the 23-star primordial power to die just like that. This battle lasted less than 10 microseconds. It ended too quickly. It was f-king ridiculous. You killed Blood Sunluo? In the crowd, a true god-grade middle-aged expert asked Zhou Han with a terrified expression. Her face was no longer as arrogant as before. What do you think? Zhou Han looked at him as if he was looking at a fool and asked. Impossible. How can you kill a true god-grade expert? Moreover, it was in such a short period of time. It was too fast. We didn't see anything clearly. The other expert's expression was filled with disbelief. He didn't believe that Blood Sunluo would be so fragile. What does it matter if you believe it or not? Everyone has to die. I won't waste my breath on the dead. Zhou Han smiled. However, this handsome smile looked so cold to everyone, like the smile of a ghost from hell. How arrogant. We have hundreds of experts present. How dare you say such a thing? I'll escape now. Let's see how you chase me. Who doesn't have a trump card? If you really force us into a corner, don't even think about having an easy time. Hearing Zhou Han's arrogant words, they were a little afraid at first. However, with so many experts present, he immediately felt confident. Useless. In the face of absolute power, you can't withstand a single blow. Infinite blood sea. Trap them all. In the blink of an eye, blood energy had already erupted when Zhou Han spoke just now. The endless blood sea, which had been enhanced 500 times, completely displayed its ultimate courage. A 1,000,000-foot-tall wave kept surging, rising and falling, surging and roaring. Zhou Han specially enhanced this skill to the highest limit. He had taken a fancy to the restriction and speed reduction characteristics of the blood sea. After using it, all the targets within 100 million miles could not escape. After all, everyone present was a primordial realm expert with impressive methods. After wandering in the universe for endless years, he must have many trump cards. Zhou Han did this because he did not want to let anyone off. If a few of them really escaped, then the news that Zhou Han had 10 creation jade discs might spread like wildfire. At that time, he would not only face hundreds of experts. It was very likely millions, tens of millions. Such power was not something he could resist. Moreover, if these people had a powerful backer behind them and these top experts attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, no one could escape this time. This was Zhou Han's caution. He had to consider everything carefully, or he would be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, countless bloody hands extended from the sea of blood and kept entangling the cosmic experts who wanted to escape. It was simply airtight. The power of the sea of blood seemed endless. It constantly provided a source of power to countless bloody hands. In this way, the energy of these cosmic experts was greatly consumed. Soon, they could not resist and fell into the sea of blood, corroded. They were wiped out in one wave. On this side, the desolate Heaven King was already trembling in fear. He looked at Zhou Han's figure in a daze, his heart surging with endless despair. He never expected Zhou Han to have such terrifying strength. He was really courting death by taking the initiative to find trouble with Zhou Han. It was ridiculous for him to provoke such an expert like an ant. Now do you have any last words? Zhou Han turned to the desolate Heaven King and said indifferently. The desolate Heaven King's mouth moved, but he did not say anything. He lowered his head miserably. At this moment, anything he said seemed useless. He could not figure out why Zhou Han's growth was so fast. One had to know that only 3 to 4 years ago, the other party's strength was comparable to his clone. Now, not only had Zhou Han's strength surpassed his, but even incomparably powerful cosmic experts were so fragile in front of Zhou Han. This improvement speed was simply abnormal. He had nothing to say about losing to such an expert. Fatum, he could only blame himself for being weak and inferior. Seeing that the desolate Heaven King did not speak, Zhou Han did not waste any time. A sword light quickly flashed as he ended the desolate Heaven King's sinful life. Master, you're so domineering. Hundreds of primordial realm experts turned them to ashes with a smile. The ashen illusory beast hurriedly leaned over and bragged. Such a scene did shock it deeply. If you work hard, you'll reach this height too. Continuously improving and slowly approaching the peak. Zhou Han said with a smile. Through the battle just now, he could also clearly realize that his current strength should be the strength of a 25-star and 26-star true god. Let's organize the spoils of war first. The 450 times reward increase makes our benefits even more exaggerated. Zhou Han ordered. Yes, master. Looks like we can wear a sovereign grade set this time. Little Rock roared excitedly when it saw the incomparably huge number of equipment. This was because Zhou Han had extra sets and would definitely put them on first. Thinking of this, the three pets were even more motivated to pack their spoils of war. On a huge black planet in East Zone 9, reporting to the head palace master. I just checked my Dark Knight temple. The soul lamps of 12 members were extinguished almost at the same time. A guard knelt at the door of the hall filled with black mist and quickly reported. Oh, that happened. How dare you touch someone from my Dark Knight temple? The head palace master frowned slightly, and a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. Everyone in East Zone 9 knew that the head palace master of the Dark Knight temple was the most protective. No one dared to provoke him with his powerful strength and vengeful personality. Now, 12 members were dead. This was simply a ruthless slap to the head palace master's face. Could it be someone from Light Sound Heaven? They've been at odds with us. I can't think of anyone else who would provoke us, the guard guessed carefully. Investigate. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Send another operation team to teach the Light Sound Heaven a lesson. The head palace master was furious and immediately gave the order. Yes. The guard hurriedly left to carry out his orders. No matter who it is, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I'll make you pay the most painful price. The head palace master's expression was incomparably ferocious. The power of an eternal true God poured down for billions of miles. The Light Sound Heaven in East Zone 9 was enveloped by endless holy light, holy and dignified. 7 believers have been lost. Dark Knight Temple, you're getting more and more impudent. The holy face of the high priest of the Light Sound Heaven had long distorted. At this moment, his hatred reached its peak. Pass down my holy token and fight the Dark Knight Temple. At this moment, Zhou Han might not have expected to kill hundreds of cosmic experts. Among them were people from the Dark Knight Temple and the Light Sound Heaven. Coincidentally, it triggered a conflict and caused a huge battle. He was lucky to escape and was not noticed by an eternal true God-grade expert. The spoils of war had been counted. There were a total of 1,880 primordial spirit crystals. He obtained more than 135,000 sovereign golden runes. Then, there were more than 420,000 sovereign-grade equipment, more than 330,000 sovereign-grade Dharma treasures, more than 280,000 sovereign-grade pills. This was because the reward for the Heavenly Fate Enhancement had reached 450 times. Therefore, this number was a little exaggerated. A huge harvest. Boss is awesome. This should be the time with the most benefits. After hearing Zhou Han's statistics, Little Bone danced with joy. The current sovereign grade was really common. It was like cabbages and had no class at all. Thinking back, how precious and rare was this sovereign grade. However, ever since they met Zhou Han, their lives had changed drastically. Now, sovereign grade was nothing much. All right, you can choose whatever you want. There's definitely something for you. Zhou Han waved his hand and said heroically, with so many of them, it was just right. He changed all his equipment to sovereign grade. This way, he would completely bid farewell to the pseudo-sovereign grade set from before. After all, Zhou Han's identity was different now. It no longer suited his status to not wear pseudo-sovereign grade clothes. After choosing a few pieces of equipment with the strongest attributes, Zhou Han changed his equipment. He felt his strength increase again and felt very comfortable. Then, there were some powerful pills. After consuming them, he began to refine their medicinal power. Zhou Han's physique was strong, so his absorption ability was naturally good. Others might need years to consume the medicinal power. He finished absorbing in a few minutes, very easily. After all, He was the man whose body had fused with the sovereign golden rune. In the future, he would have to fuse with the primordial spirit crystal. Therefore, it was very reasonable for his body to be a little stronger. Boss, there are 2 scrolls here. Take a look. After the ashen illusory beast chose its equipment, it handed over the special items it had sorted out. This was what Zhou Han had long instructed him to separate the special items that dropped. As qualified tool pets, the ashen illusory beast and the others naturally followed Zhou Han's orders strictly to clean up the battlefield. Yes, let me take a look first. Zhou Han nodded slightly and took the 2 scrolls. They flickered with a strange luster. When he opened the scrolls, they were like ripples and beautiful. So it's 2 mission scrolls. After Zhou Han activated the appraisal, he saw the relevant description. Coincidentally, I can earn another wave of supreme enhancement points. Give me a few more such mission scrolls. Zhou Han said with a smile, looking very happy. System prompt. 2 missions have been detected. Do you want to accept the mission immediately? Don't accept the mission for now. Enhance it. Zhou Han rejected. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Congratulations, the mission scroll has been successfully enhanced to the maximum. The relevant attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. A white light quickly flashed, and Zhou Han's gaze stopped on the virtual interface again. The new attributes were familiar and could be seen clearly. Tao Lord's information, +20. Type, special item. Mission description. There are clues about the founder of the God-Fiend continent, the Tao Lord, buried in the 8 great divine domains. You will learn more secrets because of this. Mission location, origin, Wood Divine Domain. Mission duration, within a year. After failure, all attributes will be weakened by 50%. Mission reward. Obtain the corresponding reward according to the level of the score. Origin Wood Divine Domain. Looks like it's necessary to make a trip to this place. Zhou Han muttered to himself, already making a decision. This concerned information about the Tao Lord, so Zhou Han had to go. No matter what the Tao Lord's goal was, what Zhou Han had to do was obtain more information about the Tao Lord. This way, once they fell out, he would have more countermeasures to deal with the Tao Lord. This was why Zhou knew the importance of the other party's information. If he was not prepared at all, he would be very passive. Moreover, he could obtain a reward for this. It was the best of both worlds. Because he had enhanced it 20 times, Zhou Han could rely on this mission to directly enter the origin Wood Divine Domain without needing to obtain the additional key. This was the power of an SSS rank talent. It saved a lot of collection time. Time was a huge resource to Zhou Han. Then, he slid to the right, and a second mission appeared on the interface. Bravely charging into the ancient desolation tower, +20. Type, special item. Mission description. At the south pole of the great desolate divine domain, there is an ancient desolation tower. At the top of the tower, there are a few Tao-grade Dharma treasure fragments stored. Only true adventurers dare to enter an adventure. Do you dare? Mission location. South pole of the great desolate divine domain. Mission duration, 1 month. If you fail, you will lose 10 Dharma treasures. Mission reward. Obtain the corresponding reward according to the level of the score. There's a Tao-grade Dharma treasure fragment. I definitely won't miss this easily. I have to go there and adventure. After reading the mission description, Zhou Han chuckled. Because of the creation jade disc fragment, he was very sensitive to Tao-grade Dharma treasure fragments. This time, whether he could obtain the fragment of the creation jade disc or not, he had to go over and take a look. Such a mission scroll was not so easy to drop. Moreover, after completing the mission, there was a high chance that he would obtain additional supreme enhancement points. Accept the mission, bravely charging into the ancient desolation tower. Zhou Han tore open this mission scroll and said, he was in the great desolate divine domain now, so he followed his principles. After completing it, it would not be too late to enter the origin Wood Divine Domain. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully accepted the mission, bravely charging into the ancient desolation tower. Please complete this mission within a month. You can use the Wicked map to carry out mission navigation guidance. He opened the map. Sure enough, the route was marked. He just had to follow the planned route. Along the way, he could also pass by a few rich wild monster strongholds and harvest a wave of resources. Although the drop rate of these wild monsters was not as high as that of cosmic experts, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Zhou Han did not mind. Moreover, cosmic experts were not common. Zhou Han could use the power of the creation jade disc to seduce the experts in the universe. However, this frequency could not be too frequent. This was because the deaths of experts would definitely arouse others' vigilance and suspicion. At that time, if those top experts came over, they would really be finished. As it turned out, there was nothing wrong with Zhou Han being so cautious. If he seduced another wave of experts in the universe next, it was very likely that the head palace master of the Dark Knight Temple and the high priest of the Light Sound Heaven would notice him. Therefore, caution was very necessary. He would rather obtain fewer resources than ensure his safety. This was Zhou Han's philosophy. Then, Zhou Han and the others led their 3 pets towards the ancient Desolation Tower. There were a total of 12 wild monster strongholds along the way. The number of wild monsters made Zhou Han very satisfied. Under the suppression of huge strength, it could be said to have wiped out the other party without effort. Now, it could be said that there was no existence on the God-Fiend continent that could threaten him. After these 2 missions are completed, I want to find the existence of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. It's time to escape the shackles of the God-Fiend continent. Zhou Han thought to himself. This was because his special mission was to defeat the strongest person in the world on the God-Fiend continent. Clearly, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was the strongest at the moment. It was time to end this. He left the God-Fiend continent and entered a wider universe. How serious the challenge was to embark on a new journey there. Only then could he increase his strength faster. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a divine emperor-grade demonic beast, the Dark Snake Emperor. After a reward enhancement of 450 times, you have obtained 1,350 sovereign golden runes. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a divine emperor-grade demonic beast, the ancient ice dragon beast. After a reward enhancement of 450 times, you have obtained. In the sky, sword aura spewed out, erupting with endless destructive power. With every sword aura that flashed, hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts could be seen falling from the sky. Facing such a disparity in strength, they had no strength to resist. It could only become Zhou Han's resource. The notification of the kill kept scrolling across the combat interface. At this moment, Zhou Han pushed forward. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass grew. Killing it was simply too easy. The energy consumed was negligible and did not affect Zhou Han's state at all. As subordinates, it's simply too easy. We just need to clean up the battlefield. The ashen illusory beast said helplessly when it saw Zhou Han showing his might. This was because before they could attack, the battle had long ended. It was mainly because after fusing with the energy of the source in lightning sword light, the power of the sword aura was much stronger than before. Therefore, it was very terrifying in terms of killing efficiency. Master, is that tower the one we're looking for? Little Rock saw a tower that towered like clouds 30,000 miles away. It had an extraordinary aura and emitted a strange light. He hurriedly reported the situation. That's right, that's the ancient Desolation Tower. The mission shows that there are Tao-grade Dharma treasure fragments stored here at the top. Zhou Han activated his divine sense and quickly detected them. Is that so? There's actually a Tao-grade Dharma treasure fragment. There are really many good things in this great desolate divine domain. However, these will be yours soon. The ashen illusory beast said excitedly. It had great confidence in Zhou Han's strength. Others could not pass through this ancient Desolation Tower, but to his master, Zhou Han, it was simply easy. Therefore, this reward was simply free. Master, let's go in now. Let us take the lead. Little Bone volunteered. After all, the combat strength of the 3 of them had reached the 5-star primordial realm. With such strength, he could completely do whatever he wanted in the God-Fiend continent. No one in the native power could stop them. Therefore, now was the time to show his usefulness. Yes, that's good too. A target with a weak level is indeed not qualified to let me attack. Zhou Han said calmly and agreed to their request. After all, with his status, letting Zhou Han deal with a divine emperor-grade target was simply as easy as dealing with a group of ants. Therefore, it would be very boring for him to attack. He might as well leave this matter to the ashen illusory beast and the others. This was because it was his pet. Therefore, if they completed the mission, it would be the same as if Zhou Han had completed the mission. All right, thank you for your trust, Master. We will definitely remove all the obstacles for you and unleash the most perfect level. Little Rock said excitedly. It flapped its wings and shouted. 5 stars of primordial power suddenly spewed out, venting its strength. Let's start hunting. Little Bone roared in agreement. At this moment, 3 violent forces rushed towards the ancient Desolation Tower. Boom! A huge force kept surging and bombarded the ancient Desolation Tower. An invisible fluctuation rippled out of the tower. In an instant, all power was annihilated by this power. What's going on? My attack is offset just like that. That's impossible, the ashen illusory beast said in shock. Seeing this scene in front of it, its eyes flickered with disbelief. This was 5-star primordial power, but it could not even destroy the ancient Desolation Tower. This made no effing sense. The ashen illusory beast, which had thought that it could sweep through everything, immediately suffered a huge blow. He was about to show his strength for the first time. Fortunately, he displayed his powerful strength in front of his master. He had never expected to encounter such a setback. I don't believe it. Can't my 5-star primordial power do anything to a tower? The ashen illusory beast felt embarrassed and its face burned. It had been slapped in the face. Moreover, he had been slapped in the face in front of his beloved master. One could imagine this anger. Therefore, he was eager to show himself. Fade him, he quickly circulated the powerful power in his body and bombarded the ancient Desolation Tower. However, in the next second, invisible waves poured out of the tower again. It obliterated the violent energy into nothingness. Damn! Failed again. What's going on? The ashen illusory beast was completely dumbfounded. If the first attack failed and it was just an accident, the second attack, he used all his strength. The 5-star primordial power poured out without reservation. In a second, there were more than 100 million bombardments. However, the result was still useless. The ancient Desolation Tower was still intact and did not suffer any damage. There must be something wrong. Looks like this ancient Desolation Tower is not simple, Little Bone said with a grave expression. So many attacks had no effect. This meant that the ancient Desolation Tower was not in existence they could destroy at will. The secrets contained were much more advanced than they had imagined. I didn't expect this. The things in the great desolate divine domain actually stumped us. Little Rock said dejectedly. This was the first time he had displayed his skills, but he had encountered a tough opponent. One could imagine how aggrieved this felt. That invisible fluctuation should be the key. It's the one who annihilated our attack. After the ashen illusory beast calmed down, it saw some clues through observation and said, "That's right. I wonder where this invisible fluctuation came from." Little Rock agreed, looking very puzzled. "Although I don't know its origin, it definitely far exceeds our level," Little Bone said. Zhou Han had long seen all of this. He immediately activated the power of starry sky perception. Sure enough, he saw something different in it. These mysterious things were things that the ashen illusory beast and the others could not sense. At this moment, in Zhou Han's vision, countless threads were densely gathered around the ancient Desolation Tower. These threads were extremely thin and transparent in color. Even a super expert with a sharp divine sense would find it difficult to discover these things. Fortunately, after Zhou Han's origin eye was enhanced, it had a powerful special effect. Only then could he discover the mysteries of this. Otherwise, he would not have known the exact reason. What are these strange threads? Zhou Han hurriedly asked in his heart. This was because this was the first time he had seen this thing, and he did not know. System prompt. This thread is a time thread. It can control time and reverse time. Only by reaching the eternal true God grade can one have a chance to comprehend this mysterious power. Soon, the auxiliary system gave the relevant answer. However, this answer made Zhou Han's pupils constrict. Clearly, he was shocked. He never expected this thread to be related to time. This was not the first time he had come into contact with concepts related to the law of time. This was because the first chapter of the beginningless scripture, Eternal Emptiness, could also achieve the effect of reversing time after enhancement. Therefore, Zhou Han knew the power of the law of time, so it was naturally extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, he could use the power of the law of time. However, the exact principle and basic concepts could be said to be very vague. He had no idea at all. Only an eternal, true, God-grade super expert is qualified to comprehend it. No wonder the violent attack just now was easily resolved by the time thread. Zhou Han could not help but sigh. He had once again witnessed the supreme power of the law of time. What time thread? Master, what's going on? Little Rock hurriedly asked curiously when it heard Zhou Han muttering to himself. After all, only the knowledgeable master could know the true reason for this invisible fluctuation. Master, you must know what the reason is, right? The ashen illusory beast and Little Bone also looked at Zhou Han at the same time. That's right, I do know a little. The surroundings of the ancient Desolation Tower are filled with dense time threads. This is the main reason why all your attacks failed. Zhou Han smiled and explained. In that case, this time thread is very powerful. The ashen illusory beast asked. Of course, the time thread is the concrete embodiment of the law of time. That's an ability to reverse time. How can ordinary people easily resist it? Only those at the eternal true God level can really come into contact with it. At this moment, Zhou Han looked a little yearning. Sure enough, the top experts in the universe were not that simple. Perhaps many of the powerful powers controlled by the other party had long exceeded his understanding. Although he was unwilling to admit this, that was very likely the truth. An extremely powerful force would subvert the worldview. Therefore, Zhou Han knew very well that he still had a long way to go. Is it that powerful? How terrifying. The law of time is extremely profound. A powerful force is unstoppable. The three pets were shocked when they heard this. By the way, Master, don't you have eternal emptiness? I wonder what kind of changes will happen if I use it on these time threads. The ashen illusory beast suggested softly. This was because when they used eternal emptiness, they had all seen the power of time contained in it. As the time will turned, few people could resist that pressure. Therefore, it was unknown if it was out of curiosity or simply because he wanted to test it. That was why the ashen illusory beast had such thoughts. However, he was not confident enough to speak. After all, if he let his master do something useless, it was not something a qualified pet should do. That's an interesting suggestion. Then let's give it a try? Anyway, it's only a 6-day cooldown. Zhou Han smiled and had no intention of blaming her. This was because their pets had good intentions. They all hoped that Zhou Han could obtain unexpected benefits. After all, the law of time was so powerful. Once he obtained benefits from it, he would definitely make a killing. Zhou Han also understood what they meant, so he agreed. He was also quite curious. It was all the power of time. He wondered what kind of collision it would be. He might gain something by trying. If he did not try, he would definitely not gain anything. Thank you, Master, for taking my opinion. I can feel the power of time again. I'm so excited. The ashen illusory beast said excitedly, its eyes filled with great anticipation. Firstly, he was so happy because he felt Zhou Han's importance. Secondly, it was because he could see eternal emptiness being used again. Although he could not comprehend the power of time, sensing this power at close range was more or less helpful to his cultivation. Under the expectant gazes of the three pets, Zhou Han slowly raised his hand and circulated the secret of the beginningless scripture in his body. A faint golden power quickly spread through his meridians that I think you should take a look at. It was the huge change brought about by the faceless beginning scripture after circulating it 3 times. 3 cycles were just a few subtleties. This was because Zhou Han's body was extremely powerful, so his meridians were also extremely tenacious. Therefore, the circulation of any cultivation technique would be enhanced. It circulated far faster than an ordinary person. In that case, the advantage he could unleash in battle was very obvious. Eternal emptiness. Time will be reversed. Time is under my control. As Zhou Han roared, a golden light wave shot out. The target was the time threads wrapped around the ancient Desolation Tower. A golden light enveloped and shone on Zhou Han's handsome face. At this moment, everyone could feel endless coldness and ruthlessness in the golden light. That was the power of time. Time was an emotionless killer, mercilessly harvesting the years of all things in the universe. No one could resist the erosion of time. In the face of endless time, eternity was nothing. The invisible energy fluctuation this time seems a little abnormal. Little Bone acutely sensed all of this and hurriedly said, although with its strength, it still could not see it, its perception was still there. There was an obvious difference from the previous two fluctuations. Could it really have some strange effect? If it's true, that's really exciting. The ashen illusory beast's eyes lit up. It was very excited now. Zhou Han looked up and kept scanning with the special effect of starry sky perception. In his vision, those twining threads of time, a portion of it surged into the golden light of eternal emptiness. It was about to fuse. System prompt. The eternal emptiness you have released has been detected. It is absorbing time threads. After obtaining the power of the law of time, there is a certain chance that it will increase the grade of the skill itself. Please understand. Upgrade. Doesn't that mean that there's a certain chance that eternal emptiness will advance to the Dao grade? Hearing the notification echo in his mind, Zhou Han was overjoyed and excited. Unexpectedly, he had only tried. Something had really happened. Moreover, this change was simply too beneficial to Zhou Han. After all, eternal emptiness was an incomparably powerful skill. At the sovereign grade, he displayed extraordinary strength. What if it advanced to the Dao grade? Zhou Han did not know how powerful it would be. However, he had definitely reached a new realm in the use of the power of time. This is a pleasant surprise. Could it be that another 10 times of luck has worked? Zhou Han thought excitedly. During this period of time, he could always obtain huge benefits. Clearly, it was inseparable from the 10 times luck special effect attached to the key to the great desolate divine domain. The golden light was still flickering in the sky. Finally, that portion of the time threads completely fused. After the last trace of brilliance bloomed, the golden light exhausted its energy and slowly dissipated into the air. In this situation, has he successfully advanced to the sovereign grade? There's no clear explanation. After seeing the golden light dissipate, Zhou Han complained speechlessly. This was because the sky had fallen silent. The remaining time threads also slowly dissipated and disappeared into the ancient desolation tower. Without the obstruction of the time threads, he could already easily enter the ancient desolation tower. All of this was clearly seen by Zhou Han's origin eye. However, he was not in a hurry to enter the ancient desolation tower. After all, the mission period was a month. It did not matter if it lasted for a while. What Zhou Han was most concerned about now was the advancement of eternal emptiness. This was because Dao grade and sovereign grade. Those were two completely different concepts. There was an insurmountable gap. That was why Zhou Han could not wait to check. System prompt. Your current skill, eternal emptiness, has fallen into a special state. After absorbing all the power of the law of time, it will undergo a transformation. Please understand. I see. I haven't completely absorbed the power of time. Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the notification on the interface. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. It was already certain that eternal emptiness would advance to the Dao grade. I just have to wait a little longer. This wait is completely worth it. Zhou Han smiled and was in a very good mood. At that time, eternal emptiness would show even more terrifying power with a new appearance. Master, how is it? You look so happy. Did something good happen? The ashen illusory beast hurriedly asked curiously. He did not have the abnormal divine sense perception of Zhou Han's eye of origin. He knew nothing about what had just happened. Therefore, he could not see the fusion of the time threads. Little Ashen, you've made a great contribution this time. If not for your suggestion, I might have missed a huge opportunity. Zhou Han patted the ashen illusory beast's head and said in admiration. At this moment, he was especially comfortable. Soon, he would have another Dao grade skill that would greatly increase his combat strength. Really? I made a contribution. Master, I really made a contribution? What kind of contribution is it? The ashen illusory beast was a little confused at first. However, seeing Zhou Han's expression, he did not seem to be lying. When my eternal emptiness was activated just now, guess what? It can actually take the initiative to absorb the power of the law of time. Do you believe it? Zhou Han said with a smile and described everything that had just happened. Damn, is absorbing the power of the law of time that magical? Looks like the mystery of eternal emptiness is even more unusual than we imagined. Little Bone was inexplicably shocked. This was naturally thanks to the magic of the skill itself. Otherwise, how could he take the initiative to absorb the law of time? There had never been such a record. Yes, it's amazing. Therefore, eternal emptiness will soon advance to the Dao grade. Do you think your credit is great? Zhou Han continued. Downgrade. The ashen illusory beast was shocked. This credit was indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect my casual suggestion to be so helpful. I think you should take a look at. I didn't expect it myself. However, it's only right to do something for Master. You've improved. That's what I want to see most. The ashen illusory beast hurriedly said humbly, but it was already overjoyed. With such a performance, Zhou Han would pay more attention to him. If there were benefits in the future, he would definitely be the first person to think of him. Zhou Han tested it again. The state of eternal emptiness was still displayed in the advancement. As for when he would be able to advance, it was unknown. However, he was not in a hurry. He just had to wait patiently. At that time, he would have another powerful killing move. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this. Fortunately, he had this mission scroll. Otherwise, he would not have found this ancient desolation tower. Then absorbing the time threads would definitely not happen. This mission had just begun, but there was already such a shocking gain. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this. Master, since the door to the ancient desolation tower has already opened, shouldn't we go in? Little Rock asked softly, asking Zhou Han's opinion. Okay, let's go in now. I originally underestimated this ancient desolation tower. However, these superficial time threads alone are shocking enough. Therefore, this ancient desolation tower cannot be underestimated. Zhou Han said, revealing his analysis. This was because things like time threads were very impressive to begin with. Under normal circumstances, they could not be seen at all. Since it had appeared on the ancient desolation tower, clearly, the origin of the ancient desolation tower was not that simple. At least it had a certain relationship with an eternal true God-level super expert. That's right. I wonder who set up the time thread. Master, do you think it's the Tao Lord? The ashen illusory beast guessed. This was because the 8 great divine domains were all created by the Tao Lord. There were some clues about him inside. Now that a high-level item like the time thread had appeared, therefore, it was very difficult not to think of the Tao Lord. That's not impossible. But at the moment, what we know is still too little. Zhou Han nodded slightly and agreed. He was also a little solemn. The true strength of the Tao Lord was at least at the eternal true God grade, or even stronger. This was not good news for Zhou Han. The stronger the Tao Lord was, the greater the threat Zhou Han would face. Then don't think too much about it. It's useless no matter how anxious I am. Only by constantly becoming stronger can I have greater confidence in resisting. Zhou Han smiled helplessly. Things that were too far away from him would only increase his worries if he thought too much. Moreover, it was useless. Strength was his greatest reliance. As long as his strength increased, he would be fearless. Then, Zhou Han resolutely stepped into the ancient desolation tower. The 3 pets followed closely behind. System prompt. Congratulations, you have reached the mission point in the ancient desolation tower. With the notification, Zhou Han also quickly sized up the space inside the tower. This was an empty space with a different world. Starlight scattered as if they had entered the universe, making it seem ethereal. It was precisely because of what had happened just now that Zhou Han was still very cautious about this unknown space. As expected, a blazing light suddenly erupted from the void. It quickly bombarded Zhou Han. You want to plot against me at this level? You really don't take me seriously. Zhou Han smiled, his expression filled with mockery. He had long been on guard. Moreover, the power of this light was very limited. One had to know that Zhou Han currently had the strength to fight a 25-star primordial expert. Ordinary power could not threaten him at all. Kill anyone who trespasses the ancient desolation tower without mercy. I'm the guardian of the first floor. If you want to pass through here, you have to ask the hammer in my hand first. Do you agree? A loud voice like muffled thunder came quickly. In the void, the outline of a burly figure slowly appeared. It was the guardian of the ancient tower. It had explosive muscles and displayed extreme strength. Like a space beast, its aura was shocking, bloody, and violent, especially when he held a 1,000-foot-long hammer in his hand. His powerful aura seemed to want to fight the sky. Good. So it's the guardian. In other words, as long as I kill you, I'll enter the 2nd level of the ancient desolation tower? Zhou Han did not attack immediately, but asked. After all, with his powerful strength, killing him instantly was as easy as drinking water. Therefore, the battle was not urgent. This was because the ancient Desolation Tower had a total of 99 floors. Zhou Han had to ask about the specific conditions to clear it. That's right. There's a powerful guardian guarding every floor of the ancient tower. The goal is to stop outsiders from breaking in. The higher the floor, the stronger the guardian. Although I'm the weakest guardian, it's still very easy to kill you. If you dare to barge in here, you'll pay with your life soon. The guardian on the first floor had an incomparably confident smile and did not take Zhou Han seriously. Otherwise, he would not have said such boastful words. I see. Do you have anything else to say? Zhou Han continued to ask. He naturally hoped to know more. He still did not know the origin of the ancient Desolation Tower. Therefore, he wanted to obtain relevant information from the guardian on the first floor. Unfortunately, it disappointed Zhou Han. It was unknown if the guardian on the first floor knew limited things or if he refused to say them. Anyway, Zhou Han did not obtain any useful information in the subsequent conversation. Stop struggling fearlessly. You want to stall for time, don't you? Let me tell you, it's useless. Soon, you'll die under my saber. I don't know how many years it has been. An intruder like you has finally arrived. How rare. So, don't worry, I'll slowly play you to death. After all, I haven't had a playmate in a long time. I'm really a little lonely. The guardian on the first floor said excitedly with a cold smile. Damn, this guy is too pretentious. He really doesn't have any sense. Let me teach him a lesson. Little Bones said indignantly, very unhappy with the attitude of the guardian opposite him. One had to know that his master was now considered a super expert. The other party had just said such arrogant words. This was unforgivable. Huh? Why are you arguing with him? I think you should take a look at. This guardian is just a puppet. He doesn't have too high an IQ. Like a fixed procedure, anyone who trespasses will be attacked by them. Zhou Han explained with a smile. He had also discovered this problem through his divine sense just now. I see. That's good too. I'll destroy him. Little Bones said as it launched a violent attack. He summoned a 10,000 feet long golden bone. He smashed it hard at the guardian on the first floor. The 5-star primordial power was vividly displayed. As a result, there were no surprises. Other than having a sharp tongue, the guardian on the first floor was useless. It was killed instantly. Firstly, it was because of the puppet that the combat strength it could unleash was limited. Secondly, the advanced Little Bone could not be underestimated. After all, it was in the primordial realm and was not something ordinary people could resist. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the guardian of the first level. The passageway to the second level has been opened. Please go immediately in 5 minutes. Seeing the notification on the interface, Zhou Han nodded slightly. This was indeed the case. Killing the guardian on the floor would open the passageway to the next floor. Master, a special item card dropped here. Just as Zhou Han was about to leave for the second level, Little Bone came over to report the situation. Oh, a special item card. All right, I'll see what it does first. After all, with the enhancement of 10 times luck, even if the guardian's level was not high, there was a certain chance that good stuff would drop. Therefore, after taking it, Zhou Han immediately activated the appraisal. Soon, the attribute data of the special item card appeared on the virtual interface in front of him. It was obvious at a glance. Ancient Tower Teleportation Card. Type, Special Item Card. Description, it is a special card made by an unknown top expert and specially suitable for the Ancient Desolation Tower. The teleportation power contained can be shuttled through the floors set by the Ancient Desolation Tower. Effect, after crushing this item card, you can be directly teleported to the 20th floor of the Ancient Desolation Tower. Description, this item card is limited to the Ancient Desolation Tower. After leaving the range of the Ancient Desolation Tower, it will automatically be destroyed. A one-time item that will disappear automatically after use. Not bad. It's quite an interesting trinket. It can directly cross other floors. This effect is not bad. After reading all the attributes, Zhou Han said with a smile. Although it would not take long to sweep every floor, what made Zhou Han a little unhappy was that after killing these puppet guardians, only exclusive items of the Ancient Desolation Tower would drop. No other resources would drop. This made Zhou Han feel that he was working for nothing and was at a disadvantage. Therefore, this Ancient Tower teleportation card could still be of some use. There was no need to sweep every time. It was very convenient. However, teleporting only to the 20th floor is not satisfying enough. Let's enhance it first. It's best if we clear it directly. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a smile. Only the infinite enhancement could achieve this effect. A card did not consume many enhancement points. Zhou Han did not hesitate to activate enhancement. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Congratulations, your item, the Ancient Tower Teleportation card, has been successfully enhanced 10 times. It has reached the upper limit of enhancement. The relevant attribute data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. After hearing the system notification, Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface. As expected, the enhanced attribute data appeared in front of him. Ancient Tower Teleportation card plus 10. Type, Special Item card. Description. It is a special card made by an unknown top expert and specially suitable for the Ancient Desolation Tower. The teleportation power contained can be shuttled through the floors set by the Ancient Desolation Tower. Effect. After crushing this item card, you can be directly teleported to the 90th floor of the Ancient Desolation Tower. Special effect. Berserk Combat Strength. Inside the Ancient Desolation Tower, your combat strength will automatically increase by 30 times. Description. This item card is limited to the Ancient Desolation Tower. After leaving the range of the Ancient Desolation Tower, it will automatically be destroyed. A one-time item that will disappear automatically after use. Good lord, I can be teleported directly to the 90th floor. This effect is still very good. It can save a lot of time. Zhou Han smiled and was still very happy about this. It was mainly because these guardians were too weak to interest him. Of course, other than being able to teleport to the 90th floor, it could also increase combat strength. With the enhancement of 30 times his combat strength, Zhou Han would be even more invincible. Let's go. We'll go straight to the 90th floor. Zhou Han called for his 3 pets and said, Is this a direct teleportation? Master is indeed powerful. You can skip levels. The Ashen Illusory Beast said in surprise. Then, it seemed to think of Zhou Han's heaven-defying enhancement talent and felt relieved. After all, this magical talent had created more than one huge surprise. The shock it brought was unprecedented. Therefore, they were used to this. That's great. Then we have to see what strength the Guardian on the 90th level has. Little Rock said with a smile and followed Zhou Han into the teleportation circle. Yes, at this moment, Zhou Han had already crushed the Ancient Tower Teleportation card and immediately activated the teleportation special effect. In an instant, a dense circle of light appeared in the void. It slowly enveloped everyone. System prompt. You have activated the teleportation effect of this item. Your combat strength has increased by 30 times. Teleportation begins now. When the notification sounded, a slight suction force was transmitted. However, it left as quickly as it came. In just a few microseconds, when Zhou Han opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at a new floor. The space here seems to be larger. It violates the tower's structural space. Little Bone said softly. This was because according to his original impression, the higher the floor of the tower, the smaller the space. However, this Ancient Desolation Tower seemed to have violated this standard. After all, this is a mysterious tower with time threads. It's not surprising that there's such an abnormality, Zhou Han said with a smile. In the universe, nothing could be estimated with common sense. After all, there were countless species and races. This would cause huge differences. I really didn't expect you to enter the 90th floor. Kid, you have something. As they were discussing, a surprised voice slowly sounded. At the source of the voice, all the contours of a silver figure appeared. The identity of the person was obvious. He was the guardian of the 90th level. I think you should take a look at. It actually reached the 12-star True God grade. The Ancient Desolation Tower shocked me again. Zhou Han also activated appraisal immediately. Talking about finding the attribute data of the Silver Guardian, he frowned slightly and muttered to himself. What? This Guardian is a true divine grade expert. The Ashen Illusory Beast was filled with shock. Just as it was about to show its skills, it immediately fell silent. He was only a 5-star realm lord. He had no chance of winning against a true god. There are indeed many experts in the universe. Originally, I was a little smug after advancing to the 5-star realm lord realm. Now it seems that we're still so insignificant. Little Rock said emotionally, a trace of bitterness flashing across his face. This was because a 5-star realm lord at this level did not even have a chance to show off. They were a bunch of weaklings. Hee. Now you know. Therefore, you have to work hard in the future. This is only the starting point. Zhou Han reminded at the right time. It was also a good thing that his 3 pets could recognize the huge difference. Only then would he have a greater motivation to cultivate and step into a higher realm. Yes, Master. We still have to continue cultivating. Let's set a small goal first and become a true God expert. Little Bones said firmly, expressing its determination. Before Zhou Han could say anything, he heard a sneer. How funny. Do you think it's so easy to advance to the true God grade? How many realm lord level cultivators can't reach the true God realm in their entire lives? Do you think you're worthy? The Silver Guardian was even closer. He was the one who had said the mocking words. This was because he had heard the conversation between Zhou Han and the others. Sensing that the Ashen Illusory Beast only controlled 5-star primordial power, the Silver Guardian's sense of superiority immediately rose, and it could not help but want to show off. What did you say? It might be difficult for others, but we have Master's help. If you want to advance to the true God grade, it's as easy as drinking water. The Ashen Illusory Beast said indignantly and retorted. This came from their great confidence in Zhou Han. This was because that heaven-defying enhancement talent was not something outsiders could imagine. You're just a puppet. What do you know? Little Rock also mocked. With Master around, anything is possible. Little Bone said excitedly. Master? Such a weakling is your master. You're really a bunch of good-for-nothings. You have the strength of a realm lord and are still enslaved by the other party? The Silver Guardian's gaze swept across Zhou Han and directly ignored him. This was because he did not feel the fluctuation of the primordial power on Zhou Han. Therefore, the other party had definitely not cultivated to the primordial realm. Such a weakling was not worthy of his unnecessary gaze. Ha! You're indeed a country bumpkin who knows nothing about power. Do you think a 12-star true god is awesome? How dare you mock me with such little strength? Who gave you such courage? When the Ashen Illusory Beast heard the Guardian's words, it immediately burst into laughter. The Silver Guardian's face was ashen, emitting an incomparably cold aura. Very good. Your words have successfully angered me. I haven't been able to meet a single person in hundreds of millions of years. I wanted to talk to you more. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. In that case, I'll imprison your souls here and accompany me forever. At this moment, the Silver Guardian's expression was extremely ferocious, mixed with a cruel smile. His aura also rose crazily in an instant and reached its peak. 12-star is only 12-star after all. Even if you use all your strength, it's useless. The Ashen Illusory Beast hid behind Zhou Han and continued to mock. With Zhou Han holding the front, the Ashen Illusory Beast was so confident and felt extremely at ease. That was why he was not afraid and fought a true God-grade expert head-on. You die. The Silver Guardian was mocked by the Realm Lords again and again. At this moment, it was already furious. All his strength poured out, targeting the Ashen Illusory Beast. After all, the Ashen Illusory Beast jumped the most happily and mocked the most. It was the target the current Guardian wanted to kill the most. Even if you want to hit a dog, you have to look at the owner. Do you want to touch little Ashen? Did you get my permission as your master? Facing the violent power, Zhou Han was unmoved and said coldly, How dare you stop me? A weakling who can't even control the primordial power. I wonder where you got your confidence. The Silver Guardian's eyes were extremely teasing. At the same time, the powerful energy he released. Under his will, he changed direction and attacked Zhou Han. Anyway, he would not let anyone present off. Therefore, Zhou Han, who was blocking in front of him, could be dealt with by the Silver Guardian. Your strength is far from enough. You'll know what shock is soon. Zhou Han smiled indifferently. Interesting. Are you so eager to die? In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. The Silver Guardian shouted. Overkill, Silver Dragon Spear. Be a ghost under my spear. He directly used his sure kill skill, a divine power exclusive to true God-grade experts. His goal was very clear. He wanted to kill everyone present. Under the destructive power of the divine power, the Silver Guardian was extremely confident. There was an insurmountable gap in realm to begin with. Moreover, the overkill, Silver Dragon Spear was a divine power that mainly killed. Its output was simply off the charts. Therefore, this was why the Silver Guardian was so confident. In an instant, silver light filled the entire floor. However, in this light, it was not a warm aura. Instead, it was endless cold and rich killing intent. Any target illuminated by the silver light would be greatly affected by their mental state. Damn, it's so cold. This guy's divine power is much stronger than the Heavenly River Power King back then. After the ashen illusory beast was illuminated by the silver light, it subconsciously shivered and said solemnly. However, at the thought of Zhou Han's invincible, terrifying strength, the nervousness in the ashen illusory beast's heart instantly disappeared. No matter how awesome he was nothing in front of his master. In the blink of an eye, the cold light arrived first. Silver light exploded, whistling through the air, and the spear shot out like a dragon. A cold light approached Zhou Han. Is that all? Its power is much weaker than I imagined. Facing such an attack, Zhou Han did not care at all and said lazily, I think you should take a look at. Watch carefully how I break your divine power. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Han opened his mouth and sucked hard. Although it was just a simple inhalation, the movement of air was not that simple. Countless wind elements gathered, and the space directly turned into a storm domain. In the next second, Zhou Han swallowed the silver spear formed by the divine power. Creak, creak, creak. It hurts my teeth. It doesn't taste good. Then, Zhou Han spat out this power and shook his head in disdain. The entire scene immediately fell silent. As Zhou Han took a simple breath, the violent power dissipated. The powerful divine power was easily resolved just like that. In terms of pretentiousness, he has to be my master. This move is simply too domineering. Little Rock shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration. After all, to be able to easily destroy the power of a divine power, that must be because there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Clearly, Zhou Han's combat strength completely crushed the Silver Guardian. It's too showy. The entire move was done in one go like flowing water. It's very smooth. The ashen illusory beast bragged crazily. No matter how much its master bragged, it could not go overboard. As Zhou Han's pet, she was also proud and extremely excited. Yu. The Silver Guardian was so frightened that it could not even speak properly. This power? How is that possible? He doesn't even control the primordial power, but he has such combat strength? This doesn't make sense. The Silver Guardian screamed involuntarily, unable to believe what he was seeing. After all, he had existed for a long time. This was the first time he had seen a cultivator who did not control the primordial power erupt with such shocking power. This was simply unbelievable. The most unlucky thing was that he had encountered it. No wonder you could easily enter the 90th floor. With your strength, it's completely effortless for you to do this. The Silver Guardian lowered its proud head, feeling great defeat. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that his opponent was too abnormal. You know it doesn't make sense. You have to know that the universe is so big that there are too many things that don't make sense. Being ignorant is the greatest sorrow. Zhou Han said expressionlessly. At the same time, he warned himself in his heart that there was always someone better. Indeed, you're such a special existence. I'll be killed by you soon, but your good days are coming to an end. At this point, the Silver Guardian smiled strangely. She looked at Zhou Han with a trace of pity. What do you mean? Zhou Han frowned and asked. This was because the Silver Guardian's expression was very abnormal, especially its strange smile, which gave Zhou Han a bad feeling. This premonition was not groundless. It was built on the super-perception of the light of origin. That was why Zhou Han was so cautious. Are you afraid? I believe you know that this ancient desolation tower is not simple. The guardians on every floor here were captured and brought in. After extracting their souls, they were refined into puppets to guard this place forever. The Silver Guardian suddenly said faintly. The expression on the Silver Guardian's face instantly became resentment and fear. As if recalling an unknown painful past, the entire space immediately became a little oppressive. One could feel sadness spreading. Although the Silver Guardian was also a puppet, it was naturally much more powerful than the Guardian on the first floor. He had a relatively complete color consciousness. Only then could he unleash greater strength. The extracted souls were preserved very well. Then, they were refined into puppets through a secret technique. Such a puppet could survive for a long time, and it did not need to consume much energy. Therefore, although the Silver Guardian was only a 12-star true god, at his peak, he was also a super expert who had controlled more than 30 stars of primordial power. So, what's going on? What's the true meaning of this ancient desolation tower appearing here? Hearing this, Zhou Han hurriedly asked. He had to figure these things out. Otherwise, he felt uneasy. Before entering the ancient desolation tower, he checked that a large number of time threads had gathered. It was obvious that there was more to this than met the eye. It was definitely not a coincidence that the ancient desolation tower appeared here. I won't tell you the exact situation. I don't have the courage to say it. In short, it's an incomparably huge organization. Your bad luck has just begun. The Silver Guardian's cold words were gloating. Perhaps knowing that his outcome was already decided, but with someone to die with, this feeling made him feel a little carefree. What kind of secret are you pretending to be mysterious? Tell me the truth. Otherwise, my master will immediately tear you to pieces and make you wish you were dead. The ashen illusory beast threatened fiercely. He was also spooked by the Silver Guardian's words. He felt that a few pairs of eyes were prying into their hearts in the dark. This feeling of being watched by a secret existence was very unpleasant. Threats are useless. I'm just a puppet. I can't feel pain at all. If some secrets are revealed, my outcome might be even worse than death. The Silver Guardian did not compromise and said calmly. He was filled with fear of this huge obstruction. Then, Zhou Han used all kinds of methods, but the Silver Guardian refused to reveal anything. Zhou Han was at his wit's end. A sword aura spewed out and insta-killed the Silver Guardian. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Guardian of the 90th level. The spatial passageway to the 91st level has been opened. Please enter in 5 minutes. A notification sounded, but Zhou Han was not relaxed. The Silver Guardian's words were still circling in his mind. The power of the person behind the scenes definitely far exceeded the realm of a 30-star true god. Otherwise, he would not be able to deal with the Silver Guardian at its peak. The current Zhou Han could not resist this power for the time being. This was also why he was worried. If this was really a trap, the situation he was facing would be very bad. I think you should take a look at. Moreover, from the Silver Guardian's words, the person behind the scenes was not a single person, but a huge organization. There must be a large number of super experts. The difficulty of dealing with it would multiply. Master, since we can't get any clues, let's enter the next floor and take a look. Anyway, there are 99 floors and at least 9 guardians. We can always obtain relevant information. Little Rock suggested. On your right. Only by collecting more information can I deal with it better. Otherwise, I won't have a clue at all. Zhou Han nodded and quickly analyzed the current situation. With that, Zhou Han hurriedly entered the 91st floor. As soon as he entered, he felt a heat wave rolling over. The terrifying heat had already exceeded 10,000 degrees. Only extreme fire elements could erupt with such power. Looks like that guy from the Silver Light race lost to you. Although its combat strength is a little poor, it also indirectly proves that you're indeed something. The arrogant voice came from a 1,000-foot-tall flame. This flame was very unique. It kept changing in all colors. The power of destruction could not be ignored. However, from this aura, it could be determined that it was a true god-grade expert. Otherwise, it would not have such power. As expected, the higher the floor, the stronger the guardian is. However, no matter how powerful it is, it's useless. I can still easily defeat it. Zhou Han said casually as he probed this huge flame. This was because, in this instant, he had already seen the other party's background clearly. This fire guardian was a powerful race in the universe. They were proficient in fire control and were born fire pets. Therefore, as long as one's strength reached the true god grade, they would feel a super fire-type divine power. It greatly enhanced their originally violent output. This was also why the fire guardian was so confident and did not take Zhou Han and the others seriously. Do you really think you can get past me just because you passed the 90th floor? My strength is not something that guy can compare to. Meeting me has doomed your tragic ending. Everything will be over soon. The fire guardian spoke expressionlessly. After all, he was just a very advanced puppet who instinctively carried out his mission. That was to guard this place. Once there was an intruder, they would kill him without holding back. You do have the right to be arrogant. Perhaps the others will really lose to you, but I already know everything about you. There's nothing to fear. Zhou Han smiled and did not take the Fire Guardian's words seriously and directly ignored them. This was because the other party's divine powers, skills, weaknesses, attack habits, and everything else were exposed under the special effect of the Eye of Origin. Even if his strength was a little weaker, Zhou Han was quite confident that he could turn the tables. Not to mention that the Fire Guardian only had 23-star primordial power. Zhou Han could long fight a 25-star true God-grade expert head-on. Then, a 23-star Fire Guardian was naturally not enough. No matter how powerful the Fire Guardian was when it was alive, now that he had become a puppet, his strength was on a different level from Zhou Han. This was an undeniable fact. This was because the other party's divine powers, skills, weaknesses, attack habits, and everything else were exposed under the special effect of the Eye of Origin. Even if his strength was a little weaker, Zhou Han was quite confident that he could turn the tables. Not to mention that the Fire Guardian only had 23-star primordial power. Zhou Han could long fight a 25-star true God-grade expert head-on. Then, a 23-star Fire Guardian was naturally not enough. No matter how powerful the Fire Guardian was when it was alive, now that he had become a puppet, his strength was on a different level from Zhou Han. This was an undeniable fact. How arrogant. Take this. Heavenly flame. Burn the heavens. Since Zhou Han dared to question his strength, there was no need for the Fire Guardian to say anything else. It directly launched a violent attack. He summoned a 10,000 feet tall fire dire beast. Its mouth alone was 10,000 feet wide, as if it wanted to devour this world. The superpower was vividly displayed. Interesting. He used a divine power right away. Zhou Han said calmly. When appraising the attributes of the Fire Guardian just now, he specially checked his divine power. Therefore, as soon as he attacked, Zhou Han knew that he had used the power of a divine power. After all, divine power was the strongest attack method of a true divine-grade expert. Zhou Han had much combat experience and naturally knew the importance of checking divine powers. Only then could he be on guard and even come up with the best response. Kid, you have some sense. That's right. This is the power of my divine power. How is it? It's your honor to die under such a terrifying move. The Fire Guardian smiled proudly. Under its full power, the power of destruction kept spreading. He wanted to kill Zhou Han in one strike. After all, victory and defeat in a battle between experts were often decided in a single thought. In a few microseconds, they had fought no less than 100 million times. The Fire Guardian naturally used all its strength, not daring to hold back. This was because the Silver Light Guardian on the 90th floor had been killed by the other party. Then, without a doubt, Zhou Han was not as simple as he looked. The Fire Guardian did not underestimate Zhou Han because it did not feel the primordial power from him. Although his words were very contemptuous, from the moment they fought, he had used his strongest divine power. From this action, the Fire Guardian was extremely cautious and attached great importance to Zhou Han. Even the strongest move is useless. Die! Zhou Han roared angrily. The power of the creation jade disc in his body had already circulated at full speed. As the sword light poured out, he faced the 10,000 feet of fire dire beast and killed it ruthlessly. The sword light flashed. In the next second, the head of the fire dire beast fell to the ground without a trace of struggle. He killed them easily and neatly. Yes? What are you? Is this the power of the creation jade disc? How? How did you control this power? At this moment, the Fire Guardian immediately trembled in fear. Zhou Han's move directly shocked it until its scalp went numb and it was at a loss. This was the power of the creation jade disc. The Fire Guardian in his peak state had only watched it, but he had never grasped the mysteries. Unexpectedly, he saw the strongest power in the universe from Zhou Han. How could he not be shocked and afraid? It was simply unbelievable. An existence that countless experts had spent their entire lives unable to touch had been fused into the body of a junior who had not even controlled the primordial power? How can you believe that? I think you should take a look at. Actually, Zhou Han was originally afraid of the organization behind the ancient Desolation Tower, so he did not want to use the power of the creation jade disc. After all, this might attract even more attention. However, he had no choice. The divine power of the Fire Guardian was not so easy to block. It was impossible not to use the power of the creation jade disc. Zhou Han could only make this choice. Crack! There was a loud shattering sound. It was Zhou Han who controlled the sword light and directly cut open half of the Fire Guardian's body. With the enhancement of the power of the creation jade disc, cutting through the Fire Guardian's body was as easy as cutting through tofu. There was no obstruction. The power of the creation jade disc is indeed extraordinary. No wonder you have such powerful strength to fight above your level. Your talent is really heaven-defying, the Fire Guardian said in extreme shock. After all, as a puppet, he had long lost the sense of pain. His consciousness was already filled with shock. I'm glad you know. My patience is limited if I tell you the secret of the ancient Desolation Tower now. Originally, Zhou Han could have killed the Fire Guardian with one strike, but he did not do so. The goal was naturally very clear. It was to collect more information about the ancient Desolation Tower. He did not want to be spied on by the strong all the time. That feeling made Zhou Han very unhappy. Originally, it was already very infuriating to have a Dao Lord controlling everything behind the scenes. Now there was a mysterious and huge organization. It was really precarious. Tell you secrets? That's impossible. The Fire Guardian directly rejected Zhou Han's question, and his eyes immediately became extremely terrified. Clearly, there was also an unforgettable, painful memory. Like the Silver Guardian, it was unknown if it had been implanted by a top expert or if it had experienced it personally. If I hadn't seen the power of your control of the creation jade disc, I might have revealed a little. But for now, I won't say anything. A heaven-defying talent like yours will definitely attract great attention. Therefore, your fate is the same as mine. You can't escape all of this. After the Fire Guardian finished speaking, it fell into a huge silence and said nothing else. This situation made Zhou Han even more afraid of the huge organization behind this. After all, it was hard to imagine how strong an organization that could make a true God-grade expert so afraid could be. Then, since he could not get any information, Zhou Han did not waste any time. He pointed his finger and annihilated the Fire Guardian. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Guardian of the 90th level. The spatial passageway to the 92nd floor has been opened. Please teleport in 5 minutes. The spatial passageway of the ancient Desolation Tower appeared again. Just as Zhou Han was about to step in, he heard the voice of the ashen, illusory beast. Master, there's an ancient box in that corner. A strange light seemed to have flashed just now. The ashen, illusory beast's expression was a little solemn, and it felt uneasy. After all, the higher the floor after entering the ancient Desolation Tower, the more obvious this uneasy feeling became. Therefore, after seeing the situation, he reported it immediately. That's true. Zhou Han looked in the direction pointed by the ashen, illusory beast. Master, the pattern on the box is a little strange. Little Rock hurriedly said. At this moment, not only him, but everyone's gazes were attracted by this pattern. The pattern was a skull with blood flowing on it. The scarlet aura brought a huge pressure that was a little suffocating. It was precisely this terrifying aura that made this small pattern so intimidating. If I'm not wrong, this pattern is the mark of this organization behind the scenes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared in the ancient Desolation Tower. Zhou Han frowned slightly and immediately made an analysis. To be honest, Zhou Han was also very afraid of this aura. He felt like he was facing a cosmic dire beast and had to deal with it carefully. That's most likely the case. Master, let's see what's inside. The ashen illusory beast suggested. Zhou Han nodded slightly and condensed an elemental hand to open the wooden box. He would definitely not rashly open the unknown with his hand. That would put him in extreme danger. This was summarized by a lot of lessons learned. Especially in this strange ancient Desolation Tower, Zhou Han had to be even more careful. Unexpectedly, the wooden box was easily opened. There were no sealed artifacts inside. 3 dilapidated books were stored inside. The first book, Distribution of Mineral Resources in the Western Region. Zhou Han hurriedly checked it. It actually recorded the resources in the western region of the original galaxy in detail. The location of many natural treasures was marked. Of course, most of them were taken. If he wanted to obtain it, conflict was inevitable. Therefore, it doesn't mean much to me, Zhou Han thought. Not to mention that he could not leave the God-fiend continent. Even if he left, other than causing trouble for himself, he would not obtain any practical benefits from resisting so many forces. Zhou Han had many ways to obtain resources, so there was no need to take such a risk. With doubts, Zhou Han began to check the second ancient book, the manufacture of advanced puppets. It recorded a detailed puppet creation method. Presumably, all the guardians of the ancient Desolation Tower were created by this method. Interstellar Butcher? Zhou Han muttered to himself. The name of the last book was Interstellar Butcher's Basic Cultivation. Looks like this huge organization is closely related to Interstellar Butcher. As for the exact situation, we might be able to obtain some information by asking Lincoln and the others. After Zhou Han checked, he already had a basic outline in his heart. He also knew the direction he was going to investigate next. Although the information provided by these 3 books was extremely limited, Zhou Han could more or less understand the situation. It was much better than not knowing anything before. Master, how is it? Any new developments? Little Bone asked curiously when it saw Zhou Han close the book. According to my estimation, this organization has a large number of interstellar butchers. They plunder resources in the universe and enslave the souls of experts to refine them into puppets. After Zhou Han connected all the information, he had his own understanding. Marking a large number of resources was definitely for plunder. Even if he did not plunder, he would still remember. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been marked separately. However, Zhou Han still did not have a reasonable explanation for the existence of the ancient Desolation Tower. I see. It's indeed a huge threat. The ashen, illusory beast sighed. Although the pressure was huge, he still believed that Zhou Han could turn the tide and remove all obstacles that I think you should take a look at. Without discussing it for long, the spatial passageway was about to close. Zhou Han hurriedly entered the 92nd floor. Perhaps the higher the floor, the more likely it was that he would be noticed by this organization. However, Zhou Han did not retreat because of this. First of all, if he could not complete the mission, he would lose 10 Dharma treasures. This loss was random. If the creation jade disc fragment was lost because of this, it would definitely be unacceptable. One had to know why Zhou Han had the strength to fight above his level at the moment. His greatest reliance was still the power of the creation jade disc. Without this powerful force, it was impossible to cross so many levels and kill his opponent. Therefore, the creation jade disc fragment could not be lost. This was the reason why Zhou Han pressed forward. If there was no punishment, he would definitely give up on this mission immediately. Steady was the most important. It was definitely best not to take risks. While thinking, Zhou Han and the others entered the next floor. Next, the guardians he faced were even stronger. The combat strength of the guardian on the 98th floor had already reached the 27-star True God grade. Fortunately, Zhou Han had enough trump cards. He activated the exclusive skill of the Honorable Soul Banner, the Netherworld Soul Sea. Then, he consumed 3 top-notch berserk pills. Only then did he kill the other party with difficulty. Master, rest first. The 99th floor is the highest floor. The combat strength of the Guardian there must be even more terrifying. Little Rock hurriedly said with concern. He could tell that Zhou Han was about to reach his limit. With his current condition, there was a high chance that he would not be able to defeat the Guardian of the last level. If I had known this mission was so difficult, I wouldn't have accepted it at all. I'm really in a dilemma now. Zhou Han said as he regulated his breathing. He had thought that he could do whatever he wanted on the God-fiend continent. Therefore, he did not take the ancient Desolation Tower seriously from the beginning. After all, this was the great desolate divine domain and belonged to the God-fiend continent. It was not surprising that Zhou Han had such preconceived thoughts. Then, after experiencing a series of things in the ancient Desolation Tower, he realized that it was not simple. Moreover, it had caused him a lot of trouble. What made Zhou Han the most excited was that these puppets he killed would basically not drop rewards. Even if it dropped, it was very rare. It was simply working for nothing and not getting any benefits. Master, I found another good thing. Take a look. The ashen illusory beast smiled and leaned over. There was a golden and blood-red jade in its claws. It was a different light, and one could feel the majestic power inside. Although the ashen illusory beast could not be appraised, just from the aura emitted, he knew that it was a top-grade treasure. Good lord, You're really good. Where did you get this again? Zhou Han was also delighted and hurriedly praised. Hee hee, I can't help much when you fight. Therefore, I searched around. We might find something new. I'm lucky to have found this jade stone. I hope I can help you, master. The ashen illusory beast said happily. Since he could not help Zhou Han in battle, he would think of other ways to help his master. This was what an outstanding pet should do. The ashen illusory beast was very aware of this. Not bad, you did very well. Zhou Han smiled and nodded, very satisfied. He suspected that the 10 times luck that took effect could also be enhanced for his pet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found such a powerful treasure. Yes, this jade was extraordinary. At this moment, Zhou Han felt the blood in his body quickly boil. This phenomenon suddenly happened when he first came into contact with jade. Let me see what kind of strange effect it has. Zhou Han was filled with anticipation because this hot-blooded feeling had not appeared in a long time. At his level, ordinary treasures were very difficult to use. Not only was this jade useful, but it also resonated with Zhou Han. What this meant was self-evident. Zhou Han could definitely obtain an extremely powerful enhancement from it. Without any time to think, he had already activated appraisal. System prompt. You have activated the appraisal skill. All the attribute descriptions of this item have been presented on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. At the same time as the notification, the virtual interface automatically appeared. Zhou Han hurriedly looked over and saw the specific attribute data. Dragon God Jade. Grade, downgrade. Type, special treasure. Description, a special treasure refined by a certain starry dragon god by fusing a trace of its blood essence into a jade. After a billion years, it absorbed countless cosmic energy and finally advanced to the level of a downgrade treasure. It can unleash a unique, miraculous effect on cultivators with the dragon bloodline. It's simply the best of the best. Effect, after refining it, you will have a 1 in 100 million chance of awakening the bloodline of the starry dragon god. Description, this treasure is only absorbed by cultivators with the dragon bloodline. Otherwise, they will suffer a huge backlash and be reduced to ashes. Prompt, this treasure is a one-time consumable. After refining it, it will automatically disappear, and the refinement process is irreversible. Downgrade treasure? Zhou Han exclaimed, his eyebrows overjoyed. He never expected it to be of downgrade quality. It was far beyond his expectations. What a huge surprise. From the name, it should be related to the dragons. Then the effect. Zhou Han thought quickly in his heart. His gaze did not stop as he hurriedly looked at the effect. As expected, it can awaken the bloodline of the starry dragon god. System, what kind of existence is the starry dragon god? Zhou Han asked in his heart. This name did not sound simple. It was very awe-inspiring and powerful. However, this was indeed the first time Zhou Han had heard this name. He did not even have a basic concept of it. System prompt. The starry dragon god is a top expert of the dragon race. To obtain such a title, your strength must reach the primordial Saint Emperor realm. Otherwise, you are not qualified at all. They can reach a light year in length. They are incomparably huge and occupy the vast universe. Every breath they take is accompanied by the annihilation of thousands of planets. Primordial Saint Emperor realm? A light year long? That's F-King exaggerated, right? Zhou Han was shocked by these words. His heart was in turmoil. An existence of this level had already exceeded his imagination that I think you should take a look at. After a short shock, Zhou Han quickly came back to his senses. This was because the stronger the starry dragon god was. Then, the benefits of awakening the other party's bloodline would be even more shocking. The current dragon god Jade happened to have such an effect. As long as I successfully activate the starry dragon god bloodline, my combat strength will definitely increase explosively. Then the guardian of the 99th floor is no longer a threat. Zhou Han clenched his fists, his eyes shining as he was a little excited. He had the Storm Dragon King bloodline to begin with, so he was completely satisfied with the conditions to refine the Dragon God Jade. With 10 times the luck, the probability of awakening would greatly increase. 1 in 100 million. The probability is still too low. Let's enhance it first before seeing the exact effect. As Zhou Han muttered to himself, he also activated his talent with his mind. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The target of enhancement is the Dragon God Jade. Detected that you have a powerful dragon bloodline, so the supreme enhancement points consumed by this enhancement have been reduced by 90%. There's such manipulation? Zhou Han was a little surprised. He could no longer hide the smile on his face and grinned. After some thought, he agreed. After all, the Storm Dragon King's bloodline was indeed extraordinary. It was also an extremely noble existence in the dragon race. Therefore, it was quite reasonable to trigger such a special enhancement benefit. In that case, the enhancement points on hand might be able to enhance the Dragon God Jade to its limit. In that case, the probability of awakening will soar after refining it. Coupled with the buff of 10 times luck value, this wave is definitely guaranteed. Zhou Han rubbed his hands excitedly. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous at this moment. It was mainly because the power he was about to obtain was too powerful. The top expert of the dragon race, the terrifying power of the primordial Saint Emperor. Zhou Han had reason to believe that before he collected all the fragments of the creation jade disc, the power displayed by the starry dragon god's bloodline power was definitely not inferior to the trace of power in the creation jade disc. At that time, he would have 3 powers. The first was 1 in 100,000 of the power of the creation jade disc. The second was 1 in 300,000 of the power of the source in lightning sword light. The third was the bloodline power of the starry dragon god. If the 3 powers fused, Zhou Han would directly take off. There was no need to explain his valiant life. Good, very good. This is the effect I hoped for. There's still a lot of room for growth with these top powers. As long as I control more, my strength will continue to soar. As Zhou Han looked forward, white light kept flickering on the Dragon God Jade. The enhancement was constantly underway. Looking at the rapidly decreasing supreme enhancement points, Zhou Han did not feel any heartache. Instead, he was in a very good mood. System prompt. Congratulations, your Dragon God Jade has been successfully enhanced 360 times. It has already reached the limit of enhancement. The enhanced attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. At the same time as the system notification, a white light surged crazily on the Dragon God Jade. Clearly, the number of enhancements was very powerful. Otherwise, it would not have caused such a huge commotion. Good Lord, it was enhanced 360 times. The limit of this treasure is really terrifying, as expected of a Dao-grade treasure. Hearing this, Zhou Han was also shocked. The more times it was enhanced, the stronger the effect of the Dragon God Jade. This was what Zhou Han needed. Of course, logically speaking, the supreme enhancement points on Zhou Han could not support so many enhancements. After all, it was Dao-grade. Zhou Han was still very experienced. These were all rich people who consumed enhancement points. The further they went, the more terrifying the enhancement points consumed. Fortunately, he had triggered a special state with a 90% reduction. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enhance it 360 times. In that case, the heavens are really helping me. I have a feeling that this will bring an unprecedented surprise. Zhou Han thought excitedly. Even though he had less than 10 million supreme enhancement points left, it could be said to be at the end of its rope. However, Zhou Han was not depressed. Instead, he was energetic and filled with anticipation. When everything was done, Zhou Han finally saw the attribute data on the virtual interface clearly. It was after enhancement. The entire description of the Dragon God Jade was clearly visible. Dragon God Jade plus 360. Grade, Dao grade. Type, special treasure. Description, a special treasure refined by a certain starry dragon god by fusing a trace of its blood essence into a jade. After a billion years, it absorbed countless cosmic energy and finally advanced to the level of a Dao-grade treasure. It can unleash a unique, miraculous effect on cultivators with the dragon bloodline. It's simply the best of the best. Effect, after refining it, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that you will awaken the bloodline of the starry dragon god. When the powerful bloodline power is enhanced in the body, not only can you obtain a super powerful bloodline inheritance, but you can also constantly purify the bloodline concentration. When it reaches 100% bloodline concentration, your life level will jump and directly advance to the primordial Saint Emperor realm. Special effect, Ancestral Dragon Grace. If you successfully awaken the starry dragon god bloodline, you will also be watched by the universe ancestral dragon. Once the other party acknowledges you, a series of tests will be issued. After completing the tests, you can directly obtain the bloodline of the universe ancestral dragon. Description, This treasure is only absorbed by cultivators with the dragon bloodline. Otherwise, they will suffer a huge backlash and be reduced to ashes. Prompt. This treasure is a one-time consumable. After refining it, it will automatically disappear, and the refinement process is irreversible. Zhou Han's gaze swept past the description and turned to the effect. Awesome. The success of awakening has increased to 1 in 10,000. What an awesome improvement. Zhou Han was overjoyed and smiled loudly. He was very satisfied with the effect displayed by the dragon god Jade. One had to know that before it was enhanced, there was only a 1 in 100 million chance of awakening. The probability of this was negligible. Even if the current Zhou Han had 10 times the luck buff, it was not absolutely confident that he could successfully awaken. However, now, the probability was 10,000 times higher. This was the shocking change brought about by enhancing it 360 times. There's an additional special effect. This special effect is the gift of the ancestral dragon. I think you should take a look at. When Zhou Han continued reading, he discovered a new change. Because he was more excited just now, it was understandable that he did not notice this special effect immediately. Seeing this, Zhou Han immediately checked carefully. Universe Ancestral Dragon? What kind of existence is this? Could it be even stronger than the starry dragon god? After checking, Zhou Han was a little puzzled. This was because the Universe Ancestral Dragon was also an unfamiliar existence to him. This was the first time he had heard this title, but needless to say, it was definitely another giant-level existence. The auxiliary system was considerate enough to give a relevant explanation. System prompt. The Universe Ancestral Dragon is the strongest expert of the dragon race. It is the ancestor of the dragon race. All the dragons in the universe have his blood flowing in them. At the same time, the Universe Ancestral Dragon is one of the 9 giants of the universe. Therefore, if you have the chance to obtain his bloodline power, it's impossible not to take off. Damn, is it that awesome? Even the powerful starry dragon god is his descendant? After learning this news, Zhou Han gasped. He never expected the Universe Ancestral Dragon to have such a powerful background. Moreover, he was one of the 9 giants in the universe. It went without saying how terrifying his identity was. This was because the vast universe was so vast. In that case, there would definitely be as many experts as the clouds. To stand out from the many top experts, without absolute crushing power, how could he become a giant? Therefore, this indirectly reflected the strength of the Universe Ancestral Dragon. Just the identity of the 9 giants was an existence that billions of cosmic experts looked up to. Then who are the other 8 giants? Zhou Han asked curiously. System prompt. You do not have the authority to know at the moment. I can only give you an answer after triggering the relevant event. Moreover, it's not good for you to know too much in advance. Please understand. The system directly rejected Zhou Han's question. Zhou Han could only give up. Although the truth was a little cruel, it was really not a good thing to know too much. After all, such a big shot might sense the other party if he mentioned his name. Although it was a little exaggerated, who knew what true top combat strength was? It was very likely that this would cause trouble or even disaster. In just a few minutes, first the starry dragon god, and then the Universe Ancestral Dragon. Zhou Han had seen one top expert after another. All of this was because of the dragon god Jade. Of course, if you want to obtain the test of the Universe Ancestral Dragon, the prerequisite is that you have to successfully awaken the starry dragon god bloodline. This is a prerequisite. Only by completing it can you trigger the next step. Once it fails, everything will be empty talk. Zhou Han analyzed in his heart. At this moment, he was also a little nervous. This was because he really did not want to miss such an excellent opportunity to increase his strength. Therefore, Zhou Han's emotions fluctuated quite a bit. This was very reasonable. At the critical moment, it depended on whether this 10 times luck was reliable. This was because probability depended on luck. There was nothing else. Therefore, in theory, the opportunity for Zhou Han to successfully awaken the starry dragon god was still very good. He was afraid that something would happen. At this moment, the dragon god Jade alternated between light and darkness in Zhou Han's hand, and all kinds of luster kept shining. A faint halo spewed out. One could see a very small golden dragon phantom wandering in the light, constantly absorbing the power of the world. Although this golden dragon phantom was very small, the pressure emitted from it made one feel a huge pressure. Even someone as strong as Zhou Han did not dare to look at the golden dragon phantom for long. This was because it was extremely difficult for Zhou Han to resist that powerful mental pressure. An expert at the primordial Saint Emperor realm really can't be judged with common sense. If the real starry dragon god appears, he can probably kill a large number of super experts with a look. Zhou Han sighed slightly and smiled helplessly. At this moment, he had already adjusted his mentality and was prepared to start refining the dragon god Jade and awaken the power of the starry dragon god as soon as possible. At that time, it was worth looking forward to how violent his combat strength would increase. As Zhou Han smiled faintly, he was about to mobilize the power in his body to cover the dragon god Jade and refine it according to the method provided by the system. However, a notification sounded in his mind. System prompt. The spatial passageway to the 99th floor of the ancient Desolation Tower is about to close in 10 seconds. Please go immediately, or your mission will fail. Sigh? I almost forgot about this. Zhou Han slapped his head and came to a realization. It was mainly because of the starry dragon god, the universe ancestral dragon, the 9 giants, and so on. The impact and shock it gave Zhou Han were too great. It caused him to focus on the dragon god Jade. Therefore, he forgot that he still had to go to the 99th floor of the ancient Desolation Tower. Fortunately, the space-time passageway existed for a total of 5 minutes. Just as it was about to lose its effect, the system gave a timely prompt. Otherwise, Zhou Han's mission would end in failure. That would be very demoralizing. The 99th floor was the last floor. He was about to touch the finish line and fall at the last step. The aggrieved feeling could be imagined. Master, are we really going to enter the last level? Little Rock hurriedly reminded Zhou Han when he saw him step into the spatial passageway. They had discussed this before. After all, it had taken a lot of effort to kill the guardian of the 98th floor. If he faced the stronger guardian of the 99th floor now, then the odds would be very slim. This worried Little Bone and the others. That's right. Let's enter now. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. The jade we found just now is not simple. Zhou Han smiled and gave her a reassuring look. He was prepared to face the impact of a powerful opponent. In just a few seconds, Zhou Han already had a rough combat plan in his heart. Oh, looks like Master has gained something. Then we know what to do. Seeing Zhou Han's calm and confident smile, the ashen illusory beast heaved a sigh of relief and stopped persuading him. He naturally knew Zhou Han's personality very well that I think you should take a look at. Usually, he would never do anything without much confidence. Now, making such a statement meant that there was a good chance of winning. Let's go. Zhou Han waved his hand and disappeared from this floor at the last second. System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully entered the 99th floor of the ancient Desolation Tower. As long as you kill the guardian of this floor, your mission will be completed. Zhou Han nodded slightly, his gaze not stopping as he quickly scanned his surroundings. This was his combat habit. He used his powerful divine sense to investigate some of the hidden situations. This way, they could very well avoid the enemy's hidden state, traps, array formations, and other situations. Using his advantages to completely unleash them and form his advantage in the situation was the basic attainment of a cultivator with rich combat experience. So it's hidden above my head. How sinister. However, it's impossible to ambush me. As expected, after quickly investigating, Zhou Han immediately discovered something unusual. 1,000 meters above his head, there was a bat-like dire beast entrenched here. Its huge body was perfectly hidden in the darkness. After activating the appraisal, Zhou Han knew all about this guardian. The Black Bat Guardian was a demon bat who had come to a certain planet. Its talent was concealment and ultrasonic attacks. With these two talents combined, he could kill people invisibly. He was simply the perfect assassin. If he was suddenly attacked, he could really kill him in one strike. Especially since the primordial power controlled by the Black Bat Guardian had actually reached 30 stars. In the true God grade, he was considered an upper middle grade expert. Zhou Han's expression was a little heavy. The current him had no chance of winning against such an expert. In that case, I'll refine the dragon god Jade now. I have to awaken the power of the starry dragon god's bloodline as soon as possible. Only then can I turn the tables. Zhou Han quickly made a decision. At this moment, he did not hesitate. Energy surged in his palm and wrapped around the dragon god Jade. System prompt. Beginning to refine the Dragon God Jade. Current progress is 1%. Please wait patiently. Before he could sigh at the long time it took to refine it, Zhou Han acutely sensed an invisible fluctuation above his head. Eternal Night Ultrasound. Perfect timing. I was on guard. A sneak attack is useless to me. Zhou Han shouted. 7 colored lights spread from his body, forming a barrier of light. This was a new powerful skill he had obtained after fusing the Blood Emperor Golden Bell Shield technique and a few other defensive skills. Rainbow Light Shield. This colorful light gathered the 7 elements of wind, lightning, ice, fire, earth, light, and darkness. All kinds of elements fused, making the defense effect invulnerable. Buzz. Buzz. In a flash, Zhou Han had just used his Rainbow Light Shield. There was a continuous buzzing. Visible to the naked eye, the light barrier was constantly trembling slightly, like ripples on water. The light waves were constantly rippling. Clearly, it had been attacked by the Black Bat Guardian, the Eternal Night Ultrasonic Wave. After resisting a few waves of attacks with difficulty, facing the extreme penetrative power of the Eternal Night Supersonic Wave, even if the 7 elements kept changing, it was useless. Crack. There was a cracking sound. The Rainbow Light Shield could not withstand the burden and instantly collapsed. The moment the Rainbow Light Shield shattered, Zhou Han's body was also sent flying by this violent power. 30-star primordial power is indeed not so easy to deal with. This attack dealt me such a blow. Zhou Han's gaze was a little solemn. Now, he finally understood that with every additional star of primordial power he controlled, his combat strength would increase greatly. It could be said that the Black Bat Guardian had completely suppressed Zhou Han. Is that all you're capable of? I thought you had some ability after hearing how arrogant you were just now. Is that all? The figure of the Black Bat Guardian slowly appeared from the darkness and mercilessly activated mockery. Even without a sneak attack, a weakling like you. In a head-on battle, I can also easily kill you. Through the damage caused by the Eternal Night Ultrasonic Wave, the Black Bat Guardian had a preliminary understanding of Zhou Han's strength. Clearly, in his opinion, the current Zhou Han was no threat to him at all. That was why he dared to say such a thing. Zhou Han stood up from the ground in a sorry state. The next battle would be extremely difficult. What he had to do was stall as long as possible. He would only have a chance to turn the tables after refining all the Dragon God Jade. This was his only reliance at the moment. Zhou Han dusted himself off. In terms of output, he could not compare to the Black Bat Guardian. However, he still had a strong confidence in his defense. Therefore, Zhou Han was still very confident that he could survive this period. He wasn't knocked down? Interesting. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you're convinced. Seeing Zhou Han stand up safely, the Black Bat Guardian said teasingly. Anyway, Zhou Han could not do anything, so he would play with him. This was what the Black Bat Guardian was thinking. Bring it on. I'll take it all. Zhou Han said domineeringly, not too afraid. Although he had been sent flying by the Eternal Night Ultrasonic Wave just now and looked a little disheveled, he was not substantially injured. In that case, Zhou Han had a certain measure of the power of the Black Bat Guardian. This move was ranked in the top 5 of all the damage recovery methods of the Guardian. Zhou Han's Rainbow Shield was not even in the top 10 in his defense. In comparison, Zhou Han was more confident. Coupled with his many resurrections and invincibility, it should not be a big problem to withstand the ferocious output of the Black Bat Guardian. Who gave you that confidence? How dare you provoke my dignity? The Black Bat Guardian saw the calmness on Zhou Han's face and was extremely unhappy. Immediately, he felt that the power of his overlord had been severely provoked. This was unforgivable. Night God 9 consecutive slash. Die. As the Black Bat Guardian flew into a rage, 9 cold blades flickered with extreme cold in the darkness. It was as if it wanted to pierce the sky. It was incomparably violent and filled with killing intent. It was the power of the Night God 9 consecutive slash. Actually, at extreme speed, more than 900 million cutting attacks could erupt in a microsecond. This was the ultimate move of the Black Bat Guardian. Perhaps sensing Zhou Han's unmoved mood, the Black Bat Guardian did not play slowly that I think you should take a look at. Instead, he decided to use his best ability to teach Zhou Han a lesson. Divine Earth, Peerless Overlord. Block it. Zhou Han did not hold back and used a powerful defense. It was also an advanced sovereign-grade skill that he had fused recently. Moreover, the attributes of this skill were earth elements. He had perfectly inherited the power and heaviness of the earth elements and kept absorbing the power of the earth. It was endless. The terrifying defense was obvious. The ground broke, and mountains surged. Countless sand and rocks flew under Zhou Han's summoning, coupled with the rich earth elements in the air. It slowly gathered into a golden shield. Endless weight emitted from it, indestructible and impregnable. To be precise, this shield was more suitable to be called a barrier. This was because the height of the condensation had already exceeded 1,000,000 feet, towering in the sky, bringing great shock. Damn, this defense is shocking. Master does have a plan to deal with it. It's not so easy to defeat. The ashen illusory beast looked at the golden shield in extreme shock. It was mainly because the terrifying phenomenon caused by the skilled divine earth, peerless overlord, could indeed bring enough shock. You want to defeat my master? Impossible. Even a 30-star true god-grade expert can forget about it. When Little Bones saw this, it also gained confidence and clamored at the Black Bat Guardian. After all, morale was also very important when the two fought. They had been suppressed just now, making their morale a little low. They were a little careful. However, he was quite confident now. You can stop me with this? Your understanding of power is really shallow. The Black Bat Guardian smiled indifferently. His expression was still so confident. In the blink of an eye, the 9 cold blades had already collided violently with the golden shield. The aftershock of the collision annihilated space again and again. Crack! There was another shattering sound. The 1,000,000-foot-long golden shield still could not block the Black Bat Guardian's attack. It turned into countless fragments, turned into earth elements, and dissipated into the air. Zhou Han's body was sent flying again. That didn't stop it. I can imagine how terrifying this attack is. Little Rock's pupils constricted. Even someone as powerful as the divine earth peerless overlord could not withstand it. That could only mean that the power that a 30-star true god-grade expert could erupt with far exceeded their imagination. This power is nothing much. Again, Zhou Han still walked out of the dust, his clothes even more disheveled. However, the golden shield deflected most of the attacks. Only a small portion of it would cause him substantial damage. This was because, with the tough physique of the glazed golden body, Zhou Han only suffered very slight injuries under this attack. It was not a big deal. Zhou Han was more satisfied with this outcome. One had to know that the opponent he was facing was a 30-star true god-grade expert. In terms of violent output, the other party could completely crush him. Therefore, to be able to resist the 2 explosive attacks of the Black Bat Guardian in a row, the price he paid was only minor injuries. This was shocking enough. Huh, little guy, you really surprise me. You're not bad. You can block 2 of my attacks. Next, I'll let you experience my divine power. The current you already have the right to let me release my divine power. Seeing that Zhou Han's state was not affected, and even his aura was not chaotic, the Black Bat Guardian was also a little surprised. Of course, this surprise flashed. This was because the true trump card had only just begun. The powerful power of the divine power far exceeded the skill released just now. These 2 attacks were on completely different levels. Therefore, this was the reason why the Black Bat Guardian was arrogant. The tough battle is about to begin. I'll try my best to hold on. Zhou Han thought quickly. He had long investigated the divine power of the Black Bat Guardian. Therefore, Zhou Han knew how powerful it was. At the moment, he did not have a good defense. He could only use his best defense. Then, he fought invincibility. He could also use a few resurrection opportunities appropriately. Due to the huge difference in strength, this was the only solution Zhou Han could choose. The divine power of the Black Bat Guardian was that the night god had descended from the sky and summoned a certain night god in the starry sky with the power of an eternal true god. After obtaining a portion of the night god's strength, the Black Bat Guardian's combat strength would increase unprecedentedly within an hour. Therefore, in this hour, Zhou Han would definitely suffer the fiercest bombardment. According to the average frequency of attacking 100 million times per microsecond, one could imagine how tragic this hour was. Therefore, it was very necessary to consume the number of resurrections and trigger the invincible state. Awake, Dark Night moment. Great Night God, give me strength. The Black Bat Guardian quickly chanted an obscure incantation and directly activated the divine power of the Night God. After reaching the 30-star True God grade, the divine power would be enhanced once. Therefore, even if a 30-star True God and a 20-star True God used the same divine power, the power would be worlds apart. With that, everything within 1,000,000 miles was enveloped in darkness. There was no light. The Night God's descent was incomparably domineering, carrying the exclusive, powerful dignity of an eternal True God-grade expert. The breathtaking aura made one want to submit. System prompt. You are refining the Dragon God Jade plus 360. Current progress is 56.22%. The refinement process is a little long. Please wait patiently. The good news was that the refinement progress was already more than half. The bad news was that Zhou Han would face a storm of attacks next. The scene would be very unbearable to watch. How is it? Are your legs weak from my strength? This is absolute power. It's a height you can never reach. A playful smile flashed across the Black Bat Guardian's face, filled with mockery. Clearly, he was in an extremely good mood after fusing with the Night God's inheritance. He felt a magnificent power surge crazily in his body. It was unprecedentedly powerful and growing crazily. Come on, let the storm come harder. Zhou Han was not afraid at all. He hooked his finger and said provocatively. This was because even if he showed weakness, it would not change the determination of the Black Bat Guardian to attack. In that case, why not be arrogant? Only then would it be satisfying to suffer the most vicious beating in the most domineering manner. This was Zhou Han's unruly personality. He faced everything calmly. Good. You asked for it. I'll do as you wish. Sensing that its dominance had been ignored by Zhou Han just like that, the killing intent in the Black Bat Guardian's eyes intensified. Black waves of light kept condensing on his wings that I think you should take a look at. Then, they all shot out, impenetrable. Every wave of light had extremely powerful destructive power. System prompt. You have been bombarded by the Black Bat Guardian's destructive death ray. You have lost 1% of your HP. System prompt. You have been bombarded by the Black Bat Guardian's destructive death ray. You have lost 1% of your HP. Notifications kept coming from the combat interface. Although he only lost 1% of his maximum HP every time he attacked, the bombardment was too fast. The number of destruction death rays was innumerable. Therefore, even though Zhou Han had an extremely strong life recovery ability, it could not be effective. Ancestral Phoenix Shield, Great Void Divine Armor, Extreme Rock, Perfect Defense. Zhou Han immediately activated the defensive Dharma treasures and defensive skills he had long prepared. In that case, the loss of life was not so violent. It could be appropriately delayed. The death rays were in the darkness, shooting wildly. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The sound of his body being penetrated kept coming in the darkness. Zhou Han's body was riddled with holes like a sieve. Although there was a huge pain, it was still within acceptable limits. After all, Zhou Han had experienced fusing with the Source in Lightning Sword Light and had a lot of experience points in enduring extreme pain. The pain of destroying death was nothing in front of them. System prompt. You are refining the Dragon God Jade plus 360. Current progress is 87.11%. The refinement process is a little long. Please wait patiently. I have to endure a little longer. The invincible state has been triggered. Next, when you receive fatal damage, you will use the number of resurrections. After hearing the notification, Zhou Han thought to himself. There was nothing he could do about it. He still had to use the number of resurrections. It was already the best outcome to be able to ensure that he could keep his life under such bombardment. Therefore, Zhou Han could completely accept it. Kid, I didn't expect your defense to be so shocking. This is unexpected, the Black Bat Guardian said in surprise as he bombarded crazily. He originally thought that Zhou Han would be insta-killed, but he pretended not to. Next, the Black Bat Guardian thought that Zhou Han would not be able to last a minute. However, the outcome disappointed him again. Then 10 minutes, 30. The shock in the Black Bat Guardian's heart intensified. He could not believe that Zhou Han, who did not even control the primordial power, was so tenacious. He was like an unkillable cockroach. I don't believe you can last long. If I can't even kill a weakling like you, won't I be sneered at by the world in the future? The Black Bat Guardian was already furious. It was a 30-star, true, God-grade expert. After bombarding for more than half an hour, he still had not completed the kill. This was too humiliating. This was unacceptable to the powerful Black Bat Guardian. Therefore, the Black Bat Guardian began another wave of violent attacks. He wanted to kill Zhou Han quickly, so he was a little anxious. At this moment, he had a faint bad feeling. After all, he was a 30-star true God-grade expert, so he was still very sensitive to danger. Especially when it slowly flowed on Zhou Han's body, there was a faint mysterious aura. It was this power that made the Black Bat Guardian uneasy. This was also the real reason why the Black Bat Guardian attacked even more violently. If he could not kill Zhou Han, he might fall into a predicament and the situation would go out of control. This was something the Black Bat Guardian did not want to see. She originally had the upper hand. If Zhou Han turned the tables, it would really be too hurtful. Under the bombardment, it indeed had a very good effect. Zhou Han had 3 chances to revive directly. Fortunately, after wearing sovereign-grade equipment, many pieces of equipment were enhanced and activated with the special effect of resurrection. Therefore, the current Zhou Han was not under much pressure. Moreover, he still had the Starry Sky mythology fashion. After enhancing it 50 times, it triggered the only passive effect of the Starry Sky ruler. It could establish a connection with the 9 stars and revive 9 times. This was where Zhou Han's confidence lay. As long as he stalled long enough, he could still turn the tables in the end. This was because the notification in his mind that the refinement progress of the Dragon God Jade had already reached 95%. He was very close to completely refining it. Can you successfully awaken the Starry Dragon God bloodline? Success or failure depends on this. Let's leave everything to 10 times luck. Zhou Han sighed in his heart. At this moment, he was a little excited and nervous, because this was the moment that decided fate. Of course, Zhou Han was also prepared for his bloodline awakening to fail. This was his personality. He had to be considerate. He couldn't put eggs in the same basket. Zhou Han's backup plan was to use the Starry Sky ruler's long-range resurrection to avoid the Black Bat Guardian's pursuit. At that time, he would directly accept the next mission, information on the Tao Lord, and enter the origin with divine domain. There, the restrictions on obtaining supreme enhancement points would be unsealed again. A conservative estimate was at least 500 billion. Therefore, this was his hope of turning the tables. If he reasonably enhanced 500 billion supreme enhancement points, it would definitely bring a terrifying increase. At that time, he could also defy the heavens and turn defeat into victory. In that case, Zhou Han was actually already invincible. After all, he was a cautious person. Before making the decision to fight the Black Bat Guardian head-on, he had long made a risk assessment and backup plan. A gentleman would not stand under a dangerous wall. Zhou Han did not allow himself to be in danger, so he made so many considerations. His life was precious. As he struggled to resist the Black Bat Guardian's bombardment, a pleasantly surprised notification finally sounded in his mind. System prompt. Congratulations, the Dragon God Jade has been successfully refined. Beginning to awaken. Is it about to begin? How exciting. 10 times lucky. At the critical moment, I must be awesome. Zhou Han took a deep breath and prayed in his heart. After all, the power of the Starry Dragon God's bloodline was really too powerful. I think you should take a look at. Who wouldn't want to obtain such a bloodline power? Zhou Han was naturally no exception. This was because not only could this power increase his combat strength, moreover, it could increase his life level. He had the aptitude to become a top expert. Therefore, the importance of the Starry Dragon God bloodline could be imagined. Zhou Han was determined to get it. In an instant, Zhou Han felt the blood in his body completely burning. Rich blood dances kept steaming out. While feeling immense pain, Zhou Han was very weak. After all, his blood was constantly burning, and he had lost too much blood. Without the replenishment of blood energy, the strength of his body decreased greatly. Fortunately, the shocking power that erupted from the Dragon God Jade annihilated all the Black Bat Guardian's attacks. Although the destruction death ray he released was extremely violent, unfortunately, it was nothing in front of the Dragon God Jade. It could not move at all. All the attacks lost their effect. This also made Zhou Han heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, with the weakness of his current body, he would have fallen into an extremely difficult situation. What happened? My attack actually didn't work? The Black Bat Guardian was also dumbfounded, its eyes flickering with great surprise. One had to know that in his current state, he had activated his divine power and was enhanced by the power of the Night God. The damage was actually getting weaker. This was the first time the Black Bat Guardian had encountered such a situation. Huh. You have no concept of true top power at all. This is not a level you can come into contact with. Zhou Han smiled when he saw that the danger was temporarily resolved, his words filled with mockery. There was indeed nothing wrong with what he said. After all, the starry dragon god, who dominated the universe, had reached the realm of the primordial Saint Emperor. Without a certain level of strength, such a top expert was definitely not qualified to see it. Even the night god that the Black Bat Guardian relied on was nothing in front of the starry dragon god. You sure talk big. Those who don't know might think that you're an eternal true god expert. The Black Bat Guardian clearly snorted at Zhou Han's words. You're just a piece of trash who can't even control the primordial power. You were just lucky to obtain the power of the creation jade disc. If I can't kill you in an hour, then 2 hours. 10 hours. I don't believe it today. The Black Bat Guardian was furious. This time, he directly used many trump cards. Clearly, he realized that the situation was getting worse. He had to risk his life. If he didn't, something might really happen. Hee, you don't have that chance anymore. Next, it's time for you to die. Zhou Han smiled coldly, but he was already overjoyed because the words appeared on the virtual interface. Congratulations, your luck has exploded, and you have successfully awakened the starry dragon god bloodline. He had successfully awakened the starry dragon god bloodline, and his combat strength had directly soared. At this moment, Zhou Han could hear the dragon roar rising and falling in his blood. The small golden dragon's soul kept shuttling and wandering in his meridians, bringing endless power. Zhou Han had never felt so filled and powerful before. This was the shocking improvement given by the starry dragon god bloodline. The Black Bat Guardian was furious. This time, he directly used many trump cards. Clearly, he realized that the situation was getting worse. He had to risk his life. If he didn't, something might really happen. Hee, you don't have that chance anymore. Next, it's time for you to die. Zhou Han smiled coldly, but he was already overjoyed because the words appeared on the virtual interface. Congratulations, your luck has exploded, and you have successfully awakened the starry dragon god bloodline. He had successfully awakened the starry dragon god bloodline, and his combat strength had directly soared. At this moment, Zhou Han could hear the dragon roar rising and falling in his blood. The small golden dragon's soul kept shuttling and wandering in his meridians, bringing endless power. Zhou Han had never felt so filled and powerful before. This was the shocking improvement given by the starry dragon god bloodline. Didn't you have a good time just now? I'll remember how many times you hit me. Powerful energy quickly flowed through his blood. Zhou Han was immediately filled with confidence and had the arrogant aura of fighting the heavens and earth. He looked at the Black Bat Guardian with a judgmental and playful gaze. After all, Zhou Han had been sent flying like a sandbag just now. Not only was his body in great pain, the grievance in his heart was even more unbearable. This was the first time he had been beaten up like this since he controlled the power of the creation jade disc. Therefore, Zhou Han was completely furious. He would definitely return 10 times the damage to him. This was his philosophy in life. Next, I'll let you feel this humiliation and pain too. Zhou Han said expressionlessly, his expression extremely cold. If he did not teach the Black Bat Guardian a painful lesson, it would be difficult to vent the anger in his heart. Ha, you. I admit that your defense far exceeds the level of your realm. At that time, your attack power was too weak. You're not even worthy of tickling me. Don't you know that? Hearing Zhou Han's cold words, the Black Bat Guardian ignored him. This was because he had felt Zhou Han's move during the battle just now. Although it was fierce, there was still a considerable difference to the 30-star primordial power. Therefore, the Black Bat Guardian was filled with contempt and did not care. Zhou Han did not say anything else. No matter what he said, it was better to use his true strength. Only then would the surprise be enough to shock him. With a thought, the power of the starry dragon god instantly surged into Zhou Han's palm. A 10,000 feet dragon claw descended from the sky and slapped at the Black Bat Guardian. Don't waste your energy. It's useless to me. You're The Black Bat Guardian was still mocking him, but before it could speak, its voice stopped abruptly. This was because the space there had already turned to nothingness where the 10,000 feet dragon claw had landed. This space seemed to have been erased. Hiss. Is he that strong? The power of the starry dragon god is simply unbelievable. Seeing this, Zhou Han gasped, his eyes filled with great shock. The starry dragon god's power was 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than he had expected. I think you should take a look at. Just releasing an inheritance move could turn the controller of the 30-star primordial power to ashes. How powerful and terrifying was this? I originally wanted to torture this guy to death. In the end, it was too useless and was insta-killed. Zhou Han shook his head slightly and was a little depressed. After all, the Black Bat Guardian had caused him a lot of pain. It was simply too easy for him to let the other party die like this. However, he had no choice. Who asked the starry dragon god to be so terrifying? If he had known earlier, Zhou Han would have taken it easy. What power is this? How terrifying. Congratulations, Master, for your combat strength increasing. What's a 30-star true god? He was still insta-killed. The ashen illusory beast said excitedly. He vaguely guessed that Zhou Han's divine power should be related to that jade stone. In that case, he had made another huge contribution. His status in Zhou Han's heart soared, and he became the pet his master relied on the most. Therefore, the excitement in the ashen illusory beast's heart could be imagined. As expected of my master. He turned the tables. This battle is really too exciting. Little Bone also praised in extreme admiration. Having witnessed Zhou Han's godlike performance many times, therefore, they were not too nervous now that they were upwind. Yes, we took down this battle safely. Zhou Han was in a good mood and nodded. There was no need to use the backup plan. He was very satisfied with this outcome. This was because once he used the backup plan and entered the origin with divine domain, that meant that this mission had failed. To Zhou Han, it was also a huge setback. If he failed the mission, he would randomly lose 10 Dharma treasures. Once the creation jade disc fragment disappeared in this mission, it would really be too careless. Thinking of this, Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief. The process was not important, and the outcome could be said to be very perfect. Of course, he knew that the 10 times luck had played a huge role. That was why he could successfully awaken the bloodline power of the starry dragon god. Otherwise, the outcome was hard to say. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the 30-star true god-grade expert, Black Bat Guardian. You have successfully cleared the 99th floor of the ancient Desolation Tower. This mission has been successfully completed. According to the Comprehensive Combat Assessment, you have obtained an SSS rank clearance evaluation. The mission reward treasure chest will be automatically sent to your spatial inventory. Please pay attention to it. After hearing the notification, Zhou Han could confirm that the Black Bat Guardian was indeed dead. Very good. After obtaining the reward enhancement, I obtained 450 mission treasure chests. How wonderful. After checking the spatial inventory, Zhou Han muttered to himself happily. This was because SSS rank mission treasure chests could open many rare items. After enhancement, the rewards were even more powerful. Not only that, but the items opened from the treasure chest would also enjoy the special effect of heavenly fate. In other words, the reward increase was 450 times. How much is 450 times 450? At least more than 160,000. Zhou Han did not count it out. It was enough to know a rough value. This also meant that he could enjoy more than 160,000 times the reward in this wave. Therefore, one could imagine how comfortable Zhou Han was. After asking the system, a single mission treasure chest could be enhanced 25 times. Yes, Master. The space on the top floor is the largest. There should be a lot of good things stored. Little Rock said excitedly, eager to try. Seeing that the ashen illusory beast had made a huge contribution, he was unwilling to fall behind and wanted to perform well. With this, she could consolidate her status in Zhou Han's heart. Therefore, after hearing Zhou Han's order, they were all very motivated. He kept searching in the huge space on the top floor. Seeing that all three pets had taken action, Zhou Han was relieved. After all, their perception was still very good. They would not miss anything. Even if there were any doubts, they would definitely inform Zhou Han. When the time came, he could check it himself. This was because, under the powerful special effect of starry sky perception, no item could escape his eyes. After instructing them, Zhou Han retracted his gaze. Now, it's time to check what's special about the Starry Dragon God bloodline. I have to take a good look. Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. Just now, because he was only focused on fighting, he had used the power of the Starry Dragon God's bloodline. However, he did not check the specific special effects in detail. He only knew that the bloodline power was very powerful. However, Zhou Han did not know how powerful it was. Now that he had time, he could check it in detail. Thinking of this, Zhou Han directly opened the interface. On his attribute panel, the bloodline column changed from the Storm Dragon King to the Starry Dragon God. Then, after using his mind to expand the details, all the attribute descriptions were obvious. Bloodline power. Inheritance, Starry Dragon God. Status, current bloodline concentration is 1%. Absorbing the blood essence of a powerful dragon can appropriately increase the bloodline concentration. Basic attributes. The Starry Dragon God's extremely strong body can effectively defend against all kinds of damage. All your damage, including true damage, will be converted into ordinary damage. Exclusive skill, Dragon God's Wrath. The anger of the Starry Dragon God is not something ordinary people can withstand. After releasing it, all damage you cause will increase by 1,000,000,000 times within 20 seconds. Cooldown, 10 hours. Unique passive, Indestructible Dragon Body. Your recovery ability is 10,000 times stronger than your original foundation. The more damage you suffer, the higher the percentage of your health recovery. Exclusive skill, Absolute Prestige. After releasing the Dragon Might unique to the Starry Dragon God, it will cause a huge deterrence effect on all targets within a radius of 10 million miles. There is a certain chance of severely injuring the target or even insta-killing them. Cooldown, 8 hours. The others have not been unlocked. They will be unlocked on their own after the bloodline concentration reaches a certain level. Awesome. Is this the terrifying power of the Starry Dragon God? It's ridiculously strong. After reading the description, Zhou Han was shocked and pleasantly surprised. No wonder he could instantly kill the 30-star Black Bat Guardian just now. It was precisely because the Starry Dragon God bloodline power had a super powerful skill and a unique passive effect. In terms of basic attributes, it was considered a defensive effect. In the future, even if my opponent has a special effect of true damage, it's useless to me. This has a huge advantage in battle. Zhou Han checked the attribute description line by line and quickly analyzed it in his heart. Until now, Zhou Han had never encountered an opponent with true damage that I think you should take a look at. After all, such special effects were not so easy to obtain. Zhou Han could only control the attributes of true damage through the SSS rank talent, Infinite Enhancement. An SSS rank talent was the only one in the universe. How could it be so easy for others to control it? However, although it was not easy, that didn't mean there wasn't. The universe was huge, and there were all kinds of experts. Zhou Han had reason to believe that there were definitely some experts with advanced attributes like true damage. However, he had not encountered such an opponent yet. Therefore, the basic attributes displayed by the Starry Dragon God bloodline were especially important. With this bloodline, even if Zhou Han encountered a top expert with true damage in the future, he would not have to be afraid. This feeling was simply too comfortable. Other than powerful basic attributes, there were also 2 exclusive active skills and a unique passive skill. They all provided very powerful strength. Dragon God's Wrath was a powerful active skill that could erupt with 1,000,000,000 times the strength in a short period of time. It was simply terrifying. With this power, what was a 30-star true God-grade expert? Even a 35-star true God could be easily insta-killed. Zhou Han thought happily in his heart. This was the joy of his strength soaring. Absolute Prestige was a large-scale damage skill. After using it, it could severely injure the target or even insta-kill him. Facing a siege, it would definitely be very interesting after releasing it. Zhou Han was looking forward to that scene. However, because the skill had a cooldown, he naturally would not try it easily. The Indestructible Dragon Body was a passive skill that increased recovery and increased Zhou Han's defense. This was because the bloodline concentration was 1%. This percentage far exceeded 1 in 100,000 of the power of the Creation Jade Disc and 1 in 400,000 of the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light. Therefore, even though the starry dragon god's true strength was far inferior to the creation jade disc. However, the 1% ratio made the power unleashed by the starry dragon god bloodline power exceed the power of the creation jade disc that Zhou Han currently controlled. It's only 1%, but it's already so awesome. I believe that as the concentration of the bloodline continues to increase, the wonders of the starry dragon god bloodline will unearth even more violent power. In that case, collecting the blood essence of a powerful dragon in the future would also become one of Zhou Han's goals. He would not give up any opportunity to increase his strength, especially since the increase was so great. Therefore, it was completely worth Zhou Han's effort. At this moment, Zhou Han had controlled 3 powerful forces. They were the power of the starry dragon god bloodline, the power of the creation jade disc, and the power of the source in lightning sword light. They were all top-grade powers. The explosive power of the 3 combined was unimaginable. This was what Zhou Han relied on to challenge those above his level. System prompt. As you have successfully awakened the bloodline power of the starry dragon god, the special effect, Ancestral Dragon Gift, has been triggered. You have obtained the recognition of the universe Ancestral Dragon and completed a series of tests. You will directly awaken the bloodline of the universe Ancestral Dragon. Do you accept the test of the universe Ancestral Dragon? There is great danger in this test. Please consider it carefully. Give your answer in a minute. After the system notification, Zhou Han suddenly remembered that the dragon god Jade, which had been enhanced 360 times, had a second special effect. That was the Ancestral Dragon Gift. As long as he refined the dragon god Jade and successfully awakened the starry dragon god's bloodline inheritance power, after completing this prerequisite, he would trigger the Ancestral Dragon Gift. Zhou Han had suddenly obtained super strength just now and was too excited. For a moment, he forgot this. Fortunately, the system reminded him in time. Accepted. I accept the test of the universe Ancestral Dragon. Zhou Han blurted out and made a decision without hesitation. Although the system had hinted that this test would face this huge danger, Zhou Han would not miss this excellent opportunity. That was the bloodline of the universe Ancestral Dragon. The starry dragon god was very strong, right? But in front of the universe Ancestral Dragon, it was nothing. As the ancestor of the dragon race in the universe Ancestral Dragon was undoubtedly the strongest expert of the dragon race. Zhou Han was determined to obtain his bloodline power. Therefore, no matter how difficult or dangerous it was, it didn't matter. It was mainly because the benefits were too great, so this risk was worth it. Moreover, Zhou Han still had great confidence in himself. He could always avert danger by relying on his powerful strength. If he had enough supreme enhancement points, theoretically speaking, he was not afraid of any challenge. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Zhou Han accepted the test of the universe Ancestral Dragon without hesitation. You are indeed an expert who is not afraid of challenges and will march forward. The test of the universe Ancestral Dragon has now appeared on the virtual interface. Please check it yourself. Very good. I want to see what kind of test is waiting for me. Zhou Han was also quite curious about this test. This was because this concerned his strength increasing by leaps and bounds again. He hurriedly checked his avatar on the virtual interface. Trial of the universe Ancestral Dragon. Description: because you have awakened the bloodline power of the starry dragon god, your life level has soared and you are qualified to become the primordial Saint Emperor. It has also attracted the attention of the universe Ancestral Dragon. The other party is very satisfied with your performance, so he set a series of tests. After passing the tests, you will become an inheritor and obtain incomparably powerful strength. Test 1. Show your edge. To become an inheritor, you must have powerful combat strength. Therefore, what you have to do next is dominate the original galaxy's East Zone 9 and show your powerful strength. Test 2. To be determined. After completing Test 1, it will be automatically revealed. Completion duration: 1 year. Description: if you don't complete the test at the specified time, the test will automatically disappear. You will forever lose the right to take the Universe Ancestral Dragon test and miss the Inheritor. Dominate East Zone 9. As expected of the test of the Universe Ancestral Dragon, this is indeed quite difficult. After Zhou Han finished reading, he smiled helplessly. The first test was already so difficult. He did not know how many more tests there would be later. the difficulty would definitely be even higher. He had also taken in 3 lackeys from the universe, namely Lincoln and the other 2. He also learned some basic information about the universe. Otherwise, he might not even understand East Zone 9. Therefore, it was obvious how difficult this test was for a person who had never even left the planet. Moreover, Zone 9 East was hundreds of thousands of light years in diameter. There were many experts inside. He could not rule out an expert at the eternal true God level that I think you should take a look at. Then, if he wanted to dominate East Zone 9, your combat strength has to at least reach the eternal true God level to be safe. Otherwise, the chance was very slim. That's good. The test is difficult enough. It's more interesting to complete it like this. I won't be frightened by this. Zhou Han sorted out his emotions and reignited his fighting spirit. Just like his unruly personality that dared to fight with the world, the heart of the strong was so fearless. I have to plan this year well. How can I increase my strength as soon as possible? Zhou Han had already begun to think, organize his thoughts, and find the most efficient and fastest improvement plan. If there was enough time, it would be easy to complete. The key was that there was a time limit. Only a year. A year seemed a long time. However, to top experts, this time was too short. There was very little they could do. Zhou Han felt the same. After all, as his combat strength increased, the resources required became greater and greater. In such a short period of time, if he only relied on killing monsters normally, the benefits would be very small. Therefore, he had to use some special methods. When Rocky and the other 2 return, let's see if we can do something big. If I kill a shocking number of Primordial Realm experts, the problem of resources will be easily resolved. Therefore, Zhou Han wanted to do something big and lure more cosmic experts over. That benefit would be awesome. However, this plan had to be considered at length. He had to wait until Lincoln and the other 2 returned from the universe to discuss before making a detailed plan. This was because the risk was indeed a little high. Therefore, Lincoln and the others were much more familiar with the universe than Zhou Han. After discussion, it was necessary to obtain a least risky solution. Master, this is the item we found. Count it, Little Bones said excitedly, interrupting Zhou Han's thoughts. Yes, you did well. Zhou Han praised as he closed the virtual interface, his eyes filled with joy. This was because he had indeed seen a few Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments. The information recorded in the mission notification was true. System prompt. You have received 5 Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments from the Ashen Illusory Beast. Detected that the special effect of the Heavenly Fate Enhancement is activated. The benefits you will obtain will increase by 450 times. You have obtained 2,250 Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments. They have been automatically stored in your spatial inventory. Please pay attention to them. You have received 832 Sovereign Golden Runes from the Primordial Chaos Golden Rock King. Detected that the special effect of the Heavenly Fate Enhancement is activated. The benefits you will obtain will increase by 450 times. You have obtained 374,400 Sovereign Golden Runes. They have been automatically stored in your spatial inventory. Please pay attention to them. That's right. The Heavenly Fate card that has been enhanced 90 times is so awesome. When the time comes, I have to continue enhancing it. The enhancement of 450 times is still not enough. Seeing the information that kept appearing on the interface, Zhou Han realized even more the importance of the enhanced Heavenly Fate card. This was because as he enhanced it more and more, the effect of the Heavenly Fate card would be even more obvious. After enhancing it 90 times, it had 450 times the reward enhancement effect activated. Therefore, what Zhou Han had to do next was to earn more supreme enhancement points. Then, it would enhance the Heavenly Fate card again and obtain a higher reward multiplier. That was the way to go. Although the supreme enhancement points would also have an awesome effect on other advanced items. Compared to the magic of the Heavenly Fate card, it was still a little insufficient. As the saying went, good steel was used on the blade. That was the logic. It was most important to obtain the greatest benefits. This was because from the looks of it, enhancing the Heavenly Fate card was the best choice. Of course, enhancing the fragment of the Creation Jade Disc would obtain greater benefits. However, because the Creation Jade Disc was the strongest Dharma treasure in the universe, the supreme enhancement points required were an astronomical figure. Therefore, Even if Zhou Han could obtain the upper limit of 500 billion supreme enhancement points, it was still a drop in the bucket and could not be of use. This means that at this stage, it's impossible for me to enhance the creation jade disk fragment with my strength. In that case, I'll definitely settle for the next best thing. Zhou Han smiled helplessly and thought to himself. These things had been carefully considered. Anyway, after comprehensive consideration, enhancing the Heavenly Fate card was the best choice at the moment. Zhou Han retracted his gaze and began to appraise it. Let's take a look at these downgrade fragments first. There are a total of 2,250. I wonder if there are any creation jade disk fragments. Thinking of this, he was looking forward to it. After all, the number of Dharma treasure fragments was still very powerful. Perhaps a huge surprise would be waiting for him. At this moment, he was a little excited. If he could obtain the fragment of the creation jade disk again, he could fuse with the 10 fragments of the creation jade disk. This way, the power of the creation jade disk he obtained would increase again. Previously, it had already reached 1 in 100,000. Although this number was still very weak, it was already shocking enough. That power was very unbelievable, providing Zhou Han with the capital to constantly challenge super experts above his level. After using this power, Zhou Han knew better than anyone how terrifying the power of the creation jade disk was. Therefore, they could not wait for this power. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint him. Zhou Han checked these fragments a few times. Unfortunately, he did not see any sign of the creation jade disk fragment. What a pity. It didn't bring a huge surprise. Zhou Han sighed regretfully. Actually, he was already prepared. He knew very well that how could the creation jade disk fragment be so easy to obtain? Moreover, there was a hidden huge faction behind the ancient desolation tower. If the creation jade disk existed, it might have been taken away by them long ago. How could they wait for Zhou Han to take it away? After feeling a little regretful, Zhou Han instantly adjusted his mood and was not very sad. As an expert, adjusting his mentality at any time was a basic manipulation that I think you should take a look at. Zhou Han had long cultivated such an ability. However, although no creation jade disk fragment appeared, these large numbers of Dharma treasure fragments could also play a considerable role. This was because as long as he accumulated enough Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments, he could fuse them into a complete Dao-grade Dharma treasure. The power unleashed by a complete Dao-grade Dharma treasure far exceeded the power of the fragment. The two of them were simply on different levels. They were incomparable. In terms of power, there was no comparison at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Han also smiled. Among the 2,250 fragments, there were many identical fragments. This way, he could at least fuse a few Dao-grade Dharma treasures. In that case, after controlling these few complete Dao-grade Dharma treasures, it was difficult not to increase his combat strength. Very good. I can also have a complete Dao-grade Dharma treasure. It's all thanks to the special effect of the Heavenly Fate card. Otherwise, I wouldn't have obtained so many fragments. There were originally only 5 fragments. This number was too few. Even if they were all the same fragments, it was not enough to form a complete Dao-grade Dharma treasure. Fortunately, after the enhancement of 450 times, this number immediately increased. That was why Zhou Han had such an opportunity to control a Dao-grade Dharma treasure. Otherwise, according to the normal method of obtaining it, who knew how long it would take to obtain a Dao-grade Dharma treasure? System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully gathered 9 fragments of the Great Void Divine Armor Dharma treasure. It has automatically fused into a complete Great Void Divine Armor and is sent to your spatial inventory. Please pay attention to it in time. Very good. This is the defensive Dharma treasure I need. After hearing the notification, the smile on Zhou Han's face widened. He was very satisfied with this effect. Out of curiosity, he hurriedly took out the Great Void Divine Armor from his spatial inventory. A heavy force surged out of the Great Void Divine Armor and swept for thousands of miles. It was majestic and unusual. It was a set of dark armor. A faint black mist slowly circulated on the armor, giving it a mysterious and strange feeling. So it's the power of the Great Void, an advanced power in the universe with the magical effect of annihilating the elements. Zhou Han probed through the starry sky. Soon, he saw the secret of the Great Void Divine Armor clearly. It was precisely because the magical power of the Great Void could annihilate elements that after being attacked by the target, they could perfectly resist the attack, and their defense was incomparably powerful. If the Great Void Divine Armor was complete when I fought the Black Bat Guardian previously, I don't have to be in such a sorry state anymore. Zhou Han stroked the Great Void Divine Armor and muttered to himself with a smile. The heaviness of the armor was indeed very helpful. Even a 30-star true God-grade expert would encounter huge resistance when bombarding it. Previously, when he fought the Black Bat Guardian, Zhou Han had used the power of the Great Void Divine Armor. However, there were only fragments at that time. Now, Zhou Han would be even calmer in a battle. Master, the aura of this Dharma treasure is not simple. Could it be? Little Rock probed. From his shocked expression, he seemed to have an answer. This was because the moment the Great Void Divine Armor appeared in the air, that pressure, that vigorous power, was too terrifying. However, he still wanted to hear Zhou Han say this answer himself. Your guess is right. It's Dao grade, Zhou Han said with a smile. Hiss. Oh my God. It's really. No wonder I feel a huge pressure. Little Rock was stunned when it heard Zhou Han's words, its eyes flickering with great shock. Dao grade innately had a bloodline suppression on sovereign grade. Therefore, it was very reasonable for the three pets to be a little pale. Dissipate the pressure. Now, you will submit to me, Zhou Han shouted domineeringly. As he roared, he did not stop. He circulated violent energy and enveloped the Great Void Divine Armor. He used his strength to resist the power of the Great Void Divine Armor. As for why, the reason was simple. This was because sovereign grade items could develop self-awareness. In that case, it was normal for a Dao grade to develop an independent consciousness. Then, the consciousness in the Dao grade Dharma treasure would definitely not submit easily. After all, as a Dao grade, it was still very noble and had super strength. Therefore, if one did not have enough strength, why would a Dao grade Dharma treasure acknowledge him as its master? A good bird chooses a tree to nest in. A wise minister chooses a master. This was the unchanging truth of the universe. Dao grade Dharma treasures also had such thoughts. From the terrifying dignity released by the Great Void Divine Armor just now, clearly, this was a show of strength, wanting to teach Zhou Han a lesson. The intentions were obvious. You'd better not provoke me. I'm not to be trifled with. Don't play with fire. It was a warning and a threat. The fused Great Void Divine Armor wanted to obtain freedom and control its own fate, not submit. Submit or be destroyed. Your choice, Zhou Han said indifferently. The three top powers in his body poured out. In an instant, it shattered the power of the Great Void Divine Armor. Clearly, there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Moreover, the power Zhou Han used was all top-notch. Whether it was the power of the creation Jade Disc, the Source Enlightening Sword Light, or the Starry Dragon God, they were not things that a mere Great Void Divine Armor could resist. The Great Void Divine Armor was indeed a Dao grade Dharma treasure. He could only blame the three powers that Zhou Han controlled for being too heaven-defying. It made the Great Void Divine Armor unable to resist at all. Ha, my master is incomparably domineering. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? All you can do now is submit. Who asked you to be so arrogant? The ashen illusory beast felt the pressure enveloping its body. After it disappeared, it immediately knew that Zhou Han had the absolute upper hand, which was why it mocked the Great Void Divine Armor like this. Although he could not do anything to the Great Void Divine Armor, he had a powerful master. He felt so safe. The Dao grade is nothing much. Master's divine might is invincible. Submit obediently, Little Bone also said proudly. He was very happy because he knew that after subduing a Dao grade Dharma treasure, Zhou Han's strength would increase greatly. Boom, boom, boom. I think you should take a look at. Deafening roars kept coming from the sky. This was the huge tremor produced by the Great Void Divine Armor's constant collision and struggle. It tried its best to break free from Zhou Han's restraint, but unfortunately, it struggled for a long time in vain. Under the confinement of the top power, they could only struggle meaninglessly. Submit. I choose to submit and acknowledge you as my master. Finally, the Great Void Divine Armor communicated with his consciousness unwillingly. Between the two choices of destruction and submission, he decisively chose to submit. After all, it was not easy to grow to the Dao grade. He had experienced countless calamities and spent endless years to achieve his current achievements. The Great Void Divine Armor definitely did not want to be destroyed. System prompt. Congratulations, the Downgrade Dharma Treasure, Great Void Divine Armor, has successfully recognized you as its master. In the future, your orders are absolute to the Great Void Divine Armor. Moreover, the other party cannot resist at all. The attribute data related to the Great Void Divine Armor has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. With the notification, Zhou Han felt that he had vaguely established a wonderful connection with the Great Void Divine Armor. This was his first complete downgrade Dharma treasure in the truest sense. Zhou Han was overjoyed to be able to obtain such a treasure, even though the Great Void Divine Armor was ranked the lowest among the downgrade. However, downgrade was ultimately downgrade. Whether it was the material or the effect, it crushed the sovereign grade. Good. You made the best choice. In a few years, you won't regret your decision today. Because I, Zhou Han, will lead you to appreciate the magnificence of the sea of stars and reach the peak of the universe. Zhou Han smiled and said domineeringly, filled with absolute confidence. At this moment, the Great Void Divine Armor seemed to have been infected by Zhou Han's domineering aura and was looking forward to that spectacular life. Without saying anything else, Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface. The attribute data related to the Great Void Divine Armor was obvious. Great Void Divine Armor. Grade, low-grade downgrade. Type, defensive Dharma treasure. Description, an armor derived from the power of the Great Void. After absorbing cosmic energy for 2 billion years, it has finally advanced to the downgrade. Due to the special nature of the power of the Great Void, it can annihilate the power of the elements, causing it to have top-notch defense. It can protect your safety and travel the universe. The survival rate has greatly increased. Basic attributes. In combat, your defense will automatically increase by 50 million times. For every 10% of your HP lost, your attack power will increase by 10 million times. Downgrade exclusive. Supreme defense. In combat state, you will automatically trigger an invincible state every 30 seconds. The invincibility duration will last for 3 seconds. This attribute is far beyond my expectations. As expected, it's of the lowest downgrade. It's not disappointing. After reading all the descriptions, Zhou Han was delighted and nodded in satisfaction. This was because the Great Void Divine Armor had displayed such an awesome effect without enhancement. If it was enhanced, it would definitely take off and be incomparably powerful. Zhou Han was looking forward to what kind of shocking effect this state would bring. Unfortunately, he did not have enough supreme enhancement points on hand. There was nothing he could do. If he wanted to enhance it, he had to wait a little longer. This was because after entering the Origin Wood Divine Domain, at that time, he would be able to obtain the supreme enhancement points again. At that time, he would know the true power of the Great Void Divine Armor. Congratulations, Master, for successfully subduing a downgrade Dharma treasure. My master is indeed domineering. The Ashen Illusory Beast and the others were very happy and hurriedly congratulated him. This was because the power of the Great Void Divine Armor had already dissipated. Then the outcome was obvious. He must have submitted. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become so quiet. Although they knew that it was very easy for Zhou Han to subdue the Great Void Divine Armor, this was a downgrade Dharma treasure after all. The meaning it brought was extraordinary. Yes, this is only a downgrade Dharma treasure. Are you guys that happy? Zhou Han asked calmly. Could it be that you have a second downgrade Dharma treasure? No way. Little Bowen was a little shocked and hurriedly asked. This was because one could hear the hidden meaning in Zhou Han's tone. There had to be more than one. Of course, there should be no big problem in fusing more than 2,000 fragments. After all, there are so many of them, Zhou Han said with a smile. Although he did not take a closer look, he was still confident. Damn, that's awesome. If I can obtain more downgrade Dharma treasures, Master, your strength will definitely be even more terrifying. At that time, even if he faces an eternal true God-grade expert, he won't be at a disadvantage, right? Little Rock's eyes lit up as he began to brag. Although he did not know about eternal true God-grade experts, it did not stop him from bragging. Anyway, she was his master. It was impossible to brag. I don't know if he can fight an eternal true God-grade expert head-on. However, it will definitely increase my combat strength greatly. Facing bragging, Zhou Han was still very rational. This was because he had never encountered an eternal true God expert. Therefore, it was impossible to measure how powerful the combat strength of an existence of such a level was. After all, only experts who controlled more than 100 stars of primordial power and less than 300 stars of primordial power could be called eternal true gods. That also meant that the weakest eternal true God-grade expert could use more than 100 stars of primordial power. It could be imagined how terrifying the power erupted. Moreover, it was unknown if other special methods would appear after reaching the eternal true God level. A true divine-grade expert could comprehend his divine power. Zhou Han had reason to believe that at the eternal true God grade, he would also awaken a unique and powerful killing move. Therefore, the difficulty of challenging an expert at the eternal true God-grade sword. Yes, Master makes too much sense. Take a look and see what other Dharma treasures can be fused. I'm really looking forward to it, the ashen illusory beast said impatiently. At this moment, he was even more anxious than Zhou Han. It was naturally very happy to see more Tao-grade Dharma treasures. It could greatly increase his knowledge and experience. To become strong, these were necessary. Although with Zhou Han's protection, their desire to become strong did not change. Only by constantly becoming stronger could he obtain his master's trust. In this aspect, their sense of crisis was indeed very good. It was precisely because he had 3 pets that such benign competition formed. This was also what Zhou Han was happy to see. I think you should take a look at. Nodding slightly, Zhou Han's gaze kept sweeping across the remaining Tao-grade Dharma treasure fragments. That's right. The fragments of the Star Sea Demon Saber and the Human Emperor Seal have been gathered. There's also the Divine Scales, the Kunlun Mirror, and the Endless Star Tree. The collection of fragments has exceeded 70%. I believe it won't be long before it's fused. After investigating, Zhou Han was overjoyed. Just as he had expected, there were really 2 more Tao-grade Dharma treasure fragments that had met the fusion requirements. System, is there a pattern to the number of fragments fused? Zhou Han asked curiously. Until now, his understanding of Tao-grade Dharma treasures was still quite vague. There was not much understanding. Therefore, he hoped to learn more after asking. This way, he could know what to do when collecting in the future. Otherwise, it would be a little unpleasant not to know the number of fragments fused. Fortunately, Zhou Han had collected enough Tao-grade Dharma treasure fragments. Therefore, he had the authority to know about this knowledge. System prompt. As everyone knows, a Tao-grade Dharma treasure is extremely powerful, but there will also be a huge difference in strength between the Tao-grade and the Tao-grade. Therefore, according to the difference between Dharma treasures, Tao-grade quality will be divided into 4 small realms. They are low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. So that's how it's divided. I finally understand. After hearing the notification, Zhou Han muttered to himself, having a basic concept in his mind. But what does the number of fragments synthesized matter? This was the information Zhou Han wanted to know the most. System prompt. Please don't be anxious. Listen to me. If I want to fuse the Tao-grade Dharma treasure fragments into the corresponding Tao-grade Dharma treasure, the fragments required will naturally have a huge difference. Low-grade Tao-grade Dharma treasures usually require 9 to 30 fragments to fuse into a complete Dharma treasure. A medium-grade Tao-grade Dharma treasure usually requires 31 to 200 fragments to fuse into a complete Dharma treasure. A high-grade Tao-grade Dharma treasure usually requires 201 to 1,000 fragments to fuse into a complete Dharma treasure. Top-grade Tao-grade Dharma treasures usually require at least 1,001 fragments. They can be fused into a complete Dharma treasure without limit. Does the Creation Jade Disc belong to the top-grade Tao-grade? How many fragments do I need to fuse to form the complete Creation Jade Disc? Zhou Han asked. As the strongest Dharma treasure in the universe, he naturally hoped to obtain more information about the Creation Jade Disc. This was definitely very helpful in collecting the fragments of the Creation Jade Disc in the future. This was also the reason why Zhou Han hurriedly asked. System prompt. Sorry, because of this information, the level of secrecy is too high. Your current authority is insufficient. Hearing this, Zhou Han looked a little disappointed and smiled helplessly. After all, To be precise, he had not even reached the primordial realm. Therefore, it was understandable that he did not have the authority to know too profound information. Zhou Han also expressed his understanding. After being a little disappointed, he did not continue to dwell on this. When he was powerful enough, this information would naturally be unlocked. Let's take a look at the attribute data of the human sovereign seal and the star sea demon saber first. Hearing this, Zhou Han looked a little disappointed and smiled helplessly. After all, to be precise, he had not even reached the primordial realm. Therefore, it was understandable that he did not have the authority to know too profound information. Zhou Han also expressed his understanding. After being a little disappointed, he did not continue to dwell on this. When he was powerful enough, this information would naturally be unlocked. Let's take a look at the attribute data of the human sovereign seal and the star sea demon saber first. As Zhou Han spoke, he activated the appraisal. This was because there were less than 30 fragments of the star sea demon saber and the human sovereign seal. Then, according to the information given by the system just now, these two Dharma treasures were also low-grade, Dao-grade Dharma treasures. However, Zhou Han was still looking forward to their attribute data. After all, no matter how lousy it was still of Dao grade. It was not an ordinary quality that could be scammed. Therefore, the help it could provide to Zhou Han was definitely not ordinary. System prompt. Detected that there are enough fragments of the star sea demon saber. Do you want to immediately fuse them into a complete Dharma treasure? Synthesize it immediately. Zhou Han nodded. Congratulations, you have successfully fused a complete Dao-grade Dharma treasure, the star sea demon saber. Related attribute data has automatically appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. Before Zhou Han could investigate, another notification sounded. System prompt. Detected that there are enough fragments of the human sovereign seal. Do you want to immediately fuse them into a complete Dharma treasure? Then, Zhou Han also confirmed that the two Dharma treasures rioted at the same time, wanting to resist Zhou Han's dignity. Unfortunately, Zhou Han had three top powers. The powerful aura directly pressed down on the Dharma treasure until it could not breathe. It was directly restrained and could only submit completely like the great void divine armor. Master, you're too fierce. He subdued two more Dao-grade Dharma treasures. No one other than the Chosen One can do such a magnificent feat, the ashen illusory beast said in surprise. Although he did not have appraisal, by sensing the fluctuations of energy, he could sense that these two Dharma treasures were slightly stronger than the great void divine armor he had fused previously. In that case, the combat strength he could unleash would be even more violent. That was indeed the case. There were exactly 30 fragments needed to fuse the human sovereign seal. It happened to reach the highest limit of a low-grade, Dao-grade Dharma treasure. As long as there were more than 31 fragments, it could be considered medium-grade Dao-grade. Therefore, the human sovereign seal was the strongest among the Dao-grade Dharma treasures. Don't be in a hurry to congratulate me. I have to see the specific attributes now, Zhou Han said with a smile, in a good mood. At the same time, he was also very curious about the power of these two Dharma treasures. With the great void divine armor in front of him, therefore, Zhou Han was filled with anticipation. He looked at the virtual interface. The relevant attribute data was clearly visible. Star Sea Demon Saber. Grade, low-grade Dao-grade. Type, damaged Dharma treasure. Description, in the vast universe, there is an incomparably mysterious area called the ruins of End Star Sea. It is a sea of stars with a diameter of 10 billion light-years. It will produce a unique metal inside that contains extremely terrifying energy. The Star Sea Demon Saber is forged from this unique metal. It is sharp and invincible. It is a true sharp weapon. It can allow your output to take a new step. Basic attributes. In combat, your attack will automatically increase by 30 million times. Every time you cause damage to the target, your attack power will increase by 1%. Dao grade exclusive. Invincible. After attacking the target, there is a 30% chance of ignoring the other party's invincibility. I think you should take a look at. That's right. It's indeed a powerful damage-type Dharma treasure. The basic attributes can increase attack by 30 million times. Moreover, after causing damage to the target, its attack power will continue to increase at a 1% progress. After Zhou Han carefully looked at the data of the Star Sea Demon Saber, he was also very satisfied. A powerful output was what he needed at the moment. The downgrade exclusive characteristic of the Star Sea Demon Saber was also very good. It was considered a very high probability to be able to ignore the target's invincibility. One had to know that this was the attribute data before enhancement. The power it displayed was already very impressive. At that time, after enhancing it, it would directly take off. Next was the attribute data of the Human Sovereign Seal. Human Sovereign Seal. Grade, low-grade downgrade. Type, support type Dharma Treasure. Description, a Dharma treasure refined by the absolute emperor of the human race, a top expert in the universe. Not only is it a symbol of status, but it can also unleash incomparably violent power. Basic attributes. Sealing skills will lose their effect on you. Downgrade exclusive. Human Sovereign's dignity. When the target is a member of the human race, the damage you receive will automatically be reduced by 70%. This Dharma treasure is interesting. It doesn't seem to be very useful, but its true use can't be underestimated. Zhou Han instantly analyzed the characteristics of the Human Sovereign Seal in his heart before saying such words. This was because there were strong and weak sealing skills. Moreover, there were many skills, and they were all extremely strange. Perhaps there were some special seals that were extremely threatening. It was also possible that he could not use all his strength. This kind of seal was simply impossible to guard against. One could often look forward to the effect of turning the tables. Therefore, the attribute of the Human Sovereign Seal was especially important. It could be said that it was better to be prepared. He could take measures in advance to eliminate potential risks. Zhou Han had an absolute advantage against human experts with his exclusive downgrade characteristic. After all, 70% damage reduction was not a small number. Now, my overall strength has increased greatly. The gains from the ancient Desolation Tower this time are really not small, Zhou Han said excitedly. At this moment, he was very happy. The Great Void Divine Armor was mainly for defense, so its survival was guaranteed. The Human Sovereign Seal mainly provided auxiliary effects and would not be affected by the sealing skill. It was very powerful. The Star Sea Demon Saber's attack power had soared. Now, it could beat a 35-star Primordial Power True God expert without any pressure. A powerful force filled his body. Zhou Han was heroic and high-spirited. It's time to leave the ancient Desolation Tower. There's no value here anymore. It's better to leave quickly. Zhou Han thought to himself and quickly made a decision. After all, he had yet to figure out the purpose of the ancient Desolation Tower's existence. Had the interstellar butchers already noticed him? There was no way to know any of this. Fortunately, Zhou Han left. 3 figures in black cloaks. The aura of slaughter kept floating out of their bodies with a shocking, baleful aura. On their cloaks was the mark of a blood-colored skeleton. Why didn't you attack just now? This kid actually controlled the power of the creation jade disc. His luck is really extraordinary. One of the men in black spoke hoarsely, his eyes flickering with great greed. That's right, brother. If we can absorb the energy of this kid's body, these powers will be used by us. When the time comes, one can imagine how powerful our combat strength will be. We will also have a greater say in the organization. The other man in black echoed anxiously. His gaze turned to the black-robed man in the middle, the Blood Nether King. His aura was clearly stronger. Therefore, his identity was the noblest among the 3 of them. Although the 2 of them had objections, he did not act rashly. Clearly, he was waiting for the other party's instructions. You're still too rash. Your considerations are not comprehensive enough. Do you know whose territory this is? The Blood Nether King smiled and said disapprovingly. They did not agree with the person who came. He clearly had his own plans. Oh, brother, do you mean that this planet is special? Can't we do it here? One of the men in black asked. This was because he saw a trace of seriousness in the Blood Nether King's eyes. This was very rare for him. That's right. If I'm not wrong, this planet should be set up by the Tao Lord. Therefore, if I attack rashly, I might encounter quite a bit of trouble. For the sake of serious consideration, there's no need for us to be anxious. It's not too late to attack in the future. The Blood Nether King told the truth. Tao Lord, the black-robed man was slightly stunned, and his expression turned ugly. I didn't expect it to be related to him. It's really a little tricky. Although the organization behind us is not afraid of the Tao Lord, it's best if we don't form a grudge against the other party. Therefore, we have to take the safest method. The Blood Nether King continued. I see. Brother is so considerate. Our strength is too weak. We can't see any traces of the Tao Lord at all. Another black-robed man hurriedly bragged. What he said was indeed true. The difference in strength was too great. It was very normal not to be able to see the arrangements of the top experts. This was also why there were many experts in the universe who only had the power of a realm lord or true god. The reason why they dared to kill Zhou Han and snatch the fragment of the creation jade disc. This was because they were too weak. They didn't even know about a top existence like the Tao Lord. If they knew, they would not dare to attack on this planet, the God-fiend continent. Then are we going to let this kid go just like that? That's the power of the creation jade disc. What a huge temptation, the black-clothed man said indignantly. He watched helplessly as such majestic energy was about to leave him and get further and further away. One could imagine the reluctance and pain in his heart. Look at your determination. The Blood Nether King looked over disdainfully. Think about it. I'm from the heavenly soul race. In terms of tracking methods, our race claims to be second. No race dares to claim to be first. I think you should take a look at. That's why I put a tracking mark on this kid long ago. It's impossible to escape me. When the time comes, I'll wait for an opportunity and capture you with a single strike. With that, the Blood Nether King's face revealed a huge confidence. This was because he was extremely satisfied with his racial talent. At the thought that this top-notch power would be under his control in the near future, the Blood Nether King was trembling with excitement. At that time, he would break through to a higher realm. In the cruel universe, there was more say. I see. Brother is indeed brilliant. As long as we monitor that kid and leave this planet, we can attack directly and steal his power for my use. The man in black smiled sinisterly and cruelly. That's right. This is my setup. If we leave this planet and attack in the universe, even the Tao Lord will be beyond our reach. We can go all out. An inexplicable smile appeared on the Blood Nether King's face. Clearly, he was in a good mood and especially comfortable. Moreover, that's only one of the reasons. I suspect that this kid's opportunity is extraordinary. He can even obtain more creation jade disc fragments. Therefore, it's completely necessary to lay a long line and catch a big fish. If he helps us collect the fragments, we can sit back and enjoy the benefits and steal greater benefits. Wouldn't that be wonderful? After hearing the Blood Nether King's words, the two men in black clapped. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Awesome. Really awesome. This plan is wonderful. It can maximize the benefits. The two of them kept praising and were very excited. Even if they took a sip of soup, they could obtain huge benefits. Therefore, it was understandable that they would have such emotions. Then, after the three black shadows discussed for a while, they took a deep look at the space where Zhou Han had left. Amidst great greed and endurance, the black shadows slowly fused into the alternate space. Accompanying their disappearance was this magnificent ancient desolation tower. However, regarding everything that happened in the ancient desolation tower, at this moment, Zhou Han had no idea. It was mainly because the racial talent of the heavenly soul race was too powerful. Even the special effect attached to the Eye of Origin, Starry Sky Perception, did not discover the existence of the three men in black. Therefore, Zhou Han did not know that the great potential danger had long enveloped him. Fortunately, the Blood Nether King did not attack immediately. This way, Zhou Han could only become strong enough to face all the sudden changes before leaving the God-fiend continent. In other words, Zhou Han still had a short period of development, although he did not know that he had been targeted by the Blood Nether King and the others. Constantly becoming stronger was Zhou Han's eternal belief. During this period of time, his strength would definitely increase. He just did not know if the increase could resist a super expert like the Blood Nether King. System prompt. You have successfully accepted the mission information on the Tao Lord. Do you want to teleport to the mission point origin with divine domain immediately? After entering, there's no need to consume any additional origin with divine domain keys. Activate teleportation. Zhou Han nodded slightly and made his choice. His current supreme enhancement points were already short of money, so he was extremely insecure. After entering the new map, the restrictions obtained by enhancement points would be unlocked again. If nothing went wrong, The number of supreme enhancement points obtained in the origin wood divine domain would also be 500 billion. This was a relatively large number. At that time, Zhou Han would have more trump cards. Whether it was enhancement or reservation, they were all very good plans. Of course, if there was no danger, it was best to enhance the Heavenly Fate card and obtain a higher multiplier of the reward. However, this was on the premise that there was no danger. Once there was danger, Zhou Han had to enhance defensive items or items with a powerful output. In that case, he could survive the crisis or even turn the tables and kill the enemy. Therefore, both plans had to make different choices based on different scenes. If Zhou Han had enough supreme enhancement points, he could do both and enhance the Heavenly Fate card. He could also reserve a portion of the supreme enhancement points as his trump card. This way, there would be more room to choose. Therefore, these 500 billion supreme enhancement points were still very important to Zhou Han. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully entered the origin wood divine domain. Detected that this is your first time entering, so you have obtained 600 billion supreme enhancement points. Once you obtain more than 600 billion, you will not be able to obtain additional enhancement points by killing wild monsters in the origin wood divine domain. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Looking up, it was a green world. It matched the name of the origin wood divine domain very well. The endless forest was filled with majestic wood elemental power. Master, these trees are a little strange. The tree emits a faint aura of slaughter. It's clearly aggressive. The ashen illusory beast hurriedly reminded him. His consciousness was very sharp, and he could clearly sense it. Although he knew that Zhou Han could also easily sense it, these were all things a pet should do. No matter what, the ashen illusory beast had an obligation to report relevant information. Yes, I know. The forest here is hugely different from the forests elsewhere. It has a certain lethality. Zhou Han had long investigated and knew that the wild monsters in the origin wood divine domain were this so-called forest that filled the sky. These forests were all at the peak of the stargrade. To the current Zhou Han, it was no threat at all. Not to mention Zhou Han. Even if he faced his 3 pets, he would only be courting death. After all, they were all realm lords who had controlled 5-star primordial power. In the vast universe, it might not be much. However, there were still too few existences on the God-Fiend continent that could pose a threat to them. Very good. Master, just you wait. We'll deal with these tree monsters. You don't have to do these yourself. Little Bone took the initiative to volunteer. In the ancient Desolation Tower, they had already lost face. Now, what he had to do was kill ruthlessly to release the grievance in his heart. All right, go ahead. Zhou Han nodded in agreement. His divine sense spread out, but he did not detect the threatening tree monster. Yes, master. Awaken, hunting moment. Let's see who can kill more enemies. The 3 pets shouted excitedly and turned into 3 lights that flew out and surged into the forest that filled the sky that I think you should take a look at. As if feeling a huge pressure, in the forest, violent power spewed out. Green light surged and roared. It was condensed from extreme wood element energy. Although the wood attribute was only an auxiliary attribute energy, it was still lacking in output. However, after energy condensed to a certain extent, even auxiliary energy would erupt with terrifying lethality. This was the situation in the forest. The 3 of you are courting death. How dare you offend my realm? Tremble under the terrifying strength of the Wood Leaf Emperor. These tree monsters instantly launched a violent resistance. Not only did they say ruthless words, but they also counterattacked. Countless vines extended from the huge branches, reaching 1,000 feet in length. The division of labor among the tree monsters was very clear. A portion of the vines whipped crazily, and another portion wrapped around it. Is that all you've got? Weaklings like you still have a poor understanding of strength. The ashen illusory beast smiled and said disdainfully. Perhaps affected by Zhou Han, his tone was the same. After all, it was a higher dimensional attack. It was very normal to have such confidence. Little Rock, Little Bone, and Little Ashen launched a violent attack almost at the same time. It vividly displayed the strength of a 5-star realm lord. As if it was crushing rotten wood, no one could withstand it. The vines that covered the sky were constantly cut. It was like cutting tofu. There was no resistance. No matter how many vines there were, in just a few minutes, these tree monsters were cut to a bare spot. Vines were their strongest attack method. Once they were lost, these tree monsters would be like tigers that had lost their claws and teeth. They could only be passively beaten up. Even the remaining tree trunk, with its super powerful recovery ability, was useless. My life is over. When the Wood Leaf Emperor saw the tragic scene in front of him, his heart was ashen and he was in extreme despair. It had been prepared to turn the tide just now. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, it was like an ant. It had a deep sense of powerlessness. System prompt. Congratulations, your pet, the Ashen Illusory Beast, has successfully killed the Netherworld Tree Monster. Detected that the special effect, Heavenly Fate, is in an activated state. The reward obtained will automatically increase by 450 times. Items will drop. Congratulations, your pet, Primordial Chaos Goldenrock King, has successfully killed the Dark Vine Monster. Detected that the special effect, Heavenly Fate, is in an activated state. The reward obtained will automatically increase by 450 times. Items will drop. At this moment, the kill information kept scrolling down on the combat interface. Many tree monsters were killed, and the rewards were very generous. Moreover, the Supreme Enhancement points could also enjoy a multiplier of the reward, so it directly soared. Zhou Han was especially happy. He only glanced at it, and did not look at it anymore. This was because the cooldown to enter the Epiphany space was already intact. After resetting, he could enter again. It was precisely because there was a special existence like the Source Enlightening Sword Light in the Epiphany space that. Therefore, Zhou Han was very concerned about this. At the moment, the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light he controlled was only 1 in 300,000. No matter what, he had to increase this ratio and control more power. This was because 1 in 300,000 of the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light was very powerful. Once this ratio increased a little, it would display even stronger power and bring Zhou Han benefits. It would definitely be very helpful. Therefore, after Zhou Han's Epiphany space cooled down, he entered it immediately. System prompt. You have entered the Epiphany space. Your comprehension has directly increased by 100,000 times. The pause is 120 minutes. After the time is up, you will automatically exit. The notification echoed in Zhou Han's mind. This was the new leap brought by the Clarity Sword Heart after being enhanced more than 20 times. Whether it was the time to comprehend, it was the comprehension. They had all received a huge increase. 100,000 times comprehension was still very terrifying. This way, Zhou Han was completely confident in obtaining more power from the Source Enlightening Sword Light. Seeing that the Ashen Illusory Beast and the others were still killing tree monsters, Zhou Han retracted his gaze and calmed down. He began to enter an empty state and focused on comprehending the Sword Tao in the Epiphany space. After all, he had already entered the Epiphany space many times. Therefore, Zhou Han was very familiar with this and had long figured out the basic pattern. He had many insights into how to quickly control the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light. The first method was that the deeper the Sword Tao he controlled, the easier it was to fuse with the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light. The second method was that the longer he interacted with the Source Enlightening Sword Light, the stronger the compatibility of his body with this energy. This was the pattern summarized by the current Zhou Han. It had an obvious effect on controlling the Source Enlightening Sword Light. 120 minutes passed in a flash. In the Epiphany space, it was very short and seemed to be very long. It was an incomparably wonderful feeling to constantly swim in the top Sword Tao world. System prompt. Your enlightenment time is about to end. You will be automatically teleported out of the Epiphany space in 10 seconds. Please be prepared in advance. The notification in his mind woke Zhou Han up. I'm very satisfied with the comprehension process this time. Zhou Han smiled, his expression extremely relaxed. I wonder how much the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light can improve. This was what he cared about the most at the moment. After all, it concerned his combat strength and whether he could take off. Thinking of this, Zhou Han's gaze was a little urgent. He opened the virtual panel to see if there was any relevant notification information. There's really one. As soon as he checked, Zhou Han was delighted. The smile on his face subconsciously bloomed, and he was in a good mood. As expected, my intuition was right. The gains from this comprehension are stronger than the previous few times. After Zhou Han left the Epiphany space, he could feel the power in his body becoming a little restless. It circulated quickly in his meridians. There was a faint roar that surged out. This aura was very extraordinary. That meant that his strength had increased. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a performance. There was such a message on the virtual interface. Congratulations, you have successfully fused with another trace of the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light. Currently, the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light you control has reached 1 in 100,000. Please understand, 1 in 100,000. Good, that's great, Zhou Han said excitedly. Previously, he had only controlled 1 in 300,000 of the power of the Source Enlightening Sword Light that I think you should take a look at. Now, it was equivalent to increasing by 10 times. How could he not be happy? A 9-colored halo slowly circulated on Zhou Han's body. It was the unique color of the Source Enlightening Sword Light. It was incomparably dazzling and mysterious with a domineering aura. This was the sharpest sword aura, unstoppable. I wonder how much the attribute data has increased. Zhou Han thought curiously and was about to check. At this moment, the battle was over. The aftershocks slowly dissipated into the air. The 3 pets also presented the organized spoils of war. Master, these are the sovereign golden runes that dropped. According to your request, it's been counted separately. Absorb it now. Little Rock said respectfully. He knew that Zhou Han's body could fuse with the sovereign golden rune. Therefore, he knew very well the importance of the sovereign golden rune. This was also why Little Rock handed over the sovereign golden rune immediately. Yes, you did well. I'm very satisfied with the number this time. Zhou Han glanced over and nodded slightly. From the looks of it, after the increase in benefits of 450 times, there were no less than 5 million sovereign golden runes. This number was already very large. Once it fused, Zhou Han's body could be enhanced a few more times. It displayed even stronger survival ability. Of course, this was not the most important. Most importantly, after his body was enhanced 30 times, his heaven-defying physical strength could directly fuse with the primordial spirit crystal. Advancing to the primordial realm was naturally smooth sailing. Zhou Han did not advance to the primordial realm, but he already had terrifying combat strength. If he entered and controlled the primordial power, his combat strength would greatly increase. He could completely challenge a stronger opponent. It was even no problem to fight an eternal true God-grade expert head-on. Therefore, Zhou Han did not check the attribute panel for the time being. It was not too late to look at it after fusing these sovereign golden runes. System prompt: 2,325,735 sovereign golden runes have been detected. Do you want to fuse? While he was thinking, a notification sounded. Fuse into the body. Zhou Han hurriedly chanted in his heart. He was looking forward to the magical effect of the fusion. He wondered how many times he could enhance his glazed golden body. It was definitely impossible to enhance it to 30 times. This was because although there were many sovereign golden runes, they were still far from enough. Zhou Han hoped that the more times he enhanced it, the better. As soon as he finished speaking, the more than 2 million sovereign golden runes all bloomed with the most dazzling golden light. The violent energy surged crazily, turning into a golden sea. It rose and fell with a monstrous aura. The power that erupted was extraordinary. An ordinary cultivator would find it difficult to withstand the impact of this energy. After all, this required too much physical strength. He would face a huge test. If he was not careful, his body would collapse and his soul would be destroyed. Even if he endured it, he would probably suffer considerable damage. However, this was very easy for Zhou Han. This was because not only did he have a powerful glazed golden body, moreover, he had awakened the power of the starry dragon god's bloodline not long ago. Under the combination of the two, his incomparably tough body became even more unshakable. What an incomparably wonderful power. It makes me happy. Use them all and fuse with my body. Seeing the golden flood wave rushing over, Zhou Han's expression did not change. He chatted and laughed calmly. It was precisely because of his super strong body that, not to mention more than 2 million sovereign golden runes. Even if it was 200 million sovereign golden runes, Zhou Han could also easily deal with it without any pressure. It was simply too easy to absorb this energy and fuse it with every cell in his body. Master is so domineering. This physical strength is terrifying. Who would dare to play like this? Absorbing such a powerful power at the same time is tantamount to courting death. The ashen illusory beast said in admiration. Although he was a 5-star realm lord, when he sensed this golden energy, he was still a little afraid. It could be seen that the power of more than 2 million sovereign golden runes could not be underestimated. However, it was easily controlled by Zhou Han. Yes, this is Master's basic operation. No matter what shocking thing he does, I think it's only right. Little Bone's eyes bloomed with shock as it bragged without reservation. Under the flattery of the 3 pets, the energy of the sovereign golden rune was crazily absorbed by Zhou Han. His body was like dry earth as it accepted this energy. It swallowed the sea and absorbed it very quickly. Even so, this energy could not break through Zhou Han. With a super strong body, he was fearless. The entire absorption process only lasted about 10 minutes. Zhou Han took a deep breath and stretched his muscles a little. There was a crackling sound. Like muffled thunder, its power was shocking. A domineering aura subconsciously leaked out. The weak would probably tremble in fear and submit just by sensing this aura. This was the change in temperament after his body was enhanced. This was because Zhou Han's life level would also increase a little because of this and slowly approach the life level of the higher-ups in the universe. As long as your life level reached a certain level, he would have the qualifications to become a top almighty. Otherwise, a mediocre life level would limit your potential and become the greatest resistance to reaching the peak. Zhou Han already had some vague understanding of these things. Ever since he knew that life level was related to the qualifications of a peak expert, he paid special attention to the enhancement of his body. After all, the enhancement of the body could increase one's life level. Becoming a peak expert might be too far away. However, Zhou Han had to make preparations early and build a foundation in advance. At that time, it would be even smoother. System prompt. You have fused more than 2 million sovereign golden runes. All your strength has been converted into a part of your body. Congratulations, your glazed golden body has been successfully enhanced 27 times. The relevant attribute data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check-in time. Congratulations, your glazed golden body has been successfully enhanced 27 times. The relevant attribute data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check-in time. Yes? 27 times. Very good. Naturally, the more, the better. I think you should take a look at. After seeing the notification, Zhou Han chuckled. He had originally estimated that it would only be 25 or 26 times. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to enhance it 27 times. Every enhancement meant a huge improvement. However, the sovereign golden rune that needs to be fused in the next enhancement will greatly increase. It probably won't do without 5 million, Zhou Han thought. After all, the system had previously provided relevant information. The number of sovereign golden runes that needed to be enhanced to 30 times exceeded 30 million. Therefore, Zhou Han guessed that he had spent at least 5 million sovereign golden runes for the 28th time. Enhancement to 29 times required more than 10 million points. From 29 times to 30 times, it would consume more than 20 million. This was only a rough guess. There might be some gaps in the specifics. However, it was about the same. Next, Zhou Han had to continue working hard and earn enough sovereign golden runes as soon as possible. He had yearned for the primordial realm for a long time. The primordial realm was the beginning of the Sea of Stars. If one did not reach this realm, they were not even qualified to enter the universe. After all, there was no primordial power to resist the corrosion of all kinds of free energy in the universe. If he entered the universe rashly, he would be courting death. Without thinking too much, Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface. Glazed golden body, plus 27. Description: the surface of your body flickers with a glassy luster. Your life level has completely changed. Not only your bones, but your muscles, meridians, and other aspects have greatly enhanced, making your body tenacious and indomitable. Your entire physique has stepped into a new realm. Basic attributes: increases 200 billion HP and permanently has 70% damage immunity. Unique passive: unyielding golden body, a powerful body that prevents you from being insta-killed by your opponent. Within every microsecond, All damage you receive will cause you to lose at most 8% of your HP. When your HP is below 50%, you will trigger an invincible state that lasts for 300 seconds. After the invincibility time ends, there will be a 2-hour cooldown. Unique passive, Eternal Destiny, a powerful destiny. When a target below the true God grade attacks you, you have an 80% chance of dodging this attack. When a target below the Eternal True God grade attacks you, you have a 5% chance of dodging this attack. Unique passive, Undying and Indestructible. If you die, you will be resurrected in 5 million years. After revival, your combat strength will permanently increase by 100 times. As expected, after his body was enhanced 27 times, his overall quality increased in all aspects. Firstly, in terms of basic attributes, his HP directly increased by 200 billion. It made Zhou Han's HP even stronger. His survivability was unquestionable. Then, the passive effect of the unyielding golden body was also much stronger. Every microsecond, he could lose up to 8% of his HP. In other words, in this microsecond, the opponent attacked more than 100 million times. The original damage might cause Zhou Han to lose 100% of his HP. However, after the passive trigger of the unyielding golden body, Zhou Han would lose at most 8% of his HP. The excess damage was ineffective against him. This was a very powerful passive characteristic. It made Zhou Han assured that he would not be insta-killed by his opponent. You can slowly grind my HP, but insta-kill me? That was impossible. This was the strength of the unyielding golden body, allowing Zhou Han to have super strong survivability. Therefore, even if he encountered a top expert in the future, he would not be insta-killed. This way, he would die with more dignity. Of course, stalling for time could buy him time to escape or prepare for a counterattack. When experts fought, they had to fight for every second. With enough time reserved, anything could happen. There was a higher chance of turning the tables. This was the true use of the unyielding golden body. After Zhou Han checked the data interface, he analyzed the advantage of the glazed golden body in his heart. In the future, in battle, he would definitely use such an advantage to increase his chances of winning. Closing the interface, Zhou Han looked at the Clarity Sword Heart interface. Clarity Sword Heart plus 27. Description: the heart is empty and can accommodate thousands. Although I am uncertain, I have the universe in my heart. The river of time is indifferent. The great Tao is ethereal, and the sword Tao is naturally formed. At this moment, the sword heart has already reached another incomparably mysterious realm. I have no distractions and have comprehended the vicissitudes of time and the changes of time. I have comprehended the vastness of the universe and the shifting of stars. I have already stepped into the threshold of the sword Tao technique. Basic attributes. Attack has increased by 5 billion. Every attack will definitely trigger a critical hit, and the critical damage will increase by 100 times. Unique passive, Supreme Sword Tao. The sword Tao you cultivate is the top in the universe. It has a huge pressure on other sword cultivators. All sword cultivators fighting you will have their attack power reduced by 50%. When the target is more than 100 million kilometers away from you, this negative state will automatically be removed. Unique passive, Sword Technique is naturally formed. In terms of sword technique, you have a lot of comprehension and are naturally formed. If the sword technique you cultivate and comprehend is lower than the sovereign grade, it will automatically advance to the sovereign grade. Exclusive active, Epiphany. As your control of the sword Tao has reached an extremely high level, you have a rich accumulation and precipitation. When stimulating Epiphany, your entire body will enter an empty state, as if you are in a vast universe and comprehending the true essence of the great Tao. In the state of Epiphany, your comprehension will increase by 900,000 times. You can enter the Epiphany space once every 3 days and comprehend the extreme power of the Source enlightening sword light. Moreover, you can decide for yourself if you want to enter an Epiphany state. I didn't expect my sword heart to also show a super powerful characteristic after enhancement. The Supreme Sword Tao is under my control. Its powerful output is unstoppable, Zhou Han said excitedly. This was because the huge help brought by the Clarity Sword Heart was not inferior to the glazed golden body. Both were very powerful and had their own strengths. The glazed golden body mainly provided extremely strong survival. The clarity sword heart provided extreme output. With the two combined, it could be said that Zhou Han's body had received a huge increase in all aspects. Attack has increased by 30 billion. Moreover, it can trigger 1,000 times the critical damage. Now, not to mention a 30-star true God-grade expert. I don't even care about a 40-star expert. Zhou Han said confidently. The sword aura that came from his body was so blazing and fierce. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to say such arrogant words. As a mere star grade, he could fight a 40-star true God-grade expert head-on. However, after the clarity sword heart was enhanced, did Zhou Han believe that he could do it to this extent? The super strong defense of the glazed golden body could only guarantee that Zhou Han would not lose when facing experts. The extreme damage provided by the clarity sword heart was the key to killing the opponent. No matter how strong one's defense was, if he did not have the ability to fight back, he could only be passively beaten up and become a live target. However, after his damage output increased, it was different. Not only could he defend, but he could also kill his opponent. That I think you should take a look at. That was why Zhou Han was so excited. After enhancing the clarity sword heart 27 times, the two passive characteristics had also changed quite a bit. The first passive characteristic was the supreme sword Dao. As the top sword Dao, it naturally had a huge pressure on other low-level sword Dao. As a result, when facing sword cultivators, the opponent's attack power had been reduced by 50%. This level of weakening was still very terrifying. This made Zhou Han have an absolute advantage over sword cultivators, making it even easier for him to control his opponent. The second passive characteristic was Heavenly Sword Technique. It was also a very powerful characteristic, making Zhou Han's trashiest sword techniques at least sovereign grade. That meant that in the future, no matter what quality it was, he could advance to the sovereign grade by cultivating a sword technique. This comprehensive enhancement effect was terrifying. A self-created cultivation technique can also be improved? Zhou Han's eyes lit up. Due to the influence of his realm, he had yet to create a sovereign-grade sword move. Now, if nothing went wrong, his self-created sword moves would also be enhanced by the passive characteristic, sword technique. Zhou Han hurriedly looked at the notification on the virtual interface. System prompt. The natural characteristics of your sword technique have been activated. Your sword technique, Instant Thunder Slash, has successfully advanced to the sovereign grade. Your sword technique, Heaven Splitter, has successfully advanced to the sovereign grade. Your sword technique, Extreme Divine Sword Technique, has successfully advanced to the sovereign grade. I didn't expect it to happen in this way. He made me create a sovereign grade sword technique. Zhou Han sighed and smiled. This was Zhou Han's wish. After all, as the powerful Chaos Sword Lord who controlled the Supreme Sword Dao, if he could not even create a sovereign grade sword technique, that would be too embarrassing. Now, in this situation, Zhou Han had fulfilled his wish. Of course, if not for the influence of the sword Dao, Zhou Han had definitely created a sovereign-grade sword technique himself. He still had this bit of confidence. However, it would take more time. The current Zhou Han lacked time the most. He urgently wanted to become stronger, so he could not spend too much effort on creating his own cultivation technique. If he spent a lot of effort, not only might he not create a satisfactory cultivation technique, but it might also affect the progress of his strength growth. Now, after the natural characteristic of the sword Dao was triggered, Zhou Han finally fulfilled a wish and felt very relaxed. Finally, there was the exclusive active skill, Epiphany. There were also some changes compared to before. His comprehension had increased to 900,000 times. Clearly, it was very useful for comprehending the power of the source in lightning sword light. If not for the fact that the Epiphany space was still cooling down, Zhou Han would have gone in immediately. What kind of experience was it to experience 900,000 times comprehension? The all-round increase gave Zhou Han more prospects for his body to be enhanced 30 times. After all, after enhancing his body 30 times, he could fuse and absorb the power contained in the primordial spirit crystal. Although the sovereign golden rune was magical, it was still not enough in front of the primordial spirit crystal. This was because these two were on completely different levels. In the end, the sovereign golden rune was only a treasure used by the peak star grade in the universe. Once they advanced to the primordial realm, in their eyes, the sovereign golden rune was a pile of trash and useless. Only Zhou Han had the only SSS-ranked talent in the universe, infinite enhancement. Through enhancing the beginningless sovereign scripture, his body became the most perfect carrier. The fused sovereign golden rune could erupt with energy that far exceeded its original level. Therefore, under the huge number of fusions, Zhou Han's body kept becoming stronger and he fought above his level. However, this did not work for other cultivators. There were many people who could use their bodies to carry the sovereign golden rune. Even if his body fused, it could not fuse perfectly. When he unleashed it, there was a lot of loss. Unlike Zhou Han, after fusing, the power unleashed by the sovereign golden rune was even stronger. Therefore, the primordial spirit crystal was the most precious resource in the universe. After all, it contained abundant primordial power. If a primordial realm expert absorbed it, they could also increase their strength. Therefore, after Zhou Han's body fused with the primordial spirit crystal, he would definitely undergo a shocking transformation. However, Zhou Han knew that what he had to do now was to constantly collect the sovereign golden runes. He was still about 30 million sovereign golden runes away. Fortunately, he now had a 450 times increase in benefits from the heavenly fate. Overall, as long as Zhou Han dropped more than 60,000 sovereign grade words, he would be done. According to the drop rate of 1 in 1,000, he also had to kill more than 60 million sovereign grade wild monsters. Of course, this drop rate was summarized by Zhou Han through the big data of killing monsters during this period of time. It's not difficult to kill 60 million wild monsters. I'm just afraid that there won't be enough wild monsters in the origin with divine domain. Zhou Han muttered to himself. After all, with his current combat strength, killing these wild monsters was no different from cutting grass. If it's not enough, don't worry. There are 5 other divine domains in the 8 great divine domains. I didn't enter. At that time, after the 9 Netherlord and the others find the divine domain key, they can go in and sweep. Zhou Han thought to himself and was not too worried. If one divine domain wild monster was not enough, he would kill a few more divine domains. There would always be a solution. Therefore, Zhou Han did not think too much about it. He opened his personal attribute panel and looked at his current attribute data. He wanted to see, after fusing with the source enlightening sword light, awakening the power of the starry dragon god bloodline, and enhancing his body 27 times. How huge of a change it would be. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 359, 26.55%. Health, 822.5 trillion. Attack, 320.03 billion. Defense, 287.73 billion. Soul power, 221.96 billion. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword's Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, God Fiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. I think you should take a look at. Soul Artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Sword Emperor Ring, Heavenly Fate Bracelet, Flame Emperor Necklace. Support Equipment, Demon Emperor Earrings, Big Dipper Set, Heavenly Wolf Set. Equipment, Heavenly Saint Battle Robe, Yang Di Wrist Guard, Battle Sovereign Belt, White Emperor Leg Guard. Universe Set, Star River Set. Dharma Treasures, Great Void Divine Armor, Star Sea Demon Saber, Human Sovereign Seal, Creation Jade Disc Fragment, Primordial Heaven Suppressing Seal, Heavenly Martial Golden Armor, Heaven Defying Bead, Ancestral Phoenix Shield, Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Cloud Sky Blood Dragon Spear, Grand Supreme Array, Mirror Demon Book, Cold Sea Blood Lust Bead. Cultivation Technique, Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, Dao Seeding Immortal Technique, Ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan Scripture, Beginner version of the Beginningless Scripture, Extreme, Divine Sword Technique, Proud Heaven Ice Emperor Technique, Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record, Grand Soul Dao, Fire Qilin Sword Technique, Eternal Sword Body. Gem, Killing Gem, Immortal Gem, Scorching Sun Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent Hit Gem. Guild Buff, HP increased by 2 billion, Attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Starry Dragon God, Open and see the details. Sword Heart. Clarity Sword Heart plus 27. Open and see the details. Constitution. Glazed Golden Body plus 27. Open and see the details. Very good. My HP has exceeded 800 billion. Attack and defense are about 300 billion. My soul power has also increased greatly. A powerful force is surging crazily in my body. How pleasurably powerful. The comprehensive improvement in all aspects was very obvious. As expected, under the enhancement of a powerful force, Zhou Han's combat strength suddenly increased, making him extremely excited. After all, it was Zhou Han's belief to constantly become stronger and become a peak expert. Now, he had been working towards this goal and constantly getting closer. The sense of accomplishment and joy of obtaining strength made Zhou Han feel that his efforts had not been in vain. Boss, where should we go next? The ashen illusory beast observed his expression from the side. Seeing that Zhou Han had calmed down, it hurriedly asked for instructions. Hearing this, Zhou Han came back to his senses and opened the map interface in his mind. There was guidance on the mission, Tao Lord's information. As long as he followed the route above, he could reach the mission location. With the lesson from the ancient Desolation Tower mission, this time, Zhou Han seemed even more cautious. He was not as relaxed as before. After all, he had encountered a 30-star true God-grade expert in the ancient Desolation Tower and almost failed. It was mainly because of his preconceived thoughts. He felt that there was no longer anything in the God-fiend continent that threatened him. Therefore, Zhou Han did not take the mission of the ancient Desolation Tower seriously at all. Zhou Han had reason to suspect that it had been enhanced after obtaining the mission scroll. That was why such a change had happened. Zhou Han had also enhanced the Tao Lord Information mission scroll 20 times. Therefore, he could not rule out the possibility that something would happen to this mission. Then it was very necessary to be cautious. Last time, because he was 10 times lucky, he obtained the Dragon God Jade. Then, he successfully awakened the Starry Dragon God bloodline and turned the tables, killing a 30-star true God-grade expert. Zhou Han did not know if he would be so lucky this time. He did not want to entrust his fate to illusory luck. Instead, he hoped to control it. Let's postpone the mission for now. It won't be too late to complete it after I reach the upper limit of the supreme enhancement points. Zhou Han immediately made a decision in his heart. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.